the immense potential of Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, the IMEC. I am Anisha Nair, your host for the day. Today we have an action-packed day coming up for you. You are very privileged to be able to hear from the 14th President of India, Shri Nath Kovind ji, a humble leader with a heart rooted in service, a resilient fighter who rose above adversity. You will have lots to learn today. I hope all of you are looking forward to the proceedings of the day. Here's a video on SCM Middle East Conclave and Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India, to SCM Middle East Conclave and Awards. Please give him a thunderous round of applause to welcome him on stage. I would request Mr. Kamal, Mr. Amit, Shankhdhar and Mr. Prem Prakash of Logistics Shakti to please accompany our chief guest on the stage. Please keep the applause going. We are so privileged to welcome our dignitaries. Please also give a round of applause, a thunderous round of applause to welcome His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, the Under-Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. Please give them a huge, thunderous round of applause. We are very, very privileged and honored to have them amongst us today. I would request Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, CEO of RKG International, to please come up on stage and welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India, with a bouquet. Right. I would request all of you to please stand for the national anthems of the United Arab Emirates and India. I would request all of you to please sing along the national anthem of India.
Jana mana adhinayak jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchal Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I would like to request Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, CEO of RKG International, to please come up on stage to welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India, with a bouquet. Mr. Rajesh Agarwal is a global leader in metal recycling with operations in 33 countries and multiple yards across the UAE. A board member of BMR and board member ambassador of BIR, Dr. Rajesh is a respected voice in global recycling forums. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I would now request Mr. Lakshmanan R., Senior Partner, MCA, to please come up on stage to welcome His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under-Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates, with the bouquet. Mr. Lakshmanan is a senior consultant and thought leader in business transformation. He empowers companies with actionable insights and agile execution. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmanan. I would request Nikki Gupta, good founder, co-founder of IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present a bouquet to Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. Nikki is an award-winning global strategist, communication expert, passionate storyteller, and change maker. Her bold ideas and impactful narratives have redefined how stories are told across industries. Thank you, Nikki. We kick-started the conclave on a high note with breakthrough strategies to navigate global trade in a world that is being reshaped by geopolitical shifts, economic challenges, new tariffs, and technological advancements. We had insightful discussions on how businesses can rethink and adapt their supply chain to become sustainable, exceedingly quick with quick commerce, and a step ahead using new technologies like AI and automation. The world has been shaken by the slew of high tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump. As many countries scramble to negotiate and come up with backup plans, India has been cementing its strong relationships with friendly countries to de-risk and grow its exports much before all of this started. India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, is a groundbreaking trade route to boost regional connectivity, logistics, clean energy, electricity, and data cooperation. IMEC is a strategic pivot in global connectivity, positioning India as a major player in transcontinental trade and infrastructure. We have giants from policymaking, industry experts, and strategists joining us today to weigh in on the collaborations and efforts needed to make this ambitious corridor a symbol of global cooperation rather than competition. I would like to introduce Mr. Kamal Narayan Omar, Director, Logistics Shakti. Kamal is a visionary health communicator and the driving force behind India's leading health-focused think tank, the IHW Council. With over a decade of relentless commitment to public health advocacy, Kamal has brought together policymakers, healthcare leaders, and citizens to make healthcare advocacy a full-blown movement, spearheading campaigns like Ayushman Bharat Conclave and Women Wellness Conclave. Kamal has launched 100+ intellectual properties on health, CSR, and business growth. Passionate about the environment, Kamal has initiated Sustainability R in Dubai, a unique platform dedicated to amplifying the voices of environmental champions who are driving meaningful change and sharing innovative ideas for a sustainable future. I would request Kamal Narayan Omar, Director, Logistics Shakti, to please give the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Kamal.
Good morning. Honorable and our beloved 14th President of the Republic of India, Shri Nath Kovind ji, His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ji, former Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India. She also held the portfolio of culture and was the ambassador of the culture of India globally. So, though I understand that I am in a global city of Dubai and English can be the preferred language, but I can't stop myself without switching a bit to Hindi and start with a शेर that वो आए हमारे घर पे खुदा की रहमत है हम कभी उनको कभी अपने घर को देखते हैं. So if I translate in English, it is that I have got the opportunity and honor to host my somebody we all look up to in our 1.4 billion people country, somebody who held the highest office of that great nation. And when he comes to grace an occasion like this, I'm looking at him and at all of us that how fortunate we have been to have him with us here. So once again, good morning to all of you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, diplomats, ambassadors, captains of industry, global partners, and my dear friends who have come from India and UAE and many other GCC countries. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to this second day, but the most important day and the most important session of this two-day SCM Middle East Conclave and Awards here in the iconic city of Dubai, a place that is not just hosting this event, but defining the very future of global logistics and trade. Yesterday, we witnessed a day filled with insightful discussions, thought-provoking panels, and many such insights, which I'm sure many of the people, the business owners, the delegates who have come from India would have now realized that Dubai holds for them unlimited opportunities. And it's not only for them, those opportunities are being created, provided for everyone. Your Excellency and Honorable President, we hear that more than 205 nationalities live here in this city. And all of them get those opportunities to create a brighter future for them and the brighter future for the world and this country as well. And all that has been possible under the really dynamic leadership, something which can give you, it is absolutely beyond words, the kind of dynamism, the kind of passion, the kind of dream we see in the leadership of Dubai, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. His leadership, his vision is imprinted in each and everything we see in this beautiful city. The kind of logistics hub has been created, the kind of economic zones has been created, the kind of infrastructure has been created, the way this city has transformed into something which is not participating just in global economy, but defining the global economy, shaping the global economy. And that city and this country of UAE has been having one of the most cherished relationship with our country, India. We have seen that India has become one of the biggest trade partner for this. I was sharing some of the figures yesterday in my opening remark. Nearly 84 billion US dollar business happened in the last financial year. I mentioned about a one economic zone or a one free zone, which is Jafja, which is part of DP World and part of Jebel Ali Port here, having being home for more than 2,300 companies from India. The great and some of the remarkable initiatives like Bharat Mart, something where the Indian products, Indian artisans, Indian crafts can be shown to the world from a unique initiative of Bharat Mart. So Away India is being created in this very country, and I thank and my gratitude to the leadership of UAE here and His Excellency Under Secretary, sir, he's being here. And this is all underlines the very ethos, the very collaboration which has been built over the period. I would like to quickly talk about what supply chain management is. Most of you are supply chain management professionals. You run your businesses, and many of you are also here who have created policy. I look at supply chain in a very different way. Supply chain for me is humanity's silent hero. Supply chain management is no longer a back-end function. It is the nervous system of modern civilization. It touches, nurtures, and protects life. We have seen in the COVID-19 how life was threatened by an unprecedented pandemic, and how we as a humanity, we as nations, we as a global community rose and built that resistance, protected the humanity against COVID-19. And all that could happen only because of the kind of supply chain management. Despite the challenges, we could rebuild. Supply chain is something which delivers food to our plates, medicine to our homes, and progress to our communities. It determines how quickly a society recovers from crisis and how prepared it is for the next one. In India, I share, and I'm proud to share the experience of India, how we administered more than 2 billion vaccine doses. And we did not only administer, we manufactured most of that. And we delivered, we administered to the people through trucks, to trains, to motorcycles, to drones, to ponies, to the interior most places of India, from hills to islands. Everywhere we got world's biggest vaccination drive, and it could not happen without that resilient, that effective supply chain which many of you have contributed to build there. So with this, I would just like to touch upon that what Logistics Shakti as an institution intend to do and what we are doing in India. We align to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narayan Modi's vision of developed India by 2047, and to achieve that goal. And we don't call it dream, it's a goal, and we will achieve it, and we will achieve it before that. If I was hearing that the SEPA agreement between India and UAE, if it can achieve what it was aiming to achieve in 10 years and 3 years, we will reach to developed India goal by not far or more than by 2030, hopefully. So for us, it's not a dream, it's a goal. And we are all working towards that. And we see a wonderful leadership when they drive, when they lead this nation of 1.4 billion people. Some of the major initiatives like the PM Gati Shakti program, many of you are the beneficiary of that, many of you are the contributors of that, is something which is in the core of what we do in Logistics Shakti. We are bridging those bridges between the industry and government, with the industry and industry, so that we can get a more exciting, more collaborative participation for all of you, the industry, the movers and shakers of the logistic industry, to be part of this global mission. And that's where we extended this footprint, and here we are hosting our second major program, which focuses on another major initiative which came out from the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, the visionary leadership of UAE, the Saudi Arabia, European Union. This is called India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. This corridor is not just going to be a freight, corridor. It is something which is destined, which is promising to be the corridor of shared prosperity, the corridor of sustainable humanity, the corridor of prosperous humanity. So with this, I would like to again thank all of you for being with us today. Our honorable former president, I will not take much time. We need to hear a lot from him. His, blessings are more important here today. So thank you so much for being with us, and looking forward to a great day today and the participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal. I would like to introduce Mr. Amit Shankhdhar, Director, Logistics Shakti. His entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to fostering innovation in the logistics sector have made him a notable figure in the industry. I request him to come to the mic and give us the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Mr. Amit Shankhdhar.
Thank you, Anisha. Good morning once again. Mahamahim, former President, sir, thank you very much for giving this blessing us and time for us. Honorable former MOS, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, thank you, madam. And His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Saleh, Undersecretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's my pride and privilege to welcome you all on behalf of entire logistics and supply chain fraternity in the first edition of SCM Middle East Conclave and the award. We had a wonderful session yesterday. My gratitude to all of you who has made this possible, all the speakers who has relentlessly given a very thoughtful insights. We shall be working upon this. Logistics and SCM is a very, very integral part of our life. And very essence of logistics Shakti is visualized on thought of our ancient ages of India. Historically, जो हमारे पूर्वजों ने हमें सिखाया, वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम. The whole world is a one village, and we all are global citizen in today's context. As our Prime Minister, our leader, talk about one earth, one sun, we would like to contribute to that. One earth, one sun, and one village as a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and how logistics and SCM can be in the same spirit. So with this, we shall be seeking further blessing and support and wisdom of yours to make human life more meaningful and easy through our logistics. Thank you very much.
I would like to introduce Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. A two-time Member of Parliament, she has played a pivotal role in advancing India's foreign relations and cultural heritage, emphasizing inclusivity, gender equality, and celebration of India's rich history. She's a noted lawyer in the Supreme Court of India. She writes Forthright, a column in The Week magazine. I would request Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India, to please give the guest of honor address. Please give a huge round of applause to Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, Excellency, our former President of India, Shri Nath Kovind, Excellency Shri Abdullah Muhammad Al Saleh ji, Kamal ji, Amit ji, Prem Prakash ji, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. I must say, before we start with the formal program, sir, with your permission, may I get everyone to stand for 2 minutes and observe the silence, because a lot new people have joined in today, especially in view of the fact that how India suffered due to the terrorist attack just day before yesterday. And in your presence, if we observe the silence, we are showcasing the solidarity of the world, which is not in favor of terrorist attacks, and also in favor of cooperation and working together to maintain peaceful contacts with civilizations. Do I have the permission, sir? Om Shanti Shanti Om. Please. Let peace be upon all of us. With this solemn note, we start the beginning of today's program. I can ask the organizers to bring the slide of the IMAC corridor. So if that slide can be at the back, I'll be happy to do that. Could you please put the slide on, the IMAC corridor slide? So if we look at the world today, we know that there are two forces which are at work. One is the peaceful world, which is trying to cooperate, work together for strategic contacts and for well-being of all. And there is a destructive force which wants to disrupt nations, disrupt businesses, disrupt supply chain. And the two are competing for their respective interests. Because some people are in the business of making wars, other people are in the business of using peace for the sake of prosperity. And that competition can be seen all over. If we look at the world today, we also see that how, especially between UAE and India, we've had civilizational contacts. And I say, not only from my lifetime or your lifetime, but from the lifetime of our ancestors, few thousand years ago and more than a millennial ago. And from that time, we have worked together. And most of the civilizational value which India was innovating, through Arab world, it was traveling to the Western world. That is how the initial civilizational value system was coordinated at that time. If we look at the IMAC corridor today, which is what SCM is all about, that how logistic chain management can help us connect better, and how contacts and connections are important. Now it starts from India, comes up to UAE, and from here it goes via Saudi to the Western world. And according to me, the way world has changed today, US is very interested in promoting the physical and also the business contacts through Israel. And because it has those interests, this corridor will become successful because we have another power which is working with us at the back end to make this happen and to make this possible. So through this contact, I normally say the political map of the world has changed. So many new countries have come, so many new nations are formed, dismantled, brought in together. But the physical map has not changed. The seas, the mountains, the outer boundaries remain the same. And it is those boundaries which have connected the humanity over millennial plus years, as long as we know or understand civilization. This contact is important, and many a times it has been propagated that this is versus the Suez Canal route, or this is versus the INSTC, etc., etc. My only answer to those naysayers is that this is not versus anybody. This is in addition to those routes. So we are not in competition with anyone. We are providing another route. And another route is as important as whenever we look at the connection of a city or a state, there's not one highway. There are multiple highways which are converging. So this is a new highway which together we want to bring it to the world because of 3-4 reasons. So I'll say, okay, let's look at what happened recently. So what happened recently is COVID-19 is the first thing which comes to my mind. So COVID-19 actually challenged how we have lived life, how supply chains got disrupted, and how each one fell short of achieving our respective targets in terms of business, in terms of facilities, in terms of connections. So COVID-19 was the first challenge which brought our supply chains to a standstill. The second challenge was in the Suez Canal. We had a ship which had its nose dived, and there was a blockade for a few months, and everything came to standstill. Then we've had wars, both in the Middle East and also in Europe. Now, all this, if you see, all this has resulted in breakdown of or disruption of supply chains. Now, if there is a disruption of supply chains, even the ones who are innocent people, those who are not involved with any of these things, get equally impacted by what is happening around us. And thus, alternate routes need to be provided. You know, in a hotel building, at home, in a big building, there is, of course, a lift which takes you to the floor, whichever floor you want. But you always make an escape route also. You make a fire escape route that in case of fire, we are going to use this route. So this is an alternative which is very important, which can become a main route or which can become an escape route in times of need. And that times of need could be when a particular road is overburdened. The Suez Canal road is overburdened. That highway is overburdened because from world across, all the traffic is going to that route. And because all the traffic is going to that route, the time taken is far more. Why was Suez Canal made in the first place? Suez Canal was made in the first place because getting around the Bay of Cambay was becoming difficult. The ships were sinking and we were going through problems. So Suez Canal was made to make the travel faster. And I think IMAC has the same purpose, that now the traffic is getting blocked at Suez Canal. We need to make the traffic faster. And we need to give alternative mechanisms for people to stay connected. Why connection is important? Not just economy, not because of trade alone, but people-to-people connection is so important that it can give a boost to both economy, prosperity, and secure borders. Borders are not just land borders, but borders are also sea borders, water borders. And as Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, said in his earlier speeches and times, when he said, the seas need to be free so that oceans can be open, where people can connect with each other and rule of law prevails. Because under the legal connections only we can interact with each other. On my part, I can say that both at the government level, at the business level, India and UAE are working very closely. And if we go back to the route, we see that Eastern Corridor, which is up to India, UAE, and Saudi, is the first length. If this first length gets completed, we will showcase to the world how integration can happen. And this integration, because our systems came up at different times when the systems came up, we had different challenges. And thus, interaction, and I call it the software. The one is the hardware, of course. You need ports, you need channels, you need cranes, you need systems, you need logistics management. All that is the hardware. But the bigger job is to set in the right software. And that software is what kind of documentation, what kind of legal methods we are going to work together with. And that is what people like me are very interested in working, because we feel if we can give a smooth sailing to this corridor, we will produce a map for world to follow, a protocol for world to follow, a method of operating systems without any impediments is what we need to follow. So this is the place where already a lot of business is getting done without IMAC. Today we don't have IMAC, but between Dubai and India, business is happening. Between India and Saudi, business is happening. But IMAC is going to provide a smooth sailing and faster route to connect. And that faster route is going to give efficient system without breaches, without breaks, so that businesses get benefited. And if we can save on about, say, 60% or 40 to 60% of the cost, we can save about 40 to 60% of the time, we would have given a model to the world with which not just UAE or Saudi or India is going to benefit, but rest of the world will get benefited, because this route can further go up to Europe, Israel, and other regions. And from this route, which I call multimodal transport system, it is not just a sea route. It is a sea route, it is a land route, it is a road transport, it is interlinkages where you have interconnection with the inland waterways. So all this integration of inland waterways, road transport, sea transport, railways is going to make the system very efficient, and saving on time and money is the way forward, so that we all connect in a cooperative way and also provide security to the region. And that security is so important that when we want economy to flourish, security is directly interlinked with the economy. You cannot have good economy without the security, internal and external. And without security, both internal and external, you cannot have economy. So there is a complete interdependence. It's who comes first, the hen or the egg. And both need to be in a circular motion so that the hen and the egg keep coming, and all of us keep reaping the benefits. And I say, people in this hall are the people who believe in peace and prosperity, fair competition, giving methods a fair way forward, rather than engage in terrorism, breaching peace, causing disruption is not the way forward. We are all believers and exercisers of peace and prosperity, but to protect peace and prosperity, whatever actions governments need to take care of, they will take care of. With these words, I will thank everyone who's chosen to be present this morning, and especially Sir, Excellency Shri Nath Kovind, the former President of India, who has chosen to be the chair for today's function and the chief guest. I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah Saleh, who's also chosen to be with us, and my co-friends and co-Bhartiyas who are all present here, away from home, but are very much part of the success story. Let's all bring peace and prosperity to the world and stand together in solidarity to oppose any acts of violence which cause harm to the rightful causes. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, India is a beacon of peace and non-violence for the entire world. It is my honor to introduce our guest of honor, His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under-Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates. He has 32 years of experience in federal government. He served at the UAE Embassy in Washington, D.C., and the UAE Embassy in Paris. Passionate about gender equality and technology, he is the board member of the UAE Gender Balance Council, the UAE Artificial Intelligence and Blockchain Council, and the member of the UAE Digital Economy Council. He is also the vice chairman of the Board of Trustees of the National Fund for Corporate Social Responsibility and the chairman of the Competition Committee. I would request His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under-Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates, to give the guest of honor address. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Honorable Shri Nath, former President of India, Excellency Meenakshi, Lekhi, former State Minister for External Affairs, Government of India, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to address you on the second day of SCM Middle East Conclave and Awards 2025, a key platform highlighting the immense potential of the proposed India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, or IMESC. I thank the organizer for inviting me to be with you here, and I would like also to welcome distinguished and honored guests who are coming especially from India to participate in this event. We are currently traversing a period of profound transformation in the global economy, where trade wars, shifting alliances, technological disruption, and evolving consumer demands are defining the rules of engagement. Against this backdrop, the centrality of trade to the global economy and the importance of modernizing supply chains to meet the challenges in the years ahead cannot be overstated. Ladies and gentlemen, amid an uncertain global economic climate, the UAE remains an open, ambitious, dynamic economy that is reaching out to the world to accelerate trade and therefore drive economic development. In 2024, UAE non-oil foreign trade reached an all-time high of $815 billion, growing by 14.6% compared to that of 2023. On the global scale, in 2024, the UAE ranked globally 8th in goods exports and 11th in goods imports, according to WTO World Trade Report 2025. Our country's trade success is to be seen as a proof of concept, driven by tech-enabled supply chains and a strategic location that position the UAE as a tech-savvy strategic location that position the UAE, that position the UAE as a tech-savvy trade hub-driven global standards, blending geographic advantage with innovation. Besides, the UAE recognizes that trade is undergoing a complete transformation, driven by new technologies, automation, and digital innovation. Hence, the UAE uses technology as a catalyst for enhancing supply chains accessibility, reliability, efficiency, and sustainability. Within this conception, the UAE's Trade Tech initiative launched with the World Economic Forum has identified 14 high-potential ventures pioneering AI-driven logistics, blockchain-powered trade finance, and digital supply chain optimization, all through the Trade Tech Accelerator launched February 2025. We also recognize AI's role in predictive analytics for supply chain management and its potential to streamline supply chains from customs automation to logistics optimization. Similarly, we are leveraging blockchain's capabilities in facilitating secure, transparent payments across supply chains, reducing fraud and delays in cross-border trade. In terms of economic impact, it is projected that billions could be saved through e-billing and digital lending, reducing inefficiencies and inaccessibilities in traditional system. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to sustainability and supply chains, the UAE and India must work in unison to envision greener, smarter supply chains and expend all their efforts to adopt them. Both our countries have advocated in numerous international instances for green supply chains by using technology to reduce carbon footprints, aligning with their climate goals. From accelerating the e-billing and the use of electronic vehicles and transportation powered by alternative fuel sources to improving the efficiency of logistics and point-of-entry processes through automation, green supply chains have a substantial role to play in the climate change equation. Both the UAE and India should frame digital trade as a way to lower barriers for startups and smaller operators, thus promoting inclusivity. In the UAE, through the Trade Tech Accelerator, the startup ecosystem is being enhanced by nurturing startups that innovate in logistics, customs, and trade finance, boosting supply chain agility. Ladies and gentlemen, the India Middle East Europe corridor announced at the G20 summit in September 2023 is a transformative infrastructure and a trade initiative connecting India, the UAE, and other regional countries to Europe via a network of ports, railways, and shipping routes. The UAE has always been a vocal proponent of its potential to reshape the world supply chains and has emphasized its role in diversifying trade routes amid disruptions like Russian-Ukraine conflict and Red Sea tensions. The Intergovernmental Framework Agreement of February 2024 under IMEC is an important bilateral pact between UAE and India, focusing on operationalizing the corridor through cooperation in ports, maritime logistics, and joint investments. Early steps such as port harmonization with a 100-day deadline indicate practical progress. In terms of global supply chain impacts, according to some sound projections, IMEC could handle more than 150 billion US dollar in annual trade by 2023. Shorter routes and the UAE's logistics expertise, such as DP World, could cut shipping costs by 20 to 30% per industry estimates. Cost savings could reach 5 to 10 billion US dollar annually in logistics costs, boosting supply chain margin by 5 to 10%. CO2 emissions in supply chain could also be reduced by 5 to 10% via shorter routes and green tech. In sum, the IME corridor positions the UAE as an important node in global supply chains, enhancing speed, reliability, and sustainability. The comprehensive economic partnership agreement signed by the UAE and India is a landmark trade agreement aimed at boosting bilateral trade to 100 billion US dollar by 2030. And last year we reached a trade figure between UAE and India estimated more than 65 billion US dollar, with an increase of 13.5% from a year of 2023. There is no doubt about its role in modernizing supply chains, aligning with the broader UAE vision of tech-enabled exclusive trade. CEPA eliminates the reduces tariffs over 80% of UAE exports to India and 97% of Indian exports to the UAE, streamlining supply chain costs. By 2027, as tariffs hit zero for 90% plus goods, logistics costs could drop further. Regarding customs efficiency, simplified procedures such as invoice-based original declarations and commitments to authorized economic operator, this mutual recognition cut clearance times, enhancing supply chain. The UAE's Jebel Ali port and India's Mundra port see dwell times drops from 4 to 5 days to 2 to 3 days for CEPA goods. By 2025, full authorized economic operator implementation could save 20 to 30% of cross-border transit times per PwC estimates, enhancing just-in-time supply chains. Also, a dedicated chapter within the CEPA on digital trade promotes paperless process with tools like blockchain for provenance tracking and encourages AI adoption for logistics and customs automation, directly benefiting supply chain transparency. In terms of sustainability, CEPA's efficiency CEPA efficiency gains such as e-billing and reduced transit times and reduced shipping times for goods directly support greener supply chain. In terms of inclusivity, by lowering trade barriers, CEPA enables SMEs in both nations to join global supply chains. By 2025, SME trade could rise 25 to 30%, integrating 50,000 plus small firms into SEPA supply chains, per the UAE-India SEPA Council. In conclusion, SEPA is a blueprint for modern supply chains. Through it, we are not just trading goods, but building a smarter, more inclusive supply chain ecosystem with India, setting the stage for broader global impact through IME corridor. I wish you all a productive participation in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm sure the enduring friendship between India and the UAE will grow with the IMEC. I'm sure all of you know our beloved 14th President of India, Shri Nath Kovind ji. It is my honor and privilege to introduce him. Shri Nath Kovind ji's 5-year tenure as President of India would be remembered for his quiet determination, his fairness, and his relentless pursuit of justice. Who would think that a boy born in pre-independent India in a small village of Paronk in Kanpur district of Uttar Pradesh would rise to hold the highest constitutional post in a country of 1.4 billion people? Hailing from a Dalit family, his childhood experiences instilled in him a spirit of resilience, hard work, perseverance, and high regard for education. He obtained a law degree from Kanpur University and dedicated himself to law and public service. During his career as a lawyer practicing in Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, he championed the rights of marginalized communities in step with his deeply held belief in fairness and social justice. He served 2 terms as Rajya Sabha member and was appointed the Governor of Bihar in 2015. As President of India, he has paid state visits to 33 countries, leaving a legacy of upholding constitutional values and pursuit of justice over caste and circumstance. A principled, humble, resolute, and compassionate leader, he continues to inspire millions, proving that with integrity and determination, no dream is too distant. I would humbly invite Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India, to please address the audience. Please give a huge round of applause.
His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates. Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Kamal Narayan, Director, Logistics Shakti. Mr. Amit Shankhdhar, Director, Logistics Shakti. Mr. Prem Prakash, Director, Logistics Shakti. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Salam Alaikum. It's a moment of immense pleasure for me to be amongst you all at the SCM Middle East Conclave 2025 being organized in the vibrant and dynamic city of Dubai. I am told that this year the conclave will focus on pioneering India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which will foster global collaborations and bring economic development to the regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly feel that economic development is of prime importance for bringing positive changes in the life of our people. We live in an increasingly interconnected world. Our food, clothes, technology, medicines, and even the jobs we do are linked in some way to other countries. Whether we realize it or not, our daily lives are shaped by global economic relations. In fact, these relationships are vital for every nation. When countries trade with each other, they grow faster. A nation may have surplus agricultural produce but need machinery. Another may have oil but need software. By exchanging what they have for what they need, countries create mutual prosperity, quite like a mutually beneficial symbolic relationship. If we talk about India, we import oil from the Middle East, electronics from East Asia, and exports pharmaceuticals, textiles, and IT services around the world. This creates millions of jobs and business opportunities for Indians. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic connection between India and the Middle East is not new. It is deeply rooted in the history. Long before modern borders and trade agreements, the Arabian Sea was a vibrant corridor of commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, in the present century, or we can say in the present context, economic relations between India and the Middle East have evolved dramatically, underpinned by mutual strategic interests and economic complementaries. The India-Middle East economic relationship is not just a relic of the past, it is a vibrant, forward-looking partnership. Taking this forward, I am glad that your initiative will further foster such vibrant and deep-rooted relationships. I am happy that the Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, even introduced it prominently at the G20 summit in 2023 held in India. The India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor is poised to transform trade dynamics. It includes rail links, digital cables, and energy pipelines connecting India, the Middle East, and Europe. To strengthen this relationship further, our Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia yesterday. My dear friends, I would like to reiterate the resilience and vibrant spirit which India as a country has unleashed since many centuries. If today the world is looking at India with a sense of appreciation, it just shows that India as a country has moved in the right direction. India as a country is well on the path to outshine all others and emerge as a winner. And it is not surprising. After all, once a land of ancient civilizations, India gave the world the concept of zero, yoga, Ayurveda, and deep philosophies of life and harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, India has risen not in arrogance, but in aspiration. India is no longer just a developing nation, it is a global growth engine. From a country once dependent on food aid, we are now an exporter of food grains. From importing everything, we are now leaders in pharmaceuticals, space technology, and information technology. Indian companies and startups are making global headlines. Our digital economy is booming with over 100 unicorns. The world watches us as India builds smart cities, bullet trains, and digital highways. Initiatives like Make in India, Digital India, and Startup India are empowering youth and creating jobs. We are not just rising in numbers, we are rising in innovation, entrepreneurship, and self-reliance. Ladies and gentlemen, we all remember the moment when Chandrayaan-3 successfully landed on the moon's south pole, which was a first for entire humanity. The moment is etched in our hearts as the world applauded India for achieving it at a function of the cost compared to others. ISRO is now among the top space agencies in the world. Our young scientists, coders, and tech leaders, many of them first-generation learners, are showing that India doesn't just dream big, it delivers. Ladies and gentlemen, India is rising not just economically and technologically, but diplomatically also. India is now a confident voice on global platforms, whether it is the United Nations, the G20, or forums on climate change, healthcare, and peace. India's leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially for supplying vaccines to over 100 countries, earned it the title, the pharmacy of the world. Our foreign policy today reflects balance, maturity, and strategic independence. We are friends with the West, with the East, and with the global South. India is not choosing sides. It is choosing peace, progress, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the Indian community whose unwavering efforts have also played a stellar contribution in forging strong bonds between us. I see this initiative as an opportunity that brings together nations from vastly different backgrounds to pursue common prosperity. It promises to connect not just goods, but ideas, not just countries, but people, and not just economies, but shared futures. Let us shape our destinies together and make this world a better place for each one of us, for all of us, as we are one family living by the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Friends, as our former foreign minister, Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi, has already expressed her condemnation and condolences also. I join with her, and I also express my strong condemnation for the barbaric terrorist attacks on Indian borders. I also express my heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. I am confident that this conclave will stand as a shining example of how infrastructure, innovation, and international cooperation can come together to shape a better world. Let us hope that the vision is realized for the benefit of India, the Middle East, Europe, and indeed the entire global community. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I'm sure the industry is now revved up to drive the economic cooperation between both countries to make this corridor a reality soon. We are very grateful to our dignitaries for taking the time to come here and share their insights with the audience. I would request Kamal Narayan Omar to please present a memento to the Honorable Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Abdullah Ajmal, CEO Ajmal Group, and Bu Abdullah, Chairman Bu Abdullah Group, to please present a small token of appreciation to the Honorable Nath Kovind ji.
So everyone has heard about Ajmal perfumes, and I think all of us use it some way or the other, and all of us are fan of it. Mr. Abdullah Ajmal has presented some, I think, the finest and the most exotic range of perfumes to our honorable former president. Thank you so much, Mr. Ajmal.
I would now request Amit Shankhdhar to please present a memento to His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates. Would request you to present a gift to His Excellency as well. I would request Mr. Prem Prakash to present a memento and gift to Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi. Thank you. I would request everyone to please rise for the national anthems of the UAE and India.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
We want to thank our dignitaries for coming here, for sharing with us their deep insights on how this enduring friendship between India and the UAE will be cemented further. Please give them a huge round of applause. We thank them in all earnest for coming here and gracing us with their presence. I request everybody to please remain seated. Please do not crowd in the aisles. Please leave the aisles free for our dignitaries to come off the stage. I request everybody to please remain seated. I request everybody to please clear the aisles. Please take your seats. Please give a huge round of applause to our dignitaries, the Honorable Shri Nath Kovind ji, the 14th President of India, His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Al Saleh, Under Secretary, Ministry of Economy, United Arab Emirates, and Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, the former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. Please give them a round of applause. We thank them for their presence here. We will move ahead with our program, and now we have a special address by Mr. Rabouf Ali, Group Executive Director and Board Member, Economic Group Holdings. Mr. Ali is the Group Executive Director and Board Member of the Economic Group Holdings, EGH, a diversified UAE-based conglomerate with operations spanning logistics, hospitality, technology, and facility management. Under his leadership, EGS has expanded its portfolio across the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Rabouf Ali on stage.
As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMEC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics. As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents
I request all of you to please settle down. Next, we have a keynote session, and I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Siddharth Balachandran, CEO, Buimark Corporation and Hon'ble Chairman, IBPC Dubai. With a focus on enhancing India-UAE business ties, he leads initiatives to foster trade and investment. A philanthropist, he is committed to supporting education and community welfare in both nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Siddharth Balachandran.
Thank you. Friends who are assembled here today, business leaders, organizers, and brothers and sisters of this great emirate of Dubai and the UAE at large, a very, very good morning to all of you. You know, life per se, I believe, is a flow of experiences. You merely flit from one experience to the next. And what's most important in this journey is what you take away from each experience. You could probably compare it to a journey. a highway with milestones. The importance of these milestones cannot be understated. The reason being, it gives you a chance to reflect, to introspect, and maybe in some cases, retrospect. And it gives you that beautiful clarity in planning your journey forward. And I've had experiences and I've had opportunities to do this reflection myself, and I've had a revelation. In fact, a few revelations, but I will elucidate on two of those revelations that I've had. The first one is, I've had a revelation about mediocrity. And the realization that I've had is that mediocrity per se is temporary, of course, all of us know that. But it's also in your hands as to how temporary or permanent you make it. It's entirely up to you. Now, once you realize that you are going through that temporary phase of underachieving, overworking, which people call mediocrity, the only way you can get past that, I believe, is to notionally just reach inside your very being and just yank it out. Just dispel it from your presence. Easier said than done, but that's the only way to do this. The second revelation I've had is that your intensity of initiative should be tempered with clarity of purpose. Whatever initiative that you undertake, whatever thought that you have that you want to execute, I think the first question that you should ask yourself is why? What is that singular intention that is behind this initiative or thought that you would like to execute, that you would like to see to fruition? And once you have that clarity, let me tell you, everything else falls into place. It's a beautiful state to be in. I've experienced it myself, hence the statement. Now, both of these revelations, these realizations that I've had, nowhere do you see this manifest more than in that pinnacle of relations that is seen in the two great nations of UAE and India. You know, UAE, the United Arab Emirates, has always believed in itself. So has India. Both of these nations have believed in themselves and believed in their purpose in the larger context seamlessly. But you know what has changed now? I believe what has changed now is these two great nations, these two great institutions have joined together and formed one amalgamated institution. They think as one. It used to be a friendship. It has evolved into a very intimate brotherhood. This is the difference. I had the good fortune of spending a few minutes with the Honorable Minister of State earlier in the Majlis, and I remember what she just said. She said, everything is happening so fast. Ma'am, I think that the reason for the speed is this amalgamation of thoughts and mindsets and the singular nature of the goal of this highway that I had earlier mentioned. It's a very intangible and profound term, excellence. Very simple, but profound. That is the end goal of this amalgamated entity that the UAE and India has become. We think as one. And we also know that it is imperative that we succeed, because we are a force for good in this world. As was mentioned many, many times through the course of this morning, there has been destruction, there has been chaos due to various differences in ideologies, misplaced ideology, I would say. But the UAE and India symbolize one grand ideology. It is that they run with peace. They operate through tolerance. All these ideologies are imperative if we have to reach that sustained excellence goal that is the intangible end result or the end destination of this highway called life. I recently had the opportunity to accompany the Crown Prince, the Dubai Crown Prince, on his visit, on his official visit to India. And let me tell you, it was fascinating to see the kind of mutual respect that both the countries had for each other. The adage is no longer give mutual respect. It is give respect, but earn the other's respect. It has evolved into this singular ideology. The kind of love that the Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, displayed when he interacted with the Crown Prince of Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, was so heartening, so fascinating to see, because it symbolized the two nations. And this, in the 3 days that they were there, the many facets of this relationship were brought to fore. The first, of course, the strategic nature, where the visit to Delhi, it symbolized this. It culminated with the Crown Prince of Dubai sounding the iconic and symbolic bell at the historic Bombay Stock Exchange. It sort of made everything concrete, in that the relationship between UAE and India is not merely economic. It has transcended every facet of bilateral relationships. And as I mentioned before, it has become a very intimate brotherhood. A brotherhood that is not only important for this region, but for the world. Before I conclude, I would like to invoke the higher power. God bless UAE, God bless India, God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your address. I'm sure the industry is very revved up and inspired to grow the relationship that we have with the UAE, with their partners here, because it's very dear. I would request Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, Member Organizing Committee, to please come up on stage and present Mr. Siddharth Balachandran with a memento. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. Coming up next, we have a very interesting panel discussion.
And we are very grateful to our dignitaries who have taken the time to come here to talk about this very important topic, pioneering connectivity, unlocking the potential of the IME corridor. Now, I will just request a little patience, 2 minutes of your time. We will set up the stage for this discussion to come through.
As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMEC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics.
I request all of you to please settle down. We will now move ahead with a very interesting discussion on pioneering connectivity, unlocking the potential of the IME corridor, exploring the India-Middle East-Europe corridor and its potential to redefine global trade and logistics. The India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor is a proposed multinational infrastructure and connectivity initiative. It was announced during the G20 summit in New Delhi in September 2023. It is aimed at enhancing trade, transport, and digital links between India, the Middle East, and Europe. The IMEC has the potential to be a win-win for all partners. India will have alternative trade route to Europe beyond the Suez Canal. Gulf nations will be able to diversify beyond oil and emerge as global logistics hubs. And this will improve Europe's supply chain resilience. Will the large infrastructure investment and coordination requirement be met? Will harmonization of the complex cross-border regulatory compliances happen smoothly? Will the IMEC become the most transformative trade corridor of the 21st century? These are some of the questions we'll be taking up in this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Lakshmanan R., Senior Partner, MCA. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. A seasoned consultant and thought leader in business transformation, Mr. Lakshmanan empowers companies with actionable insights and agile execution. Please welcome our esteemed speakers for this session. Please welcome on stage His Excellency, Mr. Fred W. Aziz, Principal Commercial Officer, U.S. Consulate in Dubai. Please give a round of applause and welcome His Excellency, Mr. Fred W. Aziz on stage. Please welcome His Excellency, Her Excellency, Ms. Dana Filber, Deputy Consulate General, State of Israel in Dubai, UAE. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Seko Cherifke Kamara, Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Guinea to the UAE. Thank you all for coming here, and we look forward to your insights on how nations will work together to make the IMEC a big success. I will hand it over to Mr. Lakshmanan to steer this discussion.
Good afternoon. Salam alaikum. It gives me immense pleasure to moderate this session with His Her Excellencies Trade Consuls, especially this conference of supply chain management relevant with the IMEC corridor. I know we have lost quite a bit of time in the morning session, but I would like to catch up. And with the background of the IMEC corridor, my first question would be to His Excellency Fred Aziz, Principal Commercial Attaché from US. In the last couple of weeks, there has been significant changes in the market in terms of reciprocal tariffs, and obviously that has impacted supply chain. We are living in uncertain times, I think, from COVID 2019 when the supply chain got broken. USA is now looking at reshoring some of its manufacturing back into USA. People are talking of nearshoring, neighboring countries, friendly countries, nearshoring. There's obviously a lot happening of Make America Great Again. In this context, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the current trends, what is happening, and when do you expect some of these discussions between countries on the trade tariffs to finish, and perhaps some stability would be there in the markets?
First off, thank you very much for hosting us. Thank you to both of you for participating in the panel, and of course to all the excellencies who preceded us in the program. My role here as the commercial consul is to improve and advance the U.S. trade and investment relationship with the UAE. and indeed all those doing business with the UAE. So in that spirit, the friendship between UAE and India is very welcome, as is the work on the corridor, the Europe-India corridor, which very much involves the Middle East, which is a big positive for everyone. We've seen in recent history how blockages or delays in parts of the world, Suez Canal, for example, can have a global effect, not just a regional effect. And that's felt by US companies and suppliers as well. So anything which improves the efficiencies, which improves trade routes is most welcome. US is a strong partner to both UAE and India, as we've seen by head of state visits recently. So these are ongoing and will not change, regardless of talks here or there about various trade and economic issues, which are always ongoing. They're always evolving in any administration. For our part, we want to provide a tool, for a positive tool to companies based in India, based in the UAE, based in Israel, based in Mali, based in anywhere that may be part of the trade ecosystem and the supply chain ecosystem, by encouraging them to have a presence in the United States. We have our program, the Select USA program, which I'm happy to go into more detail about. I won't at this moment, but if you selectusa.gov, if you're interested, which helps companies have an idea about how to have a presence. Whether it's US companies reshoring, as you say, or friendly companies friendshoring, or friendly countries like the UAE and India seeking investments in the US, the end result is the same, which is a growth in productivity for both countries and both places. Yes, some things will change over the next several weeks and months. I'm confident they're all going to end in a good place for all those involved, and that this the current headlines will move on to other things, and the business and trade will continue to grow as it has over the last several years.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My next question would be to Her Excellency Dana Filber, Deputy Consul General, Israel. I2U2 is an initiative of Israel, India, UAE, and United States, the 4 countries coming together. There has been considerable discussions on those fronts, and quite a bit is happening, I'm aware of. In addition to that, Israel has signed a SEPA agreement with the UAE, and trade relations is growing. Your Excellency, you may want to comment on this. What is the current position and how the trade is flourishing?
Hello, thank you for having me. Before I'll start, I want to offer my condolences for the people of India for the horrible terror attack. Terror has no boundaries or borders, and the fight against it is a global one. So we are with you in your difficult time. Regarding the question, so the I2U2 is a very important framework for us. I think that the most initiative part of the I2U2 is that it sets for the business-to-business level. Now it's up to the government to put the infrastructure, but the end part of it is for the business to do their thing and for the government to not be in their way. We think it's a very crucial framework and an important one. I think that in the past year and a half, we saw a slowdown in the framework. I do believe that with the new administration of President Trump, I do recognize, and my colleague here could comment on that, we feel a push to go ahead with the I2U2 and to go back to the discussion table. Also, we'll discuss the IMEC later, but we see the I2U2 and the IMEC combining together When it comes to the CEPA agreement and the trade numbers between Israel and the UAE, so actually in 2024, the trade numbers, bilateral trade, was $3.248, I think, which is actually an increase of 10% since 2023, and that's in a year that Israel had one of its most challenging years, and we still saw a progress in the bilateral trade. So I think that basically the numbers tell us all that we need to know.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My next question is to His Excellency Siko Sharif, Kamal, Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Guinea. I am aware that Guinea is also in the process of doing a CEPA with UAE, and particularly your country, Excellency, you have a lot of bauxite exports. You have recently, I think, Simandu projects, which has got, high-grade iron ore reserves, probably about 2.8 billion tons of reserves you have. And I think you are also doing a good number of linkages in terms of the transportation, from providing 650 kilometers of rail linkages to further bolster these projects. Could you please share your views on this?
Well, first of all, namaste, assalamu alaikum, bonjour à tous. I would like, first of all, to thank you for hosting us here today. But also I will like to take the opportunity to present my condolences for the terror attack that happened. Let me introduce a bit about Simandu 2040, which is a mega project for Guinea, but also for the region of West Africa, but also to the world. The Simandu project, within estimated for 2.8 billion tons of high-grade reserve, is more than a mining initiative. It represents a bold long-term vision for Guinea economy transformation. It brings together infrastructure, industrial policy, regional partnership, and sustainable development into cohesive strategy. Through Simandu, we are building a fully integrated logistic corridor from railway crossing the interior to deep water ports on the coasts in Atlantic, capable of serving both national, export, and regional trade. The corridor will include 650-kilometer Trans-Guinean railway and state-of-art deep water port designed to handle over 3,000 vessels annually, directly linking Guinea southern mining zone to the Atlantic. The mining component itself is substantial, targeting 160 million tons of high-grade iron ore annually, making it globally competitive source for steel makers seeking efficiency and reduced carbon intensity. What makes the vision inspiring for Africa and Middle East is the inclusivity and the foresight. It addresses the entire value chain, from extraction to processing, from transportation to port access. The lesson here is that Africa can lead with strategic, multi-decade planning that doesn't just respond to today's needs, but anticipate tomorrow's opportunities, especially in positioning Africa as logical. Positioning as Africa as a logistical bridge between continents.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My next question is to His Excellency Fred Aziz. UAE and India, USA and India, the bilateral trade is growing. Particularly the trade with India for USA is at about $129 billion or so for the year 2024. And there has been increasingly meetings, bilateral meetings for a number of reasons with the respective governments. Very recently, the Vice President of USA was in India, and significantly number of discussions were held to improve the trade relations. Would you like to share some thoughts on that? What is the current status?
Sure. Keeping in mind, I'm posted to the UAE, so I'm not subject to the everyday discussions as my colleagues in the U.S. Embassy in Delhi would be. So, but I mean, there's no secret here. India is rapidly growing. It is a huge opportunity that is growing, growing at an excellent pace. American companies not only know that, but they're heavily engaged. We have been, we talk about trade in goods, but America and India have been engaged in trade and services for decades now, to the benefit of both countries. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Still, we see increased cooperation, the status which India shares with the UAE as a top defense partner, strategic defense partner of the US, opens up doors for co-production of defense items. These are still in early days yet in terms of investment and growth. So, and as you mentioned, the visit, Prime Minister Modi was one of the first visitors with the new administration in February, and the Vice President being there in the last 2 days or so in India. I mean, that is a very clear indication of the top priority which India faces. And just to bring it back to our host, the UAE, likewise, we saw President Mohammed bin Zayed in December visit then President Biden. We saw Sheikh Tahnoon bin Zayed, TBZ, visit the White House and the new administration, President Trump, just the last few weeks. And of course, you've probably seen in the news that we're expecting a high-level visit shortly to the region in mid-May as well. So all of those things, I think, bode very well. All good, positive indicators for continued discussion and growth.
If I may add, Your Excellency, I think Mr. Trump is visiting Saudi and UAE and Qatar, I believe, in the next month. And we are already talking of trillions of dollars of, I think, potential businesses, which is quoted in the media. So it's going to be a big cooperation between these three countries along with the US in several aspects.
Absolutely. I mean, you've already heard the UAE's commitment of 1.4 trillion over the next 10 years to the United States, which we're very grateful for, on top of an already healthy relationship. Likewise, we think the bilateral, trilateral, and other investment opportunities, trade opportunities between India, UAE, and the US, with the UAE as a bridge between our countries, it's already happening, but the potential for growth is really limitless.
Thank you. Our next question is to Her Excellency Dana Filber. Israel and India has had a very long relationship and a lot of cooperation, whether in terms of technology, security, and several other. And Israel is going to be again playing a very crucial role, part of the IMEC corridor, which is going across from here to Saudi and from to Israel, Jordan, and to the Europe. Could you share your thoughts on this? What is Israel's further role?
So, fun fact, Israel and Jordan are the two countries that are mentioned in the IMEC, but are not signed on it. So we believe that first Israel and Jordan need to be able to sign the IMEC, because as you said, Israel is a very crucial part of the IMEC. We can say that Israel is the gateway, both logistically and when it comes to the technology of the IMEC. Geographically, Israel sits right in the heart of the corridor connecting Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. And when it comes to the technologies, Israel has high-end technologies in fields like AI, water management, logistics, and cybersecurity. All are crucial for IMEC to be a safe, fast, corridor between the countries. We see in the IMEC not only economical corridor, but also a strategic alliance between countries that are all innovation motivated and connectivity motivated. And we think it's a good infrastructure for regional cooperation and for peace. We see it also in the Abraham Accords, and how the collaboration between Israel and the UAE brings more collaboration and more connectivity. And we see the IMEC as a corridor that can do that in a wider way.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My next question is to His Excellency Siko. We are talking of IMEC here. How is Africa going to be connected or benefit out from this? Is there, because one is UAE is doing number of bilateral trade agreements with the CEPA, including the Central African Republic, a number of other countries. How do you see Africa playing a role here and getting connected to this?
Thank you very much for this question. Guinea is strategically located on the Atlantic coast of West Africa, a position that allows us to contribute meaningfully to intercontinental trade flows, especially as initiatives like IMEC gain momentum. Our current infrastructure prioritizes, notably the construction of 650-kilometer Trans-Guinean Railway, the development of the deep water adhering to international safety, environmental standards, and improvement in customs and logistics system are all geared toward facilitating seamless, efficient, and secure trade. These facilities are building not only for mineral exports, but also to support regional trade and economic spillovers. Guinea's emerging connectivity will directly serve as a Western gateway into Africa, complementing IMEC's vision by providing access to critical industrial inputs, such as high-grade iron ore. The efforts are aligned with core goals of IMEC: connectivity, reliability, and inclusiveness. By modernizing our logistic network, we are not only unlocking Guinea's internal potential, but we are also becoming an important link to the wider global supply chain, providing access to critical minerals, agricultural goods, and new markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My next question is to His Excellency Fred Aziz. We have been seeing number of countries are taking initiatives with the CBDC, central, currency systems which are being developed, with the central bank digital currency systems which are being developed, and dealing in, bilateral currencies, which is happening outside of the US dollar. We are increasingly becoming, I believe, from a multipolar world to a bipolar, because there are a lot of bilateral discussions and agreements all happening. I think even with these tariffs, Your Excellencies, there are a lot of negotiations going on between the countries with the USA. And interestingly, as MAGA has talked about making America great again, I read a piece of article today about MAHA, which is, making America healthy again, one of the initiatives of the US government, which is talking about putting some kind of a ban on the food dyes coming up, which is, I believe, by 2026 or so. We would like to hear your views on these topics.
Well, as any new administration comes in, it has a number of initiatives, and we're going to see, how these unfold over the next several months and years. And certainly the new administration is putting its stamp on trade, health, you name it, in the U.S. And you mentioned digital currencies. It's another area of focus for the new administration. We're still very early days. We have not even hit 100 days of the president. I believe that's April 30th. So it's difficult to say where these issues land, but we do see the priority that they are receiving, in particular digital currency, and having some sort of framework for the US. And of course, we know that that is a topic that central banks all over the world are wrestling with. And UAE in particular has been very out front as well on that topic. So it's really about staying tuned. We don't know where all these are going to land, but they are priorities as you very rightly have observed.
My next question is to Her Excellency Dana Filber. Israel is known for technology, and there is a lot of cooperation happening on the technology perspective with the UAE, particularly cybersecurity, technology and agriculture technology, food security, and a number of initiatives. And I think it will all help in the global supply chain. I'd like to hear your views on the cooperation, collaboration which is happening on the technology front.
So as I said before, we see Israel as an important part in the IMEC also when it comes to the technology. Yes. Israel has a lot to offer both in agri-tech, cybersecurity, also AI now, which by the way, AI is it's an interesting issue because unlike other technologies, to be an expert in AI requires more years of education in the field. So if you want to have new AI technology, you actually need to put the infrastructure 15 years before. So even countries that weren't in the game before and want to join it now, they will have difficulties. Israel, with the Innovation Authority, was in the game of AI before, and we are able to play along already now. And it's a big part both in the cooperation with our friends and neighbor, the UAE among them, but also others. And it's also crucial part of the IMEC and also the I2U2. I can say that even now we still see Israeli technologies being part of the region, and also through challenging times, very creative solutions can come. So we see a lot of new startups, innovation, and technologies coming now from Israel, even more than 2 years ago.
Thank you. My last question for the session is to His Excellency Siku. Guinea, I think, at this point in time has got only 10% tariffs in terms of the reciprocal tariffs, if I'm not mistaken. How does your country planning to navigate this current disruption in supply chain? Could you have provide a brief response?
Yeah, actually, with the CEPA under discussion between Guinea and the UAE represent for us a pivotal moment in our bilateral relations. The agreement has the potential to significantly boost trade volumes for us, encourage Emirati investment in Guinea strategic sectors, and promote industrial partnerships in areas such as mining, agro-business, logistics, and services. From Guinea's perspective, the CEPA offers a platform to diversify exports, promote value addition at home, and reduce barriers for Guinea products entering UAE and Gulf markets. At the same time, it creates framework to attract high-quality investment and technology transfer, especially in logistic infrastructure and industrial transformation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Logistics Shakti, for this interesting session and insightful views from the esteemed panelists, Your Excellencies. With this, we come to the close of the session.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. I request all our speakers to please stay on stage for a minute. I would like to invite Mr. Gaurav Gupta, our Global Outreach Partner, and Mr. Kamal Narayan, Director Logistics Shakti, to please come up on stage to present our esteemed speakers with mementos. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. This corridor, of course, is going to be a transformational one, but it will need a lot of work from the industry and policymakers. And thank you all for talking about the way forward for this. Thank you. We now have a keynote presentation. Our keynote speaker is Ebtisam Al-Kabi, Vice President Sales, Jebel Ali Free Zone, a DP World company. For the past 20 years, Ebtisam has held various senior management positions with JAFSA, which gave her a deep understanding of the business requirements of the existing customers and the overall needs of investors and entrepreneurs looking to set up business in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we'll just set the stage up. Thank you for your patience. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats so that we can listen to our speakers comfortably, and they will also feel excited about talking to you. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our keynote speaker on stage, Ebtisam Al-Kabi, Vice President Sales, Jebel Ali Free Zone, a DP World company. Please give her a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum, namaste, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's great to be here today, especially with the 3rd anniversary of UAE-India CEPA just around the corner. It's a moment to reflect on all the progress we've made, as well as what lies ahead. The UAE and India have always shared strong ties, rooted in trade, shared values, and mutual ambition. And over the past few years, those ties have grown faster and deeper. The CEPA has played a big role in that, making trade more seamless and encouraging investments both ways. Today, India is one of the UAE's top trading partners, and both governments have set an ambitious goal targets to reach 100 billion US dollar in non-trade trade by 2030. That's a big number, but it's within reach, especially when you look at the direction both economies are moving. India's economy is one of the strongest is on a growth path. It's already the world's 5th largest and expected to become the 3rd largest by 2030. Manufacturing, digital services, and renewable energy are all growing fast. The country has young, skilled workforce and an expanding consumer base. These are the kind of fundamentals that drive long-term trade and investment. For the UAE, this creates real opportunity. As the logistics and trade hub, the UAE sits at the center of some of the world's fastest growing corridors. India is a natural partner for UAE in that growth story. Today, Jafza is a home to over 2,300 Indian companies across sectors like electronics, healthcare, food, automotive, and consumer goods, and many more. And Bharat Mart is taking it one step further, helping Indian traders access global markets. This new trading platform is being developed in Jebel Ali Free Zone, Jafza, is in a close proximity to major transportation hubs, just 11 kilometers from Jebel Ali Port and 15 kilometers from Al Maktoum International Airport. That means it will provide seamless end-to-end solutions by air, road, and sea. Spanning 2.7 million square feet, it will offer over 1,500 showrooms and over 700,000 square feet of warehouses, light industrial units, and offices spaces. It will become a regional gateway for India to the world. For the Indian businesses, Bharat Mart will remove many of the hurdles they face when entering new markets. It will provide access to trade finance, customer support, customs support, supply chain services, and digital platforms that will help with visibility. But it's more than just a place to showcase products. It's part of a bigger ecosystem that supports growth. For example, an Indian textile manufacturer can now consolidate shipments and sell into markets like Saudi Arabia or Egypt without needing separate distribution in each country. A small FMB company can store and process and re-export from the UAE while benefiting from bonded warehouses and simplified customs. And it's not just about large companies. Bharat Mart will empower Indian micro, small, and medium enterprises by helping them export Africa and Europe. It creates a level playing field and lowers the cost of entry. It creates opportunities for small manufacturers. And it strengthens the trade corridors between India and UAE in a way that is practical and scalable. That's critical if we want the trade to be inclusive and sustainable. In a world where supply chains are changing and trade routes are shifting, being able to respond and move quickly is crucial. Bharat Mart is built for that kind of future. The goal is to strengthen the supply chain, reduce transit times, and boost trade volumes. We are also developing new frameworks like Bharat Africa Sito, a bridge between India industry and African markets. These initiatives will connect Indian exporters to 53 African countries with a goal to doubling the Indian shares in the African imports from 6.5% to 12% by 2030. The project also highlights how the UAE can act as a connector between India and the global markets. When we look at all of this together, we see a new model of a regional integration takes shape, one where regional hubs drive global supply chain, and physical infrastructure, digital trade, and policy all work together. As we approach CEPA's 3rd anniversary, we should celebrate the progress made. We should also use the moment to look ahead. Our work with India has shown us what's possible when trade partnerships are built on trust and shared purposes. And I'm proud that Bharat Mart is helping to lead the way. India, we're excited to welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. This certainly sets the stage for a very interesting session which is coming up next. I would request Mr. Vipul Nanda, Member Organizing Committee, and Mr. Prem Prakash, Director Logistics Shakti, to please come on stage and present Ms. Al-Kabi with a memento. We are very grateful to her for coming here and sharing the plans that we have in this Jebel Ali Free Zone, the platform and the opportunity it provides to those businesses looking to expand and grow when it comes to exports. Thank you. We will just set up the stage for the next panel discussion which is coming up. So allow us a minute's time.
As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, as our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMEC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics.
So, Ms. Al-Kabi did give us the context of what's happening in Jafsa, and this sets us up for the next discussion that is coming up, which is on Bharat Mart, an ambitious global marketplace being developed by DP World in Dubai's Jebel Ali Free Zone, Jafsa. Construction has commenced and it is set to be open by the end of 2026. This international trade hub aims to bolster trade between India and global markets, particularly across the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. With over 1,500 dedicated spaces for Indian products, more than 700,000 square feet of storage facilities, Bharat Mart provides a platform for India's micro, small, and medium enterprises, the MSMEs, to access international markets without the complexities of establishing a foreign presence. So is this the biggest draw of Bharat Mart? Will there be a eligibility criteria for setting up shop there? These are some of the issues that we will discuss in this panel discussion. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers in this session. Please welcome Dr. Raman Kumar, Managing Director, Al Futtaim Logistics. Please welcome Lili Kurian O'Connor, Head Product Strategy, Landmark Group. Please welcome Shailene Shukla, Logistics Expert. Please welcome Rohan Singhvi, Head of Logistics and Warehousing, RK Ceramics, PJSC. And please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, AVP Mobility Solutions, JK Tires, and our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, Associate Director, Agarwal Packers and Movers. Right, please give a round of applause to all our speakers, and I will hand it over to Mr. Krishnan to start this discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have a very august panel here, so we will discuss Bharat Mart. What is Bharat Mart is basically an initiative taken by Indian government and Dubai government through their fully owned company called DP Worldwide. After India startup, Stand Up India, Startup India, Make in India, MP, EGP, an employment generation program. For all these, probably the most logical step is Bharat Mart. It's an initiative to, what does it plan to achieve? It plans to achieve, first promote Indian manufacturers, especially MSMEs, to market their products in Dubai and also create a scope and opportunity for them to market in Europe and Africa. By introducing a physical platform whereby they can display their product, they can showcase their quality and this thing, and they can market it to the customers in Dubai and of course further on create opportunity in Eastern this thing. And also it gives an opportunity for the buyers, global buyers, to source it from one single place. And it also creates an opportunity for actual interaction between both of them, so that small scale industry which do not have so much of marketing capability or other research facility, they can get the direct feedback and they can make a product as per the requirement, a tailor-made product for the customer. And it also avoids middlemen in some sense. So it's a tremendous, apart from all these, the basic, one more important thing that it plans to achieve is there is a slight gap of trade deficit between India and UAE. There is a 8 to 9% gap of import being slightly more than export. So this is also an initiative to bridge that gap and make a healthy trading partner between two countries. So we have here a very eminent panel. So I'll go there and then we will start asking, we will ask their view. It's an initiative which is going to start from end of 2026. And we will take views from all these experts, what should be expected, what should be the effort, what should be the endeavor, and what should be the strategy. So we'll discuss in detail. Let's go there and then discuss. I think I'll start the session with Ramanji. Anything that happens in Dubai, they will have their pie of share, because they are the largest business house, one of the largest business houses in Dubai. So maybe, Anandji, you can tell us what is the roadmap that's seen, the gateway, how do you perceive it as an opportunity for the Indian manufacturer as well as for the buyers of Dubai?
Thank you. I think you are throwing me into the hot water. So asking the first question to me, you leave the others, like tigers, sitting next to me, throwing me into the hot water anyway. You have thrown me, I have to come out. Thank you.
The voice is clear for everybody?
It is a big initiative, and if you look at this particularly India and the Middle East, it's not today. It's been for more than, 200, 300 years, this market is there. With the Bharat Mart is coming, there's a big potential for the MSME industry in India to come forward.
Maybe you can keep slightly away because I think it's not very clear.
It is a big opportunity for the micro, small, medium industry to come. As an Al-Futtaim Logistics, we are one of the biggest logistics company in the Middle East. We have already started using the initiative and driving both the government. Like SEPA is one of the wonderful initiatives done by the Indian and UAE government, which helps the traders to increase the trade share. If you look for the last 5 years, 6 years history, it's been grown a lot. And as an Al-Futtaim Logistics, we have a bigger interest in the Indian market, because most of the parts which we have been for our OEM, we are bringing it from India. So what happened, it gives a biggest opportunity to bring by sea into UAE, and then we move by road to GCC, like Jeddah, Riyadh and Dammam. So from Jeddah, there is also a potential to move the parts or anything through Mediterranean. So it's a big opportunity. One of the key things which we are missing today, or we are not talking today, is the shipment which are coming from India by sea and airlifting through air, which is one of the big segment where Al-Futtaim Logistics is playing a good role, and then we have a very good market share on that particular segment. If you look at there are few luxury brands which has been the textiles and or a fashion which has been manufacturing in India, which comes by sea to UAE, and then we do airlift. If you look at the segment, when I say the 4 big airlines are in this region, so it's question of 5 to 6 hours you reach into any of the market in the world where you are sitting in the central trading hub of the world. It has a big potential, and still, which is with the current geopolitical thing, you have major opportunity. And Bharat is very good, even though we're talking, it will come a year or two, but already you have set up the roadmap, and you have the trade lanes have been set up. It's a big opportunity, and definitely there is a big growth from an Indian market is concerned, don't look at the major player. I would say that no, you need to look at the micro, and it is near to any market. It's not only to the European market. You need to look at the African market, growing African market, and also South American countries. It's a big opportunity and a big growth has been happening, and we need to use it. Sorry, I've taken more time.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Lini, you have exposure of e-commerce as well as large modern retail. In a retail segment, in a retail segment, normally general merchant, home decor, hygiene, garments, and also fashion parts a good basket size in the total offer basket. So, and there are a lot of small-scale industries in this segment. So, how do you, based on your experience, how do you think this is going to be viewed by the MSME industry? How do you think this is going to be an opportunity for them?
First of all, thanks, Krishnan. It's a privilege being on stage with such eminent personalities. I think we can start with the macro trend of having Bharat Mart, right? So, when you look at something similar, a Dragon Mart brings 20 to 25 million footfalls a year. About 30% of China-UAE bilateral trade originates from Dragon Mart. So that is the magnitude of what Bharat Mart can be for India and Indian-UAE bilateral trade.
That's very interesting.
The target is 100 billion by 2030, and I think Bharat Mart will play a significant role. And that is what's most exciting for the MSMEs, because a large chunk of that should come from the small and MSME players in India. And owning a large number of retail brands as well, we do look at it with a lot of optimism.
Okay. Should we have made it as Dragon Mart that instead of that Tiger Mart?
No, Bharat
Okay.
Mart is
And
absolutely
again coming to the same thing, again when you talk of a retail, modern retail, again as I said, modern retail is a concept where the profitability comes by the largeness. If you have to deal in a big volume, and margins with most of the major players are very less, and your overheads are also very high. So normally, often I have found that they like to go with small manufacturers and MSMEs where they can have their own private label and they can increase their bottom line. So how do you think as a company you would view this opportunity?
Absolutely. So if you look at any of the major e-commerce players or online retailers, a large portion of their revenue is generated through private labels, and that's where the profitability lies, not in the marketplace model, but actually driving the private label. And MSME become a good place for your sourcing, and that's an absolute, it's a great place to start if Bharat Mart becomes what is it's envisioned to be. And I think I should also take this opportunity to highlight that in a world where world leaders are playing the tariff war, UAE is standing front and opening up an opportunity like this and creating SEPA sort of an environment for India and the strong leadership in India as well. Bharat Mart for me, I think will be a game changer in that sense in this industry.
Lovely, lovely. Salenji, since you are very passionate about logistic industry and you are regular in very social media and also in most of the conferences, so I'm going to leave it open for you that you give your views on this Bharat Mart and how do you see this opportunity for India?
Thank you so much for asking that question, and it's really a privilege to be here with these stalwarts and especially, Dr. Raman. He calls me Tiger, and I call him the king of logistics in, UAE. He's been here, he's seen the country growing, and, Al Futtaim Logistics has done so well under his leadership. So, picking up where Dr. Raman left, I think it's a very good strategy to strengthen the bilateral trade. India is already one of the largest trading partners with the rest of the GCC countries, and especially UAE. So, it also empowers the SMEs and MSMEs from India, and it gives them a platform to launch to the rest of the world. As we know, as Dr. Raman was saying, that people ship from India, they store in Dubai, and then they ship to the rest of the world by road or by air. So GCC transit generally happens by road. It's very convenient, to Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, etc. And to the rest of the Africa, especially North Africa is very easily accessible. Egypt is very easily accessible here. So it opens gates to the Indian MSMEs for the rest of the world. So they can approach the buyers, buyers can come here, and they are all available in one platform. And it's a very proven concept, we know the Dragon Mart, and everybody is doing well. It's like going to Bardabai in the textile market, everybody is doing well. They come together and it becomes like a central place for buying, something even like a Chandni Chowk of India, So it's a very amazing concept. I think it will empower the small players, give them a platform, strengthen the, India UAE ties, and open
and
the
given
world.
the fact that Dubai is a major trading hub,
Yes.
and it has got very good airport
Yes.
connection and sea connection, this could be a very good opportunity for us to
Dubai
expand
is in the
globally.
top 10 global logistics hub. So very well connected by air, sea and road to the rest of the world. So it's an amazing opportunity for making this a trading hub, a distribution hub, use leverage companies like Al-Futtaim and send your goods to the rest of the world.
Rohanji, Dubai and all these Gulf countries are slowly trying to shed their dependence on oil, and trying to grow all around. And flurry of activities are taking place in and around Dubai. You talk of Saudi Arabia, you talk of Qatar, a lot of construction activities are going on, and it is catching up everywhere. So you being in construction industry, how do you view this as an opportunity for construction industry, especially MSMEs and all this?
Definitely, I feel this particular concept is a revolutionary concept. Whenever I used to go to Dragon Mart and, I felt everything is available at one place. Why can't we have the same concept, for India as well, wherein you have a mini India in UAE itself, right? So for me and my wife, Dragon Mart was one of the best places to go and shop because you get everything at one location. So coming back to the construction industry, let's look at the landscape of the Indian sector. Construction industry in India happens to be the second largest contributor of the GDP. With a share of around 8.2%, it is contributing $161 billion, plus it is employing 50 million plus people in this industry. So I feel Bharat Mart is a great platform wherein MSME sector can showcase their products and connect with all the international buyers. So it's an opportunity for all these people to come over here, showcase it. Plus, they are also coming up with a digital platform as well. So for example, a person sitting in US can directly order something from Bharat Mart website, and with the kind of logistic infrastructure which we have over here, they can leverage it and you can get the products within the required timelines, what is expected by the customer. So yeah, it's a great concept, I would say that.
In fact, Bharat Mart, what is pursued is that they are not going to give only marketing support, they are going to give logistic support, they are going to do risk mitigation and the insurance and all those things. So that's a great platform to really grow. If you're afraid to reach out to different world, like if there were cases when people were afraid to go to Africa. So this kind of risk mitigation could be really helpful to expand globally, Exactly. And ultimately, I would like to ask, the way anything initiative is done, ultimately what is more critical is logistics. And logistics is moving, and you are into mobility, and also mobility with technology. So what do you think is your view on this, and how is the opportunity that you find this initiative?
Yeah. Although a lot has been said on the technology side of it, retail side of it, and the big names already, starting with Dr. Raman is here. But I look at differently, we at JK Tire, because we are a big group present in India, Middle East and Africa, and of course in Europe and US for many, many years, even in Middle East for 23 years. I look at it differently for Bharat Mart. If anything, let's say some village in Arunachal Pradesh has to, join this on this platform at Bharat Mart, and it has to, the goods have to reach entire Middle East and Africa. There will be a fair amount of journey through the road, right? As a one of the, you can say, a critical partner of all logistic companies, JK Tire. So we are looking at a different solution for this, where we are contributing to the challenge would be what you said, the bottom line side of it, creating efficiency, reliability, just on time, to make this entire chain successful. So as we are doing in India, and I was talking to Mr. Sinha yesterday for ease of doing things. One is the speed side of it. There will be a journey by road, let's say close to 2,000, 3,000 kilometers for anything to reach to the right destination of a customer who can online do it in Africa or in Middle East. So we look at it that we should be able to, as a tire company, able to, provide that 360-degree solutions which bring down their breakdown time, which we are doing in India on all the highways at Bharatmala by having a setup where the trucks are treated like racing cars. Anything goes bad with the tire on the highway and it is a hazard. So he will quickly get it replaced. So we are working on that. We are creating big fleet connect where there is a visibility of assets to the client, to the driver, and back end we are creating infrastructure as well as keeping people to help them on the highways. And then second side would be yesterday, again, I'm getting to the environment side of it, and the future of mobility, which lies in EV side of the story. We have now launched special EV series of tires for EV trucks and buses and cars, having larger share today in India. And we look forward that when this comes to trucking in Middle East, we should be a big player, as we are giving low rolling resistance tires, which saves electricity, right? It consumes less charge. Per charge, the truck can move forward, like that. And that not only brings efficiency, but we are talking about goods to reach on time. So that's what we look at it. And entire Middle East logistic companies. And then I look forward to many Indian transport companies to come here, as we do in Bharatmala. So this is, for me, it is an extension version of the aggression we are showing on Bharatmala side of it. That's what I think about. So there is endless possibilities to innovate, to provide solutions, and be part of this larger chain where we again sit together and work out better and learn from each other. Thank you.
Dr. Raman, apart from being the largest business house, you're also, I'm told, one of the largest logistic player in the country now. So as a logistic, this Bharatmart, they're trying to create around 1,500 showrooms, around 7 lakh acres of grade A modern warehousing. So it's going to be huge logistic activity that's going to take place. So what is the kind of a role that you think you can play or other players can do that?
Thanks. I think you are throwing the tough question on me. You decided to throw all only tough question to me and asking a very simple one to others. Huh? Okay. See, the warehousing, the technology which is coming in the place, it is very important the facility should have both the frozen, freezer, and also the ambient temperature. Because in the current, in this part of the world, the temperature goes up, and then humidity also there. Even though in India you have a humidity, you should have a proper infrastructure is needed to cater the requirement. We are not, at a Bharatos, we are not looking at a small product or a, ambient. We are looking at the food, and also we are looking at the pharmaceutical. If you look at the leading pharmaceutical companies are in India, they have another gateway to route through UAE. So if you look, that's a big opportunity. Currently, we have been tied up with a couple of pharmaceutical company. We are working from India, and we have been working in the facility. So the infrastructure or what you need to do, the facility is very important. I know some other things you touched upon on the EV side, all that. You have the potential, or you have an opportunity here for the companies to come. Don't look at the bigger player. Bigger player can be always easy to come. Look at the small. The whole purpose, I think, the Bharatmart is to help the small, medium, and micro industry to come. You have a wonderful facility which we can do. One of the critical thing, which is the requirement of the regulatory body. Even though, you have a support from the government, still you need to understand the regulatory requirement between the different countries. It can be GCC, or it can be Africa, it can be Europe. It is very familiar, and you need to have a proper, company who can be able to support that particular requirement on the local services and the legal requirement of each of the country to protect the local countries important. That is very important. Like, Al-Futtaim Logistics has been certified GCC AEO, one of the #1, we have been certified. So there is, how we do forward, it's up to the setup and how you tie up, and it gives them an opportunity to grow. When I look at the trade route, from last 2 years with the infrastructure, what we built, it has been amazing growth from 23 to 24, and we are looking 25 is a bigger growth. With the Bharat Mart comes in, we may have to think, double the size of the trade. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Saleh, we are talking about business, we are talking about this thing. But do you see any opportunity of employment also here? Do you see any opportunity of employment both in India and Gulf sector? What do you think of that?
I think when the Bharat Mart concept becomes operational, functional, and it's already functional in some form, it not just creates opportunity for trading, it brings investment. Indians come, they see this market, they invest here. Indian companies are going to invest. The same reverse investment also happens, The large companies here, as Rohan was saying that, the construction sector is so big, they will see the Indian players and they'll go back and invest there. People will invest in manufacturing in UAE because, as we know, UAE imports almost 95% plus products. So it's very important that we set up manufacturing here. So this will create not only employment opportunities here, but also employment opportunities back in India. And also we can showcase the Make in India products. And there's nothing, including EVs and tires and trucks, we have everything that is coming from India. There's fashion products, there's food, huge amount of, food products and groceries come from India. All these, a lot of value addition can happen here. We have seen the cement industry, they bring clinker here, and then they set up grinding units here. It is creating huge, because they grind the clinker, convert it to cement, and sell it in the MENA region. That creates manufacturing, a lot of employment. So I think it's a great win-win. Not only it will create employment here, it will create employment back home in India. So great concept.
True. Sanjay ji, you are into auto industry basically, no? So auto industry also have a lot of, probably the last question, a lot of industry has a lot of accessories, car accessories and all that, which is also a huge volume and could be a good potential market for Gulf and this thing. Do you see any opportunity there?
Oh yes, that way if you see even in Middle East, you will find most of the Indian trucking company, they are present here, Indian trucks, buses, and to some extent cars also. So there will always be a big opportunity for that auto component side of the business. And even in Africa, it's big. So we are not seeing it only for the Middle East. We are seeing it for the gateway to Europe and Africa. So since there is a big presence of Indian automobile companies there in all the segments, even in two-wheelers, right? In Africa, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, and Tata is so huge, Shokle land. So yes, there is a big possibility. Even we are part of that as a कुछ भी होगा तो टायर तो चाहिए होंगे किसी जब गजरौला से चीज चलेगा और जब यहाँ मिडिल ईस्ट में पहुंचेगा वो अपना आधे से ज्यादा रास्ता बाय रोड कवर करेगा तो जब टायर एज ए पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रक नाउ थिंक ऑफ हाउ मेनी पार्ट्स द ट्रक्स हैव इट्स वेरी बिग यस Thank you.
Excellent. So not only there is a scope for bridging the trade deficit, there is tremendous opportunity that we see here for India and Middle East to do a great business sense. And I'm sure this initiative, in fact, I was very impressed by what you said about Dragon Mart. So if it could be replicate Dragon Mart, then I think we should create more such kind of this thing globally, and it would be a great initiative. Thank you very much. If anybody wants to ask any question to any of the panel members, please do so. Thank you.
You need a mic?
Thank you. My name is Poonam Chawla, and I'm the Associate Publisher for Air Cargo Update. My question is for Dr. Raman Kumar. Dr. Raman, you have mentioned that the market is growing. Are we looking at Al-Futtaim Logistics entering the Indian market in the near future?
Poonam, you should not put me in the spot. We work with her on the aviation industry. She do a lot for us, Anyway, yes, there is an interest for Al-Futtaim Logistics, and we are looking at the potential also what we want to do. And currently we have partners in the region. Looking at different options. Players or vendor or a principal, whatever you call it. Yes, definitely there is an interest for Al-Futtaim. As Shailen said, we have to do the investment. Al-Futtaim has invested in the river bikes. We've been talking with quite a few players there for an expansion in the region.
Thank you very much.
You.
Any quick questions or we wrap it up?
One more question. Rather, it's a request that eminent panel can give some insight on. We have been giving a lot of individual human power, excellence, and also skills in terms of engineers, healthcare staffs, logistic staffs, also engineers from different tech. But now, when we look at India, to not give people, but to give comprehended solutions and ecosystems, which can be maybe corridor, or it can be a service which has technology, product, services, solutions. At this stage of time, being National Program Director of Ease of Doing Business, I want each one of you to give me some of the aspirations or some of the prescriptions that what India should do to elevate from giving individual services to comprehended solutions to the world. Thank you.
I guess we all discussed on that only. Each one of us said that this is an effort, this is a collective effort with complete ecosystem, and this is definitely going to benefit, and this should be recreated not only in Dubai, probably in other countries also. So there is a right step towards that direction. The ecosystem has to be created completely. Anybody would like to say individually? I think we all mentioned about that only. So
But still, just one-liner on this. See, we have, since it is India-centric, that as a group, what we should do. Have islands of success. Through this, we have to create an ecosystem which is collaborative in nature. We were talking about being a dreamer, but being a part of it and carrying it on to the future and linking it with the aspiration of the world from India's side of the entrepreneur or creators, innovators, or maybe the young Indian population. Okay, they are also aspiring to work very hardly. So that ecosystem, if we are able to create all big groups and all, I think that will be a showcase. It will be a good to showcase.
I think if anybody wants to say, they can just talk in one-liner and finish it. He wants one-liner. So let's give him one-liner.
I think we are out of time, and perhaps we can take this conversation over lunch. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for expressing your views. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Nitin Agarwal and Mr. Rehan Khan, members of the organizing committee, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. Would request you to present a memento to our moderator. Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, Associate Director, Agarwal Packers and Movers. A memento for Dr. Raman Kumar, Managing Director, Alphatem Logistics. A memento for Lini Kudin O'Connor, Head Product Strategy, Landmark Group. A memento and gift for Mr. Shailin Shukla. A memento and gift for Mr. Rohan Singhvi, Head of Logistics and Warehousing, Bragg Ceramics. And a memento for Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, ABP Mobility Solutions, dignitaries. I request all of you to please gather together for a group photograph. Please give all our speakers a round of applause. We will now take a 45-minute lunch break. I request all of you to be back in your seats in 45 minutes. We have very interesting sessions coming up post-lunch. You don't want to miss it. So hope to see you soon.
It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMEC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics.
हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए, आप मंजिल सोचिए, रास्ते हम तय करेंगे।
At Logistics Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistic Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world. We transform the logistics industry by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and impactful celebration globally. Rooted in trust, committed to growth, we turn brands into global benchmarks. This is Logistic Shakti Enterprise. This is LSE Global. As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistic Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMEC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics.
हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए, आप मंजिल सोचिए, रास्ते हम तय करेंगे।
At Logistics Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting. With a vision to connect the world as one family, we drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistics Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world. We transform the logistics industry by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and impactful celebration globally. Rooted in trust, committed to growth, we turn brands into global benchmarks. This is Logistics Shakti Enterprise. This is LSE Global. As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management, Middle East Conclave, and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMAC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a global logistics hub, facilitating seamless connectivity across continents. The SCM Conclave also shines a spotlight on milestones like Bharat Mart, a landmark initiative strengthening India-UAE ties and symbolizing the power of collaborative logistics ecosystems. More than an event, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave is a movement shaping the global supply chain narrative. Welcome to the future of global logistics.
Welcome back. I request everybody to please settle down. We are all set to go ahead with our post-lunch sessions. And now we're going to talk about startups. Several Indian technology startups are actively building solutions to support cross-border trade for Indian companies. They help businesses navigate complex logistics, compliance, payments, and customer engagement on a global scale. Dubai offers specific incentives and platforms to attract Indian entrepreneurs and businesses, including visa sponsorship and fast-track residency services by Dubai International Financial Center, Innovation Hub, a startup license through Dubai Technology Entrepreneurs Campus, and of course, zero income tax. Lots of incentives for startups if they are looking to grow in Dubai. So we will be discussing how will we drive growth and empower startups? What are the investment opportunities in the future of supply chain in India and UAE? Please put your hands together and welcome our speakers in this discussion. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. B.L. Bajaj, founder, Dynamic Orbits. He is a distinguished CA and gold medalist with deep expertise in MA, mergers and acquisitions, fundraising, and cross-border business strategy. He has advised global corporations across sectors like energy, automotive, and investment banking. Please welcome our speakers in this session. Please welcome S. Venkatesh, founder and managing partner, MCA Gulf. Please welcome Jay Prakash Agarwal, Chairman, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI. Please welcome Mr. Basant Kapoor, Senior Advisor, your CFO. Mr. Prem Verma, former consultant, Tata Motors. Mr. Anand Bhatia, Partner and CEO, Bhatia & Bhatia. And Mr. Abhishek Dikshit, Director and Business Strategy, MyPop Trading FZE. Right, I'll hand it over to Mr. Bajaj to take this conversation ahead.
So I hope the fight about the chair is sorted out so we can start. Good afternoon. So welcome to the post-lunch session. We will make a fundamental assumption in this session that everybody will stay awake throughout the session. But if that assumption is slightly wrong, don't worry about that. Nobody is going to notice. So well, thank you. Thanks organizers for giving this opportunity. I think we are having this event at a time when world is seeing the kind of changes which we have never seen, at least in our memory. The geopolitical changes are happening at such a fast speed, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And whenever there is a disruption or there is a change in the direction or in any form of movement of material or man, the supply chain industry is the first point where they need to respond. And the industry has the challenge to respond to these fast-paced challenges at a speed which they are not probably used to. Another dimension in the current scenario is the use of technology in every sphere of business. So this use of technology is basically throwing newer business models, disruptive business models, and the conventional enterprises who have been in existence maybe for 20 years or 50 years or 100 years, they need to adapt to these changes and they need to find newer business models, disruptive business models, and face challenges from the newcomers. Another aspect which we need to consider in the industry is that world is shrinking. It's one world now. If there is a cold wave in California, somebody will sneeze in Kolkata maybe. So any change which is happening in any part of the world will impact another one. So today I think we need to brainstorm that what the existing players who are in the business, whether they are startups or the existing established players, what they need to do to respond to these fast changes which are happening around them, how they stay relevant, how they stay competitive, and how they grow their business. Another aspect is what we have seen in last 15 or 20 years is emergence of these so-called startups. They came with a lot of innovation, use of technology, and disruptive business models. However, the startup story has been kind of mixed bag for the investors as well as for the operators. On one side, we have deliveries and Shadowfaxes and Zeptos. On another side, we have Revigos and Zepto or Dunjos. So for the investor as well as the operator. So the issue is for this startup, what we can learn from the successes and what we can learn from the failures. That's another aspect probably we need to brainstorm. And where are the opportunities for the new aspiring startups who want to enter this space of supply chain, what they should be doing, that's another aspect. Now this mixed bag story has thrown another challenge. The investor community has become extremely cautious and the investor community has become selective. So availability of money, which is absolutely important to fund any innovation, any growth plan, or any new startup, that has become very scarce. So what are the new expectations from the investors, whether they are debt providers, whether they are equity providers, or whether they are family officials? So basically the session needs to address three crucial aspects. One, growth. Second, startup, what they have done, where do they go from here, and the financial aspects. So that would be broadly the theme of this session. We are fortunate to have a very enlightened panel of speakers with us today, and with huge experience in this space, huge experience in advising existing as well as startups. So let's learn from them, and let's start with first question. As we said, today the way we have been doing business, that is changing, and changing very fast. The use of technology, the global integration, and the disruptive business models thrown by the new startups, that has necessitated to do an introspection for the existing enterprises, that how do they face this situation in this scenario. And let's start with Mr. Prem Verma. You have significant experience that what the existing players, whether they are new players or they are old players, how they respond to the current situation, how they stay relevant, how they stay competitive, and where do they go from here, how they find the avenues for growth and increasing their quantum of business.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep on saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you willing to listen to the commentary of India-Pakistan match? Yes, no? I thought that's the topic. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. That was just in the gist. So, you see, the topic, what it said was that startups. Because we have been already told that you have to just rush through because we are behind schedule. And so I thought I'll just cut short. But one thing which I would like to emphasize is that the startups, especially in India, let's not go into the success rate with this word over, but all these startups are completely dependent on the domestic sales, which is very unfortunate. And there are a variety of reasons that these people are not able to export at all. It's not that our total share is also very high, but the startups suffer very badly and they are confined only to the shores of the country, not beyond that. Now, coming on the question, I can have a very detailed discussion on that with enough data to substantiate, but that's the reality. Now, coming on the supply chain, on all the problems, the question which is, so one is that whether you are a startup or a big player or whoever you may be, what pandemic has taught us, what various other things have taught us, never be dependent on one customer, one country, anywhere. Whatever you may be doing, never ever be dependent on one. And that's one thing which we have learned. The whole world has learned a very hard way. Without taking names, we know the problems which have happened, whether the Red Sea problem or all other problems, but never be dependent on one. And the other problem which is there is that you need to have build resilience through the diversification of the supply chain. You have to have enough resilience in your own supply chain. The third one which I thought, because I got plenty of points, but one of the critical is that the player must map critical supplies and establish most geography sourcing strategies. So which means when you are doing it, you have to be very, very careful, because I just picked up just four most relevant points out of the 10 which I had. But this point which I thought is very critical, and the last one is, which is a conclusion kind of thing. Please remember, diversification is not a cost. It's an investment to safeguard your future. So these are the 4 points which I would like to say, and that's all from my side to start with.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Verma. Wonderful comment. Mr. Kapoor, based on your experience, what you would advise the players in the industry in the current situation, that what they should be doing, looking at the next 10 years horizon or 20 years horizon?
Yeah, there is little bit of echo which is coming. You come close to us. Can you just repeat that question once again?
So, continuing with the comment from Mr. Verma, I would go to Mr. Kapoor. What you would advise to the players in the supply chain industry, that what they should be doing for the next 10 years to stay relevant, to stay competitive, and to grow and achieve what they want to achieve?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, next 10 years are going to be much more vigilant, much more aggressive, and much more dynamic as compared to what we have seen in the last so many decades. The way geopolitical scenarios are changing, nobody expected what will happen once Trump comes into the power. But when he has came into the power, his only motto is to make America great again. Such kind of geopolitical changes will keep on happening, and they are of the kind you, me, or anybody on this panel or in this audience cannot anticipate. So now how to counter this? As very rightly pointed out, legal agreements have to be very resilient now. As Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi pointed out in the morning, you cannot be dependent on one source for everything and everything. Looking at a horizon of 10 years, you need to have agreements with your business partners which are resilient and profitable to both the parties. You should need to have an exit clause defined very clearly before you enter into any agreement. Disruptions can come from any side. Suez Canal, as she pointed out in the morning, was a disruption, and that disruption continued for more than 2 months. Nobody envisaged that. Whatever is happening in different parts of the world, nobody envisaged this. We all thought that this war in Ukraine will end up in 2 weeks. Taking a learning from these, for next 10 years, resilient contracts, nearshoring is something which I look forward as an advice with a 10-year horizon.
Fantastic, fantastic. Mr. Dixit, you have been advising a lot of companies and you have been part of the industry for a long time. what would be your suggestion to the players how to face the rapidly happening changes, the new startups, the competitiveness, and the global supply chain dynamics which are changing every day?
Right. Thank you so much for the question, and I'm really honored to be sitting with the industry veterans here. So to answer this question, I think one point which I already second with Prem sir and Basant sir is diversification, of course, and diversification comes at a cost. So the startups have to be very, very flexible in their mindset of going high on cost for greater stability. And that is why a lot of companies are now adopting China Plus One and China Plus 3 strategies, for example. So that is one. Second, obviously, I think technology plays a big role, and smart technology plays a big role in any business. Talking about startups, it may not be possible for every startup to invest in smart technologies right from the beginning, but I think that mindset is important, that going down the line, we have to implement something. Luckily, with AI coming into the picture, a lot of startups have started developing solutions that are built solely on AI, the platforms that are open and no-code platforms, for example. And third, I think, which I cannot stress more on, is sustainability. I think it is easier for startups to ingrain sustainability within their operations right from the beginning, rather than enterprises or the companies who are well established. It is slightly difficult to turn that cycle around and focus on sustainability. But I think it has to be more than just a coffee talk, coffee table talk, that we are doing something for sustainability. I think that is where it is very crucial for any startup to survive in the future. So I think these are the three crucial aspects, and with operational and financial flexibility, at the same time, they have to invest in future capabilities. So I think that is a gist that I would take for companies that would be able to survive in the future.
Great comment. So let's move a little bit to the more towards the startup landscape. You see, every crisis offers certain opportunities. And I believe the current turmoil and the current challenges which we see across the globe, they also offer a lot of opportunities for the newcomers, for the existing players to start new business verticals or start new business models. So, as we discussed, in the last 15 years, we have seen a lot of success stories in the startup landscape, and we have seen a lot of failures in the startup landscape. The moot question is, what do we learn from these case studies? What the people who succeeded, what they did right, and the people who did not succeed, where they went wrong? What can we learn from them, and where do we find new opportunities for the aspiring startup founders? Let's try to address these questions. Mr. Venkatesh, what do you feel about this?
First of all, thank you. Thanks to Kamal and all his organizing team for having this wonderful conference for the last 2 days. And thanks to giving me the opportunity also to be one of the panelists here. And coming back to you, see, last 15 years, the startups, if you see worldwide, even in India, there are 90,000 to 100,000 startups, but out of which only 115 have become unicorns so far. And because everybody go behind the valuation game without the root cause of the problems. If anybody would do with the solutions and the execution and with the good governance, it can always be a successful one. But that's where the startups, many of them missing, because they all focus on a valuation or individuals without much of a team. All this impact. And any on the white space, like basically, if you see, as he mentioned, any startups now which is solving the problems, having operational efficiency, scalable business, certainly will have a growth opportunity. That is something which is there. And also, now the deep tech, as you said, even though the fundings have come down compared to the earlier years, but still there are enough opportunities. The large deals are happening more than $100 million, where there is an AI or a deep tech or sustainability, efficiency improvement. See, like if you see the AI related, the inventory, $5 trillion inventory is available every day. There is a huge opportunity for optimization. And with transport having a 14% of emission. So there is also opportunity for the sustainability for improvement to reduce, go by and large. So considering all this, anybody who have still a focused approach and efficiency improvement and solving deep-rooted problems, certainly will have an opportunity on those startups.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Mr. Agarwal, what is your take on learning from the past and looking into the future in the startup landscape?
Sir, if I look at learning from the past and looking at the future, I will say we have moved on, and especially the startups. Earlier, we used to sell stories. Kahaniyan bikti thi. Now it has to be proven stories. You have to build it up, you have to show it, then only the investors will buy it. So stories say we have to move on to build up stories or proven stories. That is first part. Second चीज जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, what I am seeing which is moving is पहले prospect with hope बिकती थी. Now actual numbers बिकते हैं, actual profitability बिकती है. So you have to show that no, only prospect is not high, but actually I have the profitability. We have a habit in past to show burning, कि burn cash, but now again we are going to old days where investors want to see profits. So startup is moving from only burning cash, showing hope, to actually showing profit. That is the second thing which I see as a movement in the future, which people has to do it. Third part is something very close and where we should all work is innovation and ESG. Look for actual problem. Problem in the startups earlier was create the problem and give a solution. Now we don't want creation of a problem. Problems are already there in the world. With 7 billion populations, हम अकेले काफी हैं, 7 लोग billion population में problems create कर चुके हैं. We only want solutions for those problems. So for me, these 3 things are important. Look at the real problem, give the real solution, go for a real storytelling. सिर्फ कहानी मत बेचिए. And third thing is look for sustainable solution which is required in the market. That's my view on the future ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So it's funding the PowerPoint presentation versus funding cash flow. That is the change which has been seen, and I think we will see that more and more happening. Mr. Bhatia, what is your advice to the aspiring startups, where they find opportunities in the current scenario if somebody wants to do something creative, something innovative? Which are the areas one should look at? What are the new opportunities being thrown by the rapidly changing scenario, evolving technology and shrinking globe?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Given that this is the session immediately post-lunch, I'll try and keep it as light as possible for everyone. So I think what my learned co-panelists just mentioned about don't try and search for a problem. I think that is actually very, very relevant, and this is a problem that a lot of the startups are facing. First, create the problem which is not there, and then try and find a solution to that so-called problem. And since we talked about Shark Tank as well, any of you remember season 1 when Ashnil Grover was one of the judges there? And he gave a really bad rap to this one gentleman who came and tried selling a cover on top of a glass. This was immediately post-COVID. And he said that I don't want COVID to spread. And that's why there is a cover around the circumference of the glass. And the first thing Ashnil asked him was, where is the problem? Can't you use a straw instead? And that person said, yes, we can use a straw, but this also can work. Is this a problem? Answer is no. So the idea has to be, it doesn't necessarily have to be technologically very innovative, very exciting, very, let's say, something that makes the tabloids. It has to address a real life problem. For example, if you were, all of us have gone through that phase in our lives when, you know, handling with all these cab operators, the Kali Pilis, the yellow blacks, as we call them, mostly in Mumbai and in Maharashtra, was a real challenge. You know, handling with the auto drivers was a real challenge. So, Ola came up with a simple solution, or an Uber came up with a simple solution. It doesn't necessarily have to be very, very magnificent or very glamorous. It has to be functional. So I think what COVID has especially taught a lot of these budding entrepreneurs is be very grounded, be rooted to the ground. Don't, you know, go beyond what is expected out of you. The big challenge that I'm seeing with a lot of startups right now is that you see one facet of them before they receive the funding, and then you see a very different and divergent facet of them post the funding. We've had situations where startups have overnight jumped their mentors because now they feel that they have so-called arrived, they have made it big in life. So I think it's extremely important for startups to understand, remain grounded, and also look at addressing the real-life problems that are existing. That's the advice that I will give to them. The other big advice, since I come from a chartered accountancy background, so obviously finance flows in the blood, I think it's extremely important also for startups now to have their corporate governance and have their conscience in place. I think this is becoming more relevant than ever before. Given the number of startups that are failing, given how many are going through a scrutiny or through a loss of confidence with the investor, I think it's imperative that a certain amount of fitment has to be placed in terms of corporate governance, in terms of fiscal compliance. That is extremely critical. Yeah.
Wonderful. So I think very varied observations and great learning, and this is what the purpose of this session is. Now, to innovate, to grow, to start a new venture, obviously we need money. The mixed bag story in the past in the startup landscape has made the investor community extremely cautious and extremely selective. And not only for the startups, even for the existing entrepreneurs, the disruptive business models, mainly driven by the new startups, that have resulted in erosion of margins, and again, some of the organizations have suffered a lot, some of the organizations have been able to survive. I might like to switch to Hindi. Every time I meet another supply chain player, they would say, delivery वालों ने हालत खराब कर रखी है, वो कुछ भी रेट दे आते हैं. So the startups on one side, the mixed bag story has made the investor community selective. On the other side, they have disrupted the business model of existing players. Now, in this situation, where do we find money? What are the expectations of the investors, whether by way of debt or whether by way of equity, what they are looking at when they are evaluating the business propositions from the operators? Let's try to learn a little bit about this. Mr. Agarwal, what is your experience? What is happening in this financing? Where do we find money if we want to do something?
Super. First, for the audience, don't think we are all serious people. Only thing is we are not able to hear clearly, and that's why we are so serious sitting and not reacting to the jokes.
There is something wrong. We are not able to hear each other. Because there is one speaker in this.
Yes, sir. So, वो एक challenge आ रहा है. So, otherwise we are not serious people. We all are jolly people. Only thing is we are not able to smile now. Okay, talking about money. Everyone needs money, right? I mean, everyone saying, how many of you don't need money? Raise hands. Okay, how many of you need money? Raise hands. किस को पैसा चाहिए? ये टेबल को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, इनको पैसा, हाँ, पैसा सबको चाहिए. That is what the problem is. Everyone needs money. Only thing is the way forward is if you want money, be honest. Try to sell not what you want. Try to sell what other want. If you as a startup, if I'm talking about startup or for your matter, agar you need money, to show them how exactly when you will get the money, the other will benefit out of it. हमारी स्वार्थ, हमारा स्वार्थ तो सब देखता है, सामने वाले का स्वार्थ देखेंगे तो सामने वाला पैसा देगा, right? So if you want money, show them how exactly it adds value to them, how exactly you will return that money, along with how exactly they will get benefit out of it. That is more important. First thing. Second, be honest, be transparent, and consider that money as our money. Problem क्या होती है? पुराना दर्द जागता है. When, as rightly said by sir, when we take the money and we burn it in next 12 months without considering investor value, then there is a problem. The investor next time asks the same questions. Why I should invest in you? So let's be honest. Let's have a realistic plan. If you are borrowing the money, if you need money, show them where exactly you'll put the money. It should not be in the night parties or success parties or $10 million funding I have received. Let me throw a party. It should not invest there. It should go into real investments in your future prospect. Be it capex, be it your operational cost, but you have to show the actual investment. And the last thing, look at alternative, my dear friends. I can say from UAE perspective, look at venture capitalists, that is fine. But there are family houses. At least in UAE, there are strong family houses where you can go and pitch in for money. Family offices are there. Entrepreneurs are there where they are ready to invest money in you. If you have a good idea, you have a right plan for them, showing them how exactly their money is getting utilized, and most importantly, how they will get benefit if they invest in you. 3 things you do, you will get the money. That's my take on it.
Great. Mr. Kapoor, you were, I think, when we were interacting during lunch, if you are not able to hear me through mic, I can speak loudly, but... So you said if there is right business model, the money is available. So when you say right business model, what is that right business model which will find money? And what you would look at when you are funding, if you are the financer?
I look at what exactly the actual proposition on the table is. Okay, is it he actually wants to add value and he has a plan for it? There is a revenue forecast which is actually backed by the numbers, or it's just a myth? Because right now numbers, when it comes for revenue, which is projected, sometimes I discount it by 50%. That is first thing. Okay. Then we look at the numbers. Then we look at the actual customer potential. Where exactly the customer potential is sitting? Are you actually having some customer potential, or is still it's only on the planning stage where you're putting in? Then I will rethink about it. If you need my money, show me the actual customer you are sitting with. It's not in your ideas. It should be on the paper with the order book, with something where you can give me the returns. Second, I also look at the team. Okay, it's not only about the founder, it's about his managing board, maybe four people, 5 people who are looking at my money. Because at the end, unko paisa banana hai mere liye, right? So if they have to make money, I look at their vision. What is their vision? If it's short sight, or if they are not very clear, there are founders who are honest, but not clear with the usage of money. I don't invest my money. Reason simple, you have to be very realistic, you have to show me the vision that where exactly you will use the money.
So, Mr. Kapoor, what you would say is the right business model. If you have money, where will you put in? What kind of business model you would look at? What kind of promoters you would look at? And what is the kind of profitability or whatever criteria you want to look at? What would be your ideal investment opportunity?
So, before answering this point, I would like to go slightly back. Look, we all have heard the term, and this is especially for this August gathering which is coming from India. We have heard the term billionaire. Am I right? We have heard the term millionaire also. I have coined another term which is called a linear. Linear is someone who has only lilies in his pocket, but he projects as if he is doing something great. He might be living on the credit cards, but he will present it differently. So when you come from India to Dubai in order to seek funds, first go and hit at the right place. Don't end up wasting your time, effort and energies with linearly. That's point number 1. Point number 2, there is money. As rightly pointed out by Jai Prakash, first and the foremost thing is, don't go into numbers, sir. Don't go into numbers. First look at authenticity. Unless you are able to share the authenticity with the investors, nothing is going to work. Now you will say, Basant, this is a simple mathematics, this is not a jargon. But I tell you, I come across so many people from India who come to this part of the world expecting that we will show something, and we will get the dollars and AEDs. For each investor who is sitting in Dubai, he is backed up someone like a Jai Prakash or a Venkateshji or this August panel and me also. They do their own thorough scrutiny. And the first thing which they see is authenticity. Gone are the days of T20 matches in the fundraising. It is not a 8 hours game. It is definitely a test match where you have to show a longer pitch. You have to show what is the product which is available. Whether it is existing or it is only at the conceptual stage. That's very important. And third point, I fully appreciate when you come into the market, what is the way you should get the money. You don't want to dilute your equity, very rightly. If you will dilute your equity at the startup stage, how will you be able to encash it at a later stage? Believe you me, there are ample opportunities available through the DIFC Innovation Hub, through the HNI's net worth, who are more than happy to support, but they don't want to listen. This is my business plan. I am doing this, and within 2 years or 3 years, I am going for a public issue. Nobody goes for public issue in Dubai in 3 years. You will go for Series 1 funding, you will go for Series 2 funding, then only the public issues will come at a later stage. So point what I am trying to drive, go back to the first point. You need to be authentic. Unless you are authentic with the person with whom you want to invest in your business, nothing is going to work. And that's the most important thing which I would like to set up for those startups who come to Dubai thinking it's very easy, low-hanging fruit and we will get the funding. Thank you.
So I've been told that one of the KRA for supply chain industry is time management, and we should wrap up the session in 5 minutes. So let's try to be as quick as possible as what is expected from supply chain industry. So Mr. Venkatesh, what you would like to add to this funding part? Where do we find money?
See, now, as you said, there's still, even though the venture capital, as I told you, which has dropped down heavily in the investments, 50% in compared to 21, some of the key path-breaking innovations, real things are getting attracted. Now, the fundamental, the founders should have how the capital efficiency, the strong governance, and demonstrable traction, measurable centers, they all will get. See, the founders nowadays, the smart founders are good visionaries as well as CFOs. As you said, we should have a financial discipline. It's not others' money you spend left, right, center. So if you have the intent is good and have a good and new path-breaking innovations, still people will are there to give money. And I have still, as you said, many even UAE there are family houses which are attracted for such innovations for the startups to grow.
So, great insight, and I hope there are some takeaways from these discussions. Just 3 minutes more. So, another aspect, I think we are sitting in a global hub, which is probably today is a very, very happening place from a supply chain point of view. And as we say that world is shrinking, geography is history. What are the opportunities for supply chain industry thrown by this global integration and use of technology which enables us to work across the globe, and how the industry players can collaborate with other geographies to be more successful and grow faster than before? So let's have some quick answers. Mr. Bhatia, would like to start with that?
Okay. So I think one thing that everybody will accept, that the world order has changed. And by world order, I don't only mean, the geopolitics around it. I think that is for all to know. But I think it's also become equally imperative, like we talked about diversification. Not one person, not one country, not one geography can have it all. So therefore, it becomes imperative to have these collaborations and synergies across geographies. Now, how do you build up those collaborations? Those collaborations can be in various forms. It could be by movement of manpower. It could be by, let's say, exploring new distributors, new commissioners. It could be all those kind of arrangements. But with technology now, the way it stands, I think a lot of the physical movement of people is also not required. Just recently, I had made a travel to Chennai for some work. And actually, my client told me that the next time, given that you've taken a 2.5-hour flight and you come all the way from Delhi to Chennai, let's do it over Zoom or let's do it over Teams. So, what I think becomes equally important is how do you actually open your minds to what is happening around you. Just recently, we had Mr. Piyush Goyal say something about at a startup event in Delhi. He made a very stark and very critical comment. He says, I'm very happy with the way the Indian landscape is moving, but when I compare this entire ecosystem with what I see in China, I think we are lagging way behind. It's not a small difference, it's a gigantic difference. Indian startups are talking about, and he made specific references, food deliveries, they're talking about fast food fashion, they're talking about, aggregation of logistics, but China is talking about the next level, which is talking about deep tech, it's talking about AI, ML, it's talking about business language, BL. So that's where the difference is. And this difference becomes even more stark when you look at certain simple things like, in India we have something like a UPI, which is excellent. I mean, it has changed the entire landscape for how you make payments. But then when you see what is happening in China and some parts of the US, wherein you can actually make payments through your palm. You don't even need to carry your mobile, you don't need to carry your phone. Your palm is your payment interface. This tells you that there is a lot for you to learn across industries. I mean, you could be from whichever industry, there's a lot for us to learn collectively from our counterparts sitting in the other geographies. So the idea has to be that these trade fairs serve as a great opportunity for exploring other geographies, for understanding what is happening in those economies, and how we can actually build up a more cohesive transfusion of technologies across borders.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dixit, what is your suggestion for the supply chain players in the globalized scenario?
Yeah. So, I think for supply chain players, and we have concrete examples of established players who have, transcended borders and continents with a very simple mindset, and it's called a platform mindset rather than an asset mindset. So you do not need necessarily infrastructurally heavy, mindset to run your business at a cross-border level. I think companies like Ford Kites, if you have heard of them, they have scaled into different continents simply by leveraging on the fact that they have connected the existing players rather than replacing them by the use of technology. So I think that mindset shift is important. That is one. Second, I feel, when you move into other geographies, the biggest challenge you feel, or any business for that matter feels, is the jurisdictions, the regulatory issues. But instead of looking these as challenges, this should be looked at as an opportunity. And there are very, very concrete examples again for that too, wherein there are companies, there are software companies that have set up their financial hubs in GIFT city in Gujarat. They have technological development in Bangalore, and they have operational hub in UAE for their Middle East and Africa expansion. So this is how they are leveraging the synergies, and this is where the India-Middle East corridor is a very, very powerful initiative because of these synergies, where India has the tech talent, they have, we have the digital infrastructure, and this is coupled with UAE's physical infrastructure and capital abundance. So I think these are the synergies where you need to look at where are the complementary abilities that we can leverage on. And this is how basically, the survival of the fittest will happen when you cannot do everything by yourself. So let go of that mindset that, you have to do everything by yourself. This is how you leverage on synergies, and this is how you basically go and transcend to international borders.
Thank you. So I have been given third warning. Mr. Verma, very quick comment on this globalization and opportunities for cross-country collaboration. Very quick, please.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I just want to make 2-3 comments. I realized it ended up more as a startup bashing session also. Because I'm surrounded by the financial business, that's why I know. But I would like to ask a question, is funding the end of the whole thing? If it is not, then what is critical is we need to discuss how are we going to support him. He raised a very important thing and he said it also, that one is the intellect and the second is you gave the example of UPI. Now, is there any, you see, a 10,000 crore company and a 100 crore company, if you expect him to invest the same kind of amount in technology, is it possible? Will you fund him? No. You will ask for his bottom line, top line, various questions. So where is that platform? I don't want to name the company. There is one company in India. They provide the platform. And that platform is extremely critical. Now tomorrow if you book a railway ticket, whether you are a rich man or a poor man, there is one platform, it charges everybody the same. You don't have to put up a special platform for booking railway tickets. But this is one thing which is, we need to discuss about it, what are we going to do. So I made some of these points. Now there are one or more points. Don't expect, they need to have a system of plug and play. You provide them a system of plug and play. That kind of investment if somebody else has to do, because whether it is whatever they might be doing, whether the food delivery or whatever it is, you can't expect them to invest in these kind of things.
I guess we need to wrap it up. Sorry. Being reminded multiple times to wrap it up.
I'll leave another thing, but I just want to add one or more point that whether it's a startup or anyone, this is more relevant for everybody. But in case you want to export or you want to do business outside your shores, please plan, design with a global mindset. You cannot have मैं बना रहा हूँ आज इंडिया के लिए ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो हर भेज दूँगा. That doesn't happen. You have to have a global mindset when you design the whole thing also.
Very right.
And it's also very important that you raised this very wisely that try to jointly solve the problem. Don't just say whether it is funding, whether it is visibility, because I can talk about visibility because can you imagine only 6% of the companies provide visibility? Can you imagine? Because we move around in a certain circle and we feel, 90% people provide visibility. 6%. And this is not my report, this is McKinsey's report. So I have enough data to prove that startups needs a huge ad holding, not only funds. I might be making a very tall claim that 90% of the startups or 85% that don't do well. I think the hand holding is required because we just fund them and then forget about them and then they do nothing. I'm sorry, it's a very, I'm making this statement unnecessarily, but this is a fact of life. I'm sorry for the comment.
Thank you. With this, I think we need to close the session. Thank you very much. It was very good discussion, very productive. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Suresh Bansal, Advisory Board Member, and Mr. Amit Shankhdhar, Director, Logistics Shakti. Please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing their views with everyone. Partner, MCA Gulf. A memento for Mr. Jayaprakash Agarwal, Chairman, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI. A memento and gift for Mr. Basanpur, Senior Advisor, your CFO. A memento and gift for Mr. Prem Verma, former consultant, Tata Motors. A memento gift from Mr. Anand Bhatia, partner and CEO, Bhatia and Bhatia. And a memento gift from Mr. Abhishek Dixit, Director of Business Strategy, Maypop Trading FZE. Thank you, gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome Mr. S. Ramesh Ramakrishnan, Chairman of Transworld Group. He is with us in the hall and we are very excited to hear from him. We will just set the stage up and then invite him on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us.
Is critical. As our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain, presents its global initiative, Supply Chain Management Middle East Conclave and Awards. This prestigious gathering unites global leaders, visionary thinkers, and change makers, all working meticulously towards building the future of logistics. A defining pillar of this summit is the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a bold vision championed by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leaders of the European Union and the United States. More than a route, IMAC is a powerful vision to eliminate trade barriers, expand opportunities, and drive shared prosperity across continents. Dubai stands as a pivotal gateway in this corridor. Under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, the city has transformed into a...
I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. S. Ramesh Ramakrishnan, Chairman Transworld Group. He's a global leader in logistics and supply chain solutions with decades of industry experience. He has been instrumental in expanding the group's global presence and driving innovative business strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. S. Ramesh Ramakrishnan, Chairman Transworld Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to come and be present in front of you. I just landed in Dubai just about an hour back, and I made sure that I was here present for this event. I know that this has been going on for the past 2 days, and the ex-president of India graced the occasion this morning. So I'm certain that this SCM Middle East Conclave would have created numerous opportunities for people to interact and to understand the present challenges that we face, for sure. I was here during the last session that just got concluded. I quite agree with one of the speakers who was sitting towards the left. He talked about startups. And I have always been a very firm believer that startups and the valuations that has been sort of going into it has not been matched at the end of the day in terms of the deliverance. We need to have innovations, creativity, but at the same time, there has to be a realism in the sense that you can't end up taking money from someone and starting to burn as you think it is yours, and then talk about something that you've created. I think you need to worry about your cash flows and profitability at the end of the day. This is a must, without which it's not going to help anyone, even the lenders or the companies that's trying to kind of get started. This is just to sort of let you know before I get started. Again, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be present here and share my thoughts. I'm quite sure that in the past 2 days, there has been a number of thought leaders, thinkers, would all share their views and ideas as to how things have to be done and done better. So I don't think I will be adding too much of great value to it, but I will certainly try and share some thoughts, some ideas, which I think is very, very important as we go along. So once again, thank you very much. In fact, it's a great privilege to be here today at the Supply Chain Conclave 2025 to discuss a critical pillar of international growth and regional cooperation, the immense potential for trade and logistic collaboration between India and the United Arab Emirates. India and the UAE share a deep-rooted historical and economic relationship, strengthened by centuries of cultural and commercial exchanges. Today, this partnership stands on the threshold of a new era. The bilateral trade has surged to 84.5 billion in the year 22-23. And with the CEPA now in place, we are on track to surpass and get to close to a 100 billion milestone. The UAE serves as a vital gateway to the Middle East, Africa and Europe. Its ports, such as Jebel Ali, are amongst the most advanced globally. Whilst India's fast-growing manufacturing sector, bolstered by initiatives like Sagarmala and PM Gati Shakti, is positioning itself as a global supply chain powerhouse. Together, these synergies create an unprecedented opportunity to transform our logistics and marine connectivity. Let's begin by taking a quick look at the global landscape. The world's seaborne trade reached 12.4 billion tons last year, and is expected to grow at 2.4% annually. Container throughput hit 905 million TEUs, and ports like Singapore, Shanghai, and Dubai's own Jebel Ali continue to be the critical hubs. In this context, the UAE is already a leader. Jebel Ali alone handled 15.5 million TEUs in 2024, placing it in the top 10 globally. The Middle East commands over 15% of the global seaborne oil trade, while the UAE continues to invest in digital, customs systems, free zone, and cold chain logistics. India too is rising swiftly. Our national programs like Sagarmala and PM Gati Shakti are reshaping port-led development. India's bilateral trade with the UAE has reached 84.5 billion in 22-23, and with SEPA, we are well on our way to surpassing 100 billion annually. However, we are also face headwinds, the geopolitical tensions in the Red Sea, the war in Ukraine, the climate impacts like the Panama Canal drought are disrupting global freight. And we now have the tariff, which is also causing a lot of havoc all around the world. It's now more important than ever to build resilient, diversified, digital supply chains. In response, both nations, both India and the UAE, must also look to the future. And that future is green. The International Maritime Organization has set a target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This opens vast opportunities in alternative fuels like ammonia, methanol, electrified ports, and sustainable shipping corridors. An equally critical area is the human capital. The future workforce that will power these logistics and maritime transformations. India has a strong foundation in maritime and logistics education, with institutions such as the Indian Maritime University, the National Institute of Logistics, and various skill development initiatives under the Skill India programs. By expanding collaboration in education and training, India can add significant value to UAE's talent ecosystem. We propose joint certification programs, student and faculty exchange, and training centers of excellence in ports like JNPT and Jebel Ali. These initiatives will not only upskill young professionals, but also create a shared knowledge base and a resilient talent pool to meet the industry's future demands. So what must we do together? I have sort of put down a 6-point plan, which I think some are implemented, some can certainly be taken ahead and implemented. One, I think we need to digitize customs and the port clearances. We must build paperless, real-time digital trade corridors between India and the UAE ports. Number two, establish integrated logistics zones. We have to co-develop logistic hubs that are seamlessly connected by road, rail, sea, and air. Align the regulatory standards, harmonize our trade rules and compliance frameworks, will reduce friction and increase trust. Green maritime infrastructure. We should invest jointly in sustainable port and shipping technologies. Expand SEPA's scope. Let's go beyond goods and include digital trade, fintech, health tech, and even e-commerce in our agreement. Most importantly, develop joint training and talent programs. Establish maritime and logistic academies, joint certifications, and vocational training pipelines tailored for the industry's evolving needs. Amid global uncertainty, certainly new opportunities emerge. India and the UAE can become the backbone of rerouted global supply chains through the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. UAE's world-class ports and India's manufacturing strength offer alternative routes to Europe, Africa, and Asia. Together, we can lead in green and digital logistics, from smart ports to green shipping lanes. And with mutual investment in cold chains, bonded zones, logistic parks, and now skill building, we can unlock seamless trade flows and future-ready workforce. In conclusion, the future of trade is not just about goods, it's about partnerships, resilience, innovation, and creating the human capital. India and the UAE are uniquely positioned to redefine the flow of global commerce. I urge all of us to act collaboratively. Let's prioritize policy frameworks that enable smart, green, and inclusive logistics. Let us invest in infrastructure, technology, and most importantly, in education and training that empowers the youth. And above all, let's build a shared vision of prosperity where India and the UAE serve as beacons of 21st century trade. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure whether I've been able to add a lot of ideas in what you guys have already discussed in the last day and a half. But certainly, the supply chain is going through a great challenge because every time we see disruptions happening to the global trade, generally, supply chain is what has always been the bottom end of the organizations. And they have never given enough consideration to see how this can be developed and changed. But I think now, after what we have seen post-COVID and where we are at this point of time, most organizations feel a lot of interest to ensure supply chains are efficient, digitally managed, just in time. All of these things are happening. The other thing that I do think that is likely to impact the global trade and the business is obviously going to be nearshoring. I do think that manufacturing will start slowly but surely shifting to the points of consumption. I do think that places like Mexico and in South America will start producing whatever is needed for the United States. And similarly, India will start producing for a lot of regions closer to consumption. Same in the case of China and Vietnam. So there is going to be a lot of change. It's going to be very dynamic. It is going to change the way we've been doing business for so many years. But one needs to be very watchful, mindful, and be ready to take on those challenges, which obviously is an opportunity as well. And thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
So I request you to please stay on stage for a bit. I would like to invite Kamal Narayan over and Mr. Prem Prakash, Directors of Logistics Shakti, to please present Mr. Ramakrishnan with a memento and a small gift. We are very grateful to him for coming here and sharing the wealth of his knowledge with the audience here. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Ramachandran. Coming up next is another discussion on a topic that we have heard quite often today, and that's technology. Sustainability and technology are two words that we're hearing very often during the day when it comes to the transformation of supply chain management. We will just take a minute to set the stage, and then we'll call our speakers on stage.
our world moves faster and farther, an invisible force connects more than just goods. It connects lives, enables progress, creates livelihoods, and fuels the hopes of humanity. This force is the supply chain. With projections estimating the global supply chain management industry to reach USD 85.57 billion by 2032, the sector is undergoing a significant transformation, driven by technological advancements and innovation. In this era of rapid global trade, the need for innovation, resilience, and meaningful collaboration is critical. Logistics Shakti, India's leading think tank dedicated to reimagining the future of logistics and supply chain. At Logistics Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistics Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world.
With the advancement of artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation, the supply chain is becoming more efficient and streamlined than ever before. In this session, we will discuss how connected mobility and predictive analytics are optimizing supply chain flows. What impact will autonomous vehicles and smart analytics have on fleet management? Can new technologies give a competitive edge to logistics companies over their peers? We have a host of industry leaders on the panel as they discuss real-life applications, challenges, and the immense potential AI holds in enhancing operational efficiency, reducing costs, and delivering superior customer experiences. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Vanita Iyer, Manager, Supply Chain Systems and Manager, Supply Chain Shared Services, ACWA Power. Please give a round of applause and welcome Vanita Iyer on stage. She leads the integration of technology and process excellence across global supply chain operations. Her expertise in digital transformation and centralized services play a vital role in driving efficiency, transparency, and scalability in one of the region's most dynamic energy companies. Please give her a round of applause as she makes her way on stage. Please welcome our speakers, Shri, MEA Zone Head, Schneider Electric. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Kamal Gupta, Director, Supply Chain, Kitopi. Please welcome Mr. Suryakant Das, VP SCM, Reliance own brand electronics. And Mr. Vaibhav Kumar, co-founder, Traco. Please give our speakers a round of applause and welcome them on stage.
Hello everyone. Good evening. It's such a wonderful session and a lot of topics that we have already discussed. As many of the previous topics, we have heard a lot of technology, right? Every topic that we start to talk about, technology is part of it. So let's see how we can make this discussion interesting. without repeating the same thing. So we will focus on more on your experiences, right? So in our organization. So technology as such, no conferences nowadays, you cannot have a conference without talking about technology. That's how it is now. Especially in Middle East, if you see, the adoption of technology. Any technology, it's here, right? It's forefront in adopting any kind of technology, experimenting technology. Especially UAE, right? You name it, anything. IoT, robotics, blockchain. We are at the forefront in adopting it. However, we are talking about on a wider spectrum, right? We talk about a little bit specific to the industry where we come from, right? So, how technology is working for us in our specific industry, how it has grown, especially in the last decade. The growth we have seen in the industry itself, supply chain as a whole, as well as technology specifically within our industry where we come from. I am basically from power sector. I work with Aqua Power, where we produce power, and we work with governments for desalination of the water. So personally, I have seen, I'm with Aqua Power since 3 years, and I have seen what we are doing with technology to improve the efficiency as a whole of supply chain. So that's what we will try to focus on in this session for you guys. Let's begin asking a simple question to Serge. I'll start with you, Serge, right? How do you define innovation in the context of modern supply chain, particularly in our region?
Hi everyone. So I'm Serge. I'm in the supply chain field for the last 15 years in different regions, Europe, Middle East, Africa, India as well. So it's a very good question. First, we need to understand what is the terminology of innovation. Today, when we talk innovation, everybody will try to see in our mobile the application that we have. But when you go to a supply chain function today, it's a bit scattered on the digitization. Some of the organization, if I say the global organization, will have a good, I can say, digital capabilities. But when you go to the SMEs, they will have a little bit less. And when you go for a smaller company, they will be still working with Excel file today. Okay? So what we can do to move to that direction? First, every company make a big statement and then I'll go to the example. So any organization will have a different strategy. They will have where to focus on. If I take an example of the logistics company, they will need to make sure that the delivery, the driver, the trucks, they know where they are at a certain point of time. So they will need to focus on that direction, so they need to develop this element. If you go to like Schneider Electric, our focus point is sustainability. So all our solution is around sustainability, like EV vehicles, solar panels in the warehouse, energy monitoring. So all our solution we work more towards manufacturing angle than the logistics perspective. Okay? Of course, the transportation is very important for us as well, but this is the dimension. And then another point that where we touch based on innovation is we want to go very fast. Everybody talks about AI. Everyone wants to apply AI today. But in the function of the supply chain, only one area in the planning where they have some light of AI development to manage the forecast. But the other function, they didn't start or develop anything around AI perspective, just a high-level discussion. So I think this is where we need to see where we are sitting, what are our priorities, what is in the market today. Today, if you go to market, we have a lot of startups in the previous panel discussion. There are a lot of startups coming with a solution, but it's not answering the question of the customer at the end of the day. I can tell you the example of Schneider Electric. So we have a couple of startups came to us, but when we didn't close any solution with them because they came with the solution already available, plugged to the organization, but didn't work out. Okay? So this is what I see from the high-level perspective in terms of innovation. I think we need to see first as leaders, second as an organization, where do you see in those innovation trend today?
I agree. So this is similar to what one of the earlier speakers was saying. It's basically creating a problem and then giving you a solution for that problem. We don't have that problem, right? So we have something else and we are looking for something else. So that, I think it's a bit of a disconnect. So on the one hand, we have a lot of AI, machine learning, we are doing this is happening, it's growing. On the other hand, as you said, within organization, I would say there's a bit of a disconnect, right? There are technologies which is really useful as well, but what extent and how much we are getting out of it is still to be seen, right? Continuing on that, my next question would be for Mr. Suryakantash. Which emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, robotics, IoT are having greatest impact, do you think?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Suryakantash. I'm really happy to be here today for this discussion part. I just like to mention here, if I go back to 20 years before, when we started our career, and that time no technology was there. Only we have PCs, where we feel that this is a technology for us, that we are feeding data to, and we just think we are having a big instrument with us to manage. That instrument will help us to do our activities. Slowly and gradually, things has changed, things has moved on. Today, we have something like AI, which is really a big thing for all of us. How this will really bring everything to us. Sitting here, if I use the part of AI, I can do anything. I can do everything. So AI is the biggest, upcoming technology, you can say, because the AI is coming in because we have so many databases. The database is processing through the artificial intelligence, and we are getting all sorts of information. So AI is the first thing I can say will change the entire process, actions for our coming days, particularly in supply chain. Because supply chain is based on the complete database. The data is having so large, and that processing through AI really helping us. And it will enable through other physical, like IoT's instruments or the physical things of internet things and all, that will definitely coming up, and that is also going up very high and emerging every month and every year. So there are various things coming up on the IoT side. Secondly, also there are further the kind of robotics part. That is, one is robotics side, and the drone is also coming on in the technology, which is also can be a great use in the supply chain for your deliveries, for your reaching to the customer, responsive time, and the robotics again is a very automated process. Today, many companies already implemented that. We don't need to give any invoices or documents or the paper copies. That's automatically get it through your email or your own WhatsApp. That's where the robotics is already implemented. And if I say some of the kind of technology is really emerging, and IoT will, the AI will take off a very next level, because many of us, we do not know really what is AI. Recently, I was just attending one big training session in Bombay IIT. Then I just enlightened through that session that what is really AI. We all talking about AI is doing this, that, but we really do not know how the AI is coming up. Today, if I say, if I want to make some presentation or some information or anything, I can have different AI tools or sites where I can only have a prompt that will help us. So what I am trying to say, in supply chain also, today if you want to know how many suppliers or vendors or transporters or anybody available as per your need, use that AI tool, use the different AI sites that will going to help us to reduce our time to finding out the information in this entire global world. So again, finally, also coming the cloud computing, which is also a new thing, is also emerging very fast, wherein we don't need to have any kind of physical server or things which can also help us to manage our database. So those 4-5 things top of this entire 4-5, the AI is the really the information point of view, and the IoT second level, and the robotics and the drones are the also coming to act in this the ground of supply chain to help us and simplify and meaningful deliveries or processes in our supply chain part. Thank you.
Agree. So AI is the top of the chain, basically helping us with our day-to-day operations, basically making a lot of things easy for us, like predictive analysis, or helping us with the forecasting, and churning the data, the big chunk of data, etc. That is true. Let's move on to Vaibhav. What are some of the biggest challenges businesses face when integrating with new technology? I see the youngest panelist here.
Hi everyone. When we say what are the challenges, there are a lot. But before that, we have to go for like why new technologies need to be integrated, right? We need to check at the aim. There can be many, but one is independent visibility and transparency. Second, what I say is predictive analytics, so that I can make some real decisions. These are one of few. That's why businesses try to implement technologies. And when we take challenges, I can classify them into like tech and non-tech problems, basically. When I go for some technology problems, they are basically present some legacy system and infrastructure. A business might have some legacy systems which are not open to modern technologies. And I, as a service provider, can't do anything if I can't integrate. To bring in that, I might have to create custom middlewares that can be expensive and time-taking. Right? This is one. Second can be change adoption and employee resistance. So when I'm implementing something, I might be bringing a new system entirely, and that needs to be adapted by the real users of the software, basically supervisors, the guys who are sitting in front of the computers taking care of that. They need to be aware of that. They need to use that. Otherwise, the whole system will be a failure. But it generally seems that due to unfamiliarity or basically fear of redundancy, or basically it takes time, long training sessions to get them accustomed to the product, they try to avoid using it. There is a fear of adoption that comes in, and basically that is a big problem for us. And then the third, which I feel is, we are talking about AI here, but AI won't be of any use till we have data. Right? For example, orders are present in order management systems. Truck is on the roads, that is in the tracking system. AI can't do anything if you don't link a sales order to a truck, right? And in industry, we have different departments, they have different data silos. Sales order might be in the sales department, similarly tracking might be in the track. AI can't do anything until we connect that sales order to a specific truck. So basically, breaking the data silos is very important, and that becomes a challenge for a service provider like anyone to integrate and make some use of it. So when I see these challenges, they're not hard challenges, I'll say that we can be solved using, let's say we take the data silos part. We can just integrate using Node. We are talking about AI, we are not talking about no-code platforms. Why not drag and drop and build a system that can take the data from out, and let's put AI over that. Let's connect first, let's integrate and make it an interoperable system first. So these are the challenges we see, and when we say change adoption, we say, okay, in India, most of the logistics planning happen in WhatsApp. Why do you remove WhatsApp? Right? Keep your systems there, and then people will interact via WhatsApp. So I'm not bringing anything new, at least to the user who is the end user, right? So that's there. Yeah.
Okay. Just to add something to him, like the technology is coming very fast, and we as a individual or the company, we are not very agile or very fast to adapt the new technology. First, we are not understanding what technology will help. Like he said, I completely agree that AI will be a database, basically. It's just formatting the database as per your instructions and command. But other things, the physical, the technology is coming on. So how this will be really as per our need, and how this will be translated to and help us for simplifying our activities. That's the way we have to bridge that gap first. That's the change we need to break.
Wonderful. There really is a problem in hearing what the panel is saying, okay? But yeah, I get it. I would like to add one more point on top of that. The biggest challenge is also the expectation from implementing anything, right? Because the moment I hear AI, I see some magic, you know. I have a certain expectation, like if I'm investing in something that is called AI, it should bring out something immediately, like a magician taking a rabbit out of his hat, right? But that kind of expectations needs to be managed. It's not something that you have something and magically everything, your problem is solved and, you know, well, done. You know, it's not going to be like that. As such, AI, the more we train, the more we are going to get the results out. So it's not like I implemented something and it has to work immediately. So this is also something, I'll give you a second. This is also something that we as a supply chain needs to, you know, more and more educate our stakeholders, especially finance. Sorry for the finance guy over here. So it's a common tussle between whenever we talk about, you know, improvising the efficiency within supply chain, when we want to look into a specific technology to solve a specific problem, the immediate question that comes to us is, what's the ROI? What are we getting out of it, right? So, and the expectation is also, okay, I'm investing this much amount. I have to wait 3 years for this? Then why do we want to invest it? Because you have to invest now, so after 3 years you can reap the benefit, and it's going to take time to mature for any solution, right? So that is another, I think it's an important point to add for any organization to manage the expectations from any technology that we are implementing, right? Yes.
I would like to add on. In a single line, I have to say, we expect systems driven by AI, but we have systems based on AI. So there is a difference. That's why the expectations and product mapping only. There is a slight difference. Maybe in future, there will be systems which will be driven by AI.
So continuing that, we talked about technology being more agile day by day. How are we going to adapt to that? So there is still a mindset with us. Yes, we have taken on the smartphones, right? So this is the base. Without this, we cannot. So how, like a smartphone, how can we accept the technology that is there in our industry, and how can we make the people accept it more? So this is one of the top challenges in any organization we face, resistance to change. The immediate fear is it going to replace me? Because the machine can do it. I was doing it since past, I don't know, 10 years. Now this machine is going to do the same work I'm doing, so what am I going to do? So how do you tackle this challenge in your organization? So I start with Serge.
So I think it's not an easy process. I will take step by step. First, we need to start with people. So people like us as a leader, also if you look most of the supply chain leaders, they don't know where they need to invest, where is the priority, where we need to move on. Okay, so if we are not there as a leader, you will not be able to give the right message. And also your stakeholders and leaders, etc. on that. So first people, we need to start training them, job shifting. Whatever we are doing in terms of supply chain, like coordinator or logistic coordinator or transportation coordinator, the job will be shifting in the next 5 years. Okay, so those will not be existing, that will be more executed, as I said, I call it the airport control tower. So we manage the flight with the screen, you know what's happening, right? And they have 1 2 people managing the situation. So this will be in the logistics or supply chain. They will have a control tower board everywhere. AI will work on the background, machine learning, digital twin manufacturing plan. So they will have people to understand what is the logic behind that, how to react according to that. Today, we are still working in our day-to-day operation on the Excel file, on the, today, for example, we deployed the transportation control tower in 2019. Everything is digitized, connected to our freight forwarders. But still, when they see the dashboard, they go to the detail, download the Excel report, and they work on the Excel. So this is the element that people need to make switch of starting using the tool, because also what you see to the limitation of the tool. The tool are not well friendly user to manage what can be in Excel file today. So
no, but you cannot replace Excel for near future, okay? That's the fact that all of us are using Excel. This is the fact in all the organizations. Exactly. Come what may, any tool will come into place, but Excel will have its own place. That's true.
Will remain. That I agree with you. But I think the shift of people mindset to understand the logic of the system, where we want to go, and what is the bottom line. For example, if you implement the system, that will help us to get more market share. You will be more faster in the organization. Today, you know what's happening in the market, the Red Sea situation. If you don't anticipate, if you don't know when your container will come here, you'll not be able to deliver to your customer, and your competitor will do it. So I think this is where I feel a shift from the mindset from all the people in the organization to go towards that, but on their pace. Otherwise, we'll fail on that.
Wonderful. You would like to add any point to that? People management or say stakeholder, how to bring them up to the speed? Because there will always be an element of human, right? Irrespective of what technology is. We will have to still see faces, shake hands, smile, hug, to have the feeling of human being. Not technology cannot replace us, of course, right? So how do you see that shift happening in our mindsets to be able to convince the team that we are still important? You are here to do something that mission is not able to do.
Yeah, I completely understand. But the biggest thing is any organizations doing business, everything. So on the top of the top management role is to convince what type of technology we are going to use. Then automatically the down the line team or the team who was working day to day, so they can at least adapt that. So it's top driven rather than bottom driven, because nobody would like to have use the technology very easily, because it's very not easy. Once they use, for example, I can say when the SAP comes into our life, it is very difficult to adapt. So technology is such a new thing for everybody. Initially it looks like alien. So once you used to that, obviously it will be very useful to everybody. So that's the way top management role to push that technology, the kind of things we need. Then automatically start adapting, using, and then it comes to the agile to the entire team. So that's the I can say.
Agree. So my question to Vaibhav would be, are startups and smaller players an advantage or disadvantage when it comes to driving innovation in this specific space?
So if I have to say, budding startups.
Hold it closer, maybe. Hold it closer.
Yeah. Okay. So if I have to say, budding startups, especially in the supply chain industry at this moment, are enjoying a very sweet spot. Right, because we talk about the advent of AI, we talk about low-code, no-code, and they have all that infra available to us, all that knowledge to start something new instead of changing what is already built. And when we say startups, there comes agility. Our sprint cycles are quite fast. We can just iterate on our project. We actually solve the problems. Startups are more focused was basically niche solutions, right? We try to find out issues instead of the established enterprises who take care of broader use cases. Startups try to find out the niche use cases and find a specialized solution for the same. Similarly, we talk of startups, there is we have a high risk tolerance, right? They have nothing to lose, right? We can just try to bring in a new technology, we might or might not work, right? And when we say customer-centric approach towards product development, so I'm part track also, so I can say, when I've had any project managers, customers were always project managers. We started from tracking and now we are trying supply planning and everything, right? So basically, it's the customer who tells you what to build in the initial stages. And startups have a very actually tightened feedback loop with the customers. They basically tell you everything, what to do, what not to do. You just have to adhere to us. Unlike the enterprise, basically there is a difference out there. And integration and interoperability, right? When we talk about startups, the first statement comes in, I can integrate everything. Right? Unlike enterprises, because there is compliance and a lot of issues, startups, they can just bring in new technologies as of the moment very fast. They can ship in very fast. But when I talk about advantages, there are disadvantages as well, like building customer trust. right? There can be compliance issues, or security issues, which might push back a startup, or beating the competition from established players. Second one, and the third being the compliance already, right? So, but I can see it's more favorable for a startup at this moment.
Good to hear. I hope you all heard it right. I didn't hear much because there's a bit of an issue here to hear. Considering the time, since we have to keep the time, I would have an open question to all of you. If you could implement one thing in technology that you would think would change, what would that be?
I think there were discussion about that on the blockchain, right? So today we have a lot of scatter. Today, if you start just giving a high level, placing your PO to your supplier, today you are scattered, your system is managing end-to-end supply chain, you will have to come to your freight forwarder, and then you will have to work with your broker, and then the broker to your distribution center, until your customer. So the ideal approach would be to have a blockchain connecting everybody there, so you have one view of what's happening there, and then whenever you have a channel, you can action according to that. So that's maybe the dream that I can still not see today, that you can have on the supply chain.
I wish your dream come true very soon. And what would be yours, Surya? What would be yours?
Like I just said, blockchain is really future, but it's very slow. Initially, it was very prominent to everybody that blockchain is coming up, but slowly it mellowed down. Then now again, AI has come up. So I feel AI is a tool or things we need to, I need to be more of on that part, because it will really help us to data crunching and information level, so that my time of thinking will definitely go down. So I'll put more of use that AI part. It will help me for doing so or day-to-day activities. For example, if I want to have an idea to present to a management level, so I need to have 3-4 days to think and make a presentation, wherein I can put my prompt and I can get the presentation in 1 or 2 hours time. That's really saving a whole lot of time. I will prefer to have AI first.
Wonderful. I think it's sooner. For you, your wish will be granted very soon. What would be one thing that you would want to see?
Basically, I want a modular platform first, right? Generally, the burden of changing and iterating comes from the service providers, right? Why not build a no-code solution and let the businesses change on their own, right? AI is there, can help you, right? Let's build something that we both, that reduces the burden on the service provider, so that they can explore much. Any businesses know about their businesses more than anyone, right? So let them provide the tools so that they can just customize as they want to. And AI is always there to help you, right?
Wonderful. So I think, yes, you want to
add. Yeah, I just added one more thing. So, like, we all call service providers. I think we also change our name to solution providers. Because service providers no more exist nowadays, because we need to have solutions. I have problems, I need solution from you, I don't need service from you. That's the way we all have to think our mind to change the solution provider, rather we call it as a service provider. That's the big change we need to have in our mind.
Wonderful. Solution providers. Wonderful. I think, team, we are well within the time. Thanks a lot for all your inputs. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks a lot for hearing us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I request all our speakers to please stay on stage for a bit. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kathrin Muthuswamy, Group CFO of Eco Express, Group CEO of Eco Express, and Mr. Vikas Grover, Managing Director, Ali Sped, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing their thoughts on technology development and its impact on supply chain. I request you to please present a memento to our moderator, Vanita Iyer, Manager Supply Chain Systems and Manager Supply Chain Shared Services, ACWA. I request you to please present a memento and gift to Vanita Iyer. Memento and gift for Surge T, MEA Zone Head, Schneider Electric. A memento and gift from Mr. Suryakant Dash, VP, SCM, Reliance own brand electronics. So Kunal could not join the panel, but we will call him on stage to take his memento. So please give a round of applause to Kunal Gupta, Director Supply Chain, Kitopi. A memento and gift. A memento and gift for Suryakant Dash, VPSCM, Reliance own brand electronics. And a memento and gift for Mr. Vaibhav Kumar, co-founder, Traco. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Technology is indeed having a deep impact on the supply chain sector, and many sectors it is bringing transformations, cost efficiencies, and a lot of transparency in many sectors. There is, of course, another very important salient element, which is sustainability. And we're going to talk about sustainable pharmaceutical supply chains. We'll just get the stage ready. I request everybody to please take a seat and settle down.
Logistics will evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and
Right. Our next discussion is on building resilient and sustainable pharmaceutical supply chains, ensuring equitable access to life-changing medicines through robust logistics. The global rollout of temperature-sensitive vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna post-COVID pandemic breakout exposed the gaps in cold chain and pharmaceutical supply chains and accelerated upgrades. Now, localized cold storage facilities have come up to reduce the last mile risk. And to boost nearshoring, governments have started offering incentives for API self-sufficiency. The environmental footprint of wider global cold chain supply chain is much higher. Can it shift towards carbon-neutral cold logistics? These are some of the issues we'll discuss in this panel. Please welcome our speakers and our moderator for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council. Please give a round of applause and welcome our moderator on stage. Joining him in this discussion are our speakers, Suraj Mukatira, Global Head Logistics, Biocon Biologics, Dr. Shri Balasubramanian, Associate Professor, Business School Chair, Office of Research, Middlesex University, Mr. Vamsi Krishna, Head of Supply Chain, GCC, Asset DM Healthcare, Hassan Jameli, Senior Director of Supply Chain, New Bridge Pharmaceuticals, and Mr. Manish Agarwal, Import-Export Manager, Kusum Group Companies. I'll hand it over to Kamal to take this discussion forward.
Hello. So good evening everyone. Hope I'm audible to the people at that side as well as on the. My apologies for shifting the session. We were supposed to meet before lunch, but then I thought that it's better that all of us get well fed and then we meet and discuss and maybe before the tea. So here now I'm wearing more of a hat of a health advocate since I head an organization in India which is into health advocacy, and we work towards building a healthy nation and a sustainable and healthy world around SDGs. So we have understood a lot about supply chain, a lot of innovations. We talk about technology, we talk about IMAC, and almost every aspect. And we have had the doyens of logistic industry talking about those various areas related to supply chain. I will try to look at the more human side of supply chain. Supply chain which is important for protecting lives, which is important for saving people in the face of something like pandemic, and also helping people deal with or fight with diseases every day. And that's where all of you being part of the pharmaceutical supply chain, you empower those patients to kind of, put up a strong fight against diseases, manage diseases, and for that it is important that all that which is needed for it reach to them, is wherever they need. And in healthcare, we look at the equitable, accessible health. So things have to reach. The medicine has to reach. Even the doctors and nurses have to reach. We will be short because we are anyways running out of time. So let me begin with you. First, quick round of introduction by all of you, and about the organization you represent and how you contribute to the health of humanity through your the medicines you supply or the services you provide or the healthcare the way you deliver. So let's begin with you.
Thanks, Kamal. Thanks for having me in Minister and Conclave. Like you said, Kamal, that we are the healthcare service provider. In fact, we are not a manufacturer. Okay, in fact, we don't manufacture drugs, but we serve the patients.
We need to send nurses, even doctors also. That is also important.
For Aster perspective, we are one of the largest healthcare providers, private healthcare operators in the Middle East region. And we handle close to more than 19 plus hospitals and 120 clinics and 300 pharmacies in the region. We every day serve almost 25,000 patients or customers, patients in that. Okay, we annually touch 7 million lives in the region.
7 billion lives. In the region, you serve or touch that. Okay.
So, having said that, our biggest learning was that COVID was a big roller coaster for the healthcare service providers. Okay. So we have to revamp the way we work, because nobody predicted COVID, that how it is going to come and how it is going to impact. And that we had a lot of shortage of doctors, nurses, and that front staff, that who are servicing patients. Okay. And even today, if you see that post-COVID, that being more, this was one of the debates, which we had in the board, how we can be more resilient. Then we had to move forward and vertically integrate all the systems together. What if that if there is one more disaster which is going, or that come and that we are going to face these situations. Okay. Vertical integration of system is very important, and even if you see that today what is happening is that it's critical medication, for instance, it's all controlled by the doctor's prescription pattern. What will come, say suppose you have a flu season, you need a flu medication. Okay. And if you're in a winter season, there is a different type of medication. Okay. Children, after vacation, they go to school, then you have the different kind of medication. So again, chronic patients, that it's different kind of medications. And we realize that for every medication, that we need to have an alternative medication as well. That's where that it's not like one formulary or one drug which you want to have as a system. So if it goes out of stock, okay. So that is why we have vertically integrated systems completely, and we are also working on digital twins. Okay. Scenario planning. What will happen that if this happens? So that the inventory goes completely out of stock, and what is my alternative? Where is, can I source it from different suppliers?
So all that was a post-COVID realization, or before that also we were doing a lot of that?
Because that you actually go on zero-based budget modeling. Okay, and see in fact, that I was just talking to another panel, that maybe there is a myth, that most of the healthcare companies, service providers, have grown profitably, during COVID, but that's not the realistic. Okay, because the thing is, most of the healthcare service provider companies, that have incurred major losses. Most of the surgeries got postponed. Okay, normal patients who were coming for the normal chronic treatment did not happen. The only activity which was happening is COVID test, nothing else.
That too was subsidized.
Absolutely. Okay, but still we are there to treat patients. So having said that, that this digital twins, that it's very critical in terms of analyzing, that what if scenarios, what is going to happen. And you know that revamping our digital space, today you know that what our 5-year digital plan used to be after COVID, you know that it came into okay, we have revamped so fast. You know that today, you know that there is doctor appointments which are taking online, okay, through app. You can upload prescriptions, you know that through app. Okay, so people don't have any views. Okay, you can take video consultation. If you're a regular patient, you know that you can take a video consultation and you know that you can still get your prescription. So these kind of technology, you know that you know that it has, you know that escalated drastically. And this is also, you know that helping us to be more resilient in terms of, you know that what is that we are going out of. Because the most critical element for supply chain is, you know that whether the product availability is there or not. Okay. If you fall sick or if your family or kid is sick, you know that you expect that you need to get the medicines immediately. If you don't have the medicine, you just walk on them.
So absolutely, a lot of provisioning and ensuring that at a time when you would require certain critical supply, this should be available. So how you are going to ensure that you have enough sources of that, you have diversified enough, you have also fixed your supply chain and also diversified that as well, so that you continue to get that. And especially when the disease scenario, the patterns, the seasonality and everything come into the play. And then, something like this, which is more chronic and all that, which is growing every day, whether it is diabetes, whether it is, cardiovascular disease or cancer. So wonderful. I think the great work, as you said, Esther is obviously, one of the most important brand in this region, and they are doing wonderful work. I love the way they have created their pharmacies to hospitals to everything. Interestingly, in the last year when we did our 10th highest double summit in Dubai, we awarded Dr. Ajad Mupin for lifetime achievement. So it's a pleasure to have you here and to hear this, that how much detail is being now put to ensure that you continue to serve somebody who needs you most. Thank you. Dr. Balasubramanian. So you are a researcher. They do this on the practical ground. They have started using data and all that to take a better decision making and all that. How do you, as from an academician point of view, as a researcher point of view, how do you see as a pharma supply chain and this criticality to ensure that the life keeps going at any given scenario?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And along with the industry experts here, been here in UAE for almost 18 years. I've seen how the logistics industry has grown. I would like to also say my another role. I'm also a consultant for Meenakshi Institute, which is an intergovernmental organization based in Thailand. So we work closely with Asian Development Bank, and I'm also a member of the UN Global Compact UAE, where we look into many sustainability goals, including one of the main goals is healthcare. So one aspect I think you mentioned about humanitarian aspects is the universal health coverage. So this is a big thing now globally across, not just in UAE, India, but across, is achieving the universal health coverage. And we know, although during the pandemic, it's the medical supply chain or the healthcare supply chain that saved the world. So we need that same rigor to ensure that we are able to increase our accessibility of medicines to all corners of the world, basically, to ensure we meet the universal health coverage goals. So that's one aspect of the humanitarian aspects. I mean, all the leading companies can contribute to that as part of their corporate social responsibility. The second aspect in terms of UAE specifically is we can increase local production. So that's one area. So we are talking about how efficiently we can import and export. But there is a lot of emphasis on making UAE or making Emirates. So this is one area, maybe at least it's starting with some level of production, local production. This will strengthen the supply chain, not just for UAE, but also for the region. Again, there's a lot of opportunities for companies from India to kind of build those setup, and Dubai is ready with the infrastructure. So it's not just the logistic hub, it could be a future manufacturing hub as well. So that's one area. Just a few more things from my side is the other aspect of sustainability I think you mentioned, starting how we can manage sustainability. And sustainability has three dimensions, so environmental, economic, and also the social aspects. So this healthcare supply chain, or pharmaceutical supply chain, tick all three boxes because first of all, how we can make it much more accessible, that's the social dimension. How we can make it more cost effective, that's the financial dimension, and at the same time we are trying to balance the environmental footprint as well. The air cargo is growing, and we are seeing more and more medical shipments by air cargo, but at the same time it's not good from an environmental sustainability point of view. But for critical medicines we don't have an option but to air ship. So how do we balance these conflicting scenarios would be something, because UAE has a net zero target of 2050, UAE wants to achieve net zero emissions. So these are some interesting discussion points, and finally I went with the technology part, and my colleague mentioned about digital twin. Actually at Middlesex University we just won a big project from the Dubai Future Foundation to set up a digital twin lab. So maybe this is some area we are also looking for, and from the technology point of view we are seeing huge potential for digital twins in supply chain, and also of course we can look into that in the cold chain logistics.
So technology, sustainability, social aspect, you covered most of them. And how supply chain of pharmaceutical or healthcare can be an important aspect to that. Mr. Vamsi, if I can go to you, what's your perspective on it, and how do you see that the pharma supply chain? I think my voice is clear.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of an echo. So
there is an echo, there's some sound issue which we try to address. But they can hear better. Somehow we lose that. But I think I'm trying to be more audible. Am I clear?
Yeah, a little bit.
Little bit. Oh my God. That's the big issue. Anyways, so when you look at the pharma supply chain, how do you see it is evolving, and how your organization is contributing to that, and how it is managing it?
Sure. So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you esteemed panels with guests. So I represent the manufacturing side of things. So at Biocon Biologics, I'll talk a little bit about what we do at Biocon. Biocon Biologics is one of the top 15 players in the biologics segment. So this company was founded 45 years ago. And today, as we stand, we are, we have a portfolio of about over 20 products, which places us at the top 15 in the biosimilar segment. So on the question on where do we see the pharma supply chain going, and what are some of the key challenges that we have been facing? Mostly talking about, and I think we touched upon cold chain shipments. So there are a couple of aspects to cold chain, moving pharmaceutical products from one point to the other. So one of the key aspects is the compliance, right? So having the visibility on having or tracking your shipments, your product real time, to make sure that the temperature conditions, the quality standards of the products that are being maintained while the product moves from one place to the other. So where we see the pharma supply chain moving is into the visibility space. We see a lot of solutions that are being coming up on real-time visibility of shipments. We have solutions coming up around monitoring cold chain shipments. Instead of looking at these solutions in isolation, now what we are trying to do is integrate all of them into a common platform where we have the service providers, the forwarders, the solution providers, the cold chain container providers, the temperature monitoring devices providers, all of them coming together to offer an end-to-end solution. So I think this space has a lot of potential. There's a lot of growth happening in this space. So one of the key themes of Biocon Biologics has always been providing affordable healthcare to patients. So as these solutions come together, we believe that there is a lot of opportunity to optimize on cost and quality of the product.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bamsi. And I understand your company, since its work, a lot of specialized similars and medicine. Obviously, it requires a very specialized supply chain mechanism, and to ensure that the important, these critical medicines are reaching to the patients in the shape and form and the nature as they should be. And this is definitely going to be a critical aspect, and the way you address that, the supply chain is being managed. I'll go to now Mr. Manish just a second, because since we had a manufacturer, I want to understand another manufacturer and come to you. Yeah. So, Mr. Manish, because we heard about how biologics, they deal with a lot of those kind of biosimilars and all. You are a manufacturer and supplying to areas which are, troubled many times. Yeah. How has been your experience? Because whether war or not war, peace, war or peace, progress or not progress, you have pandemic or not pandemic, whatever is the situation, medicines have to reach to the people. And your experience of dealing with CIS countries largely, and the countries which are impacted by the Russia, Ukraine war and all that, would you like to share that? How do you manage that, difficult situations when to ensure that the medicine reaches to the people?
Good evening. I am Manish from Kusum Healthcare in India. We are an exporter to CIS, ASEAN and Middle East African countries. Our major exports to Ukraine, and we are using reefer containers. Is there anybody know about reefer containers? Temperature control, very good. First we do transport validation. We send shipments with GPS enabled data loggers and note down each activity, and our separate team, quality assurance team, we note down each activity, where container is stuck, how many times where stay, and finally after reaching the destination, we study, our quality assurance team study each parameters, and if it goes well, then we continue with the same route. Earlier, we have seen COVID. During COVID, there was no transport, then we got permission from government to send medicines. We put stickers on trucks and on containers, giving letters to all staff and transporters and CHAs, pharmaceutical, essential medicines. Then somehow it reaches to the port, then we export, then again there was challenge in destination countries. Then we were exporting through Odessa port. Even after war, shipment was going, then Odessa port was destroyed. Some challenges, then we will start reroute around 7 to 8 containers were rerouted. Then again, overnight we have made new documents, took permission from custom, repair all documents, shipping bills, bill of lading, but we did not get any support from shipping line or government because it was outside India control. We have to pay huge charges to shipping lines for changing the bill of lading, port of destinations, changing the consignee, notify party. And then again, new challenges, Red Sea crisis. Then after Red Sea, then again somehow we were sending through Red Sea block, then now we are sending shipments through Cape of Good Hope. Now transit time increased, freight is increased, ultimately we have to revise our contract somehow with our buyers. And again one challenge. In Cape of Good Hope, there is cold stream and hot stream, they collide to each other. After opening the containers, our shipments were, shippers were found topsy-turvy, all were haphazard. Because we did not do the scenario analysis, what would be the other effects would be there. Then again we use meshes, space bar, palletization, give training called port stuffing staff, allied services staff, and store team, they all work together how to fix all shippers properly, so that in any worst condition it should not fall while opening the container. Now this is the technical part. Since today all technical things have been done. Am I audible till the last audience? Okay, I am telling the story. I think that story will cover most of the things. First of all, in these all situations, it is very difficult to keep our supply chain team motivated and inspired. Because it is not a supply chain and logistics, not a number game. It's a process-driven game. And everywhere in every process, there will be some challenges or some difficulty. Something can be missed. So I always tell to my team, Karmanya Vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Do your work, don't expect the fruit. Because everything we did properly, after reaching the destination, we got something, another news. Some documents are missed, some boxes are pressed. There are so many challenges. Okay, I will tell you the story, which will cover most of the things. There was a landlord, or we can say landowner, who has a big field, crops, cattle. He wanted a manager to handle all these things. So he called up his HR manager, asked. So many people came, some said we did Six Sigma, Black Belt, AI, Power BI, Artificial Intelligence. There's so many technical purposes, MBA, supply chain, operations management. One person came, he said, I sleep soundly at night. Whatever the case. How many relate, which will be the suit? Who said, I'll sleep soundly at night, or the person who has lots of qualifications? How many can please raise your hand for option 1 or option 2? Who said, I sleep soundly at night? Okay, seems people are engaged in some other things. Okay, then his HR manager said, okay, sir, let's try for this person. He said, I sleep soundly at night. Okay, let's try, keep on probation period. After 10 to 15 days, there was a thunderstorm, heavy rain and all the things. Suddenly the landowner wake up and shouted, go and see where is our crop, what is the condition. He went in heavy rain, he see all crops were in the warehouse. He sees where is our cattle, he see all the cattle were inside the cage, inside the proper safe. He said there was some roof were leaking. He said that roof was repaired. Then he suddenly realized there was in field there is a problem, that there is a huge waterlogging, my new crop must be destroyed or wiped out. He rushed to their field, then he see there was a proper passage for the water was made and water was not logging. Then he find out where is that manager who said I sleep soundly at night. Then he rushed to his room, they found he was sleeping soundly at night. Now, moral of the story, I request from audience to tell the learning of this story. Please, I need participation from people.
Good story. At least he was sleeping soundly in the night, but he was not waking up to a lot of challenges which were coming around him. That was the issue you faced. Your story you are saying.
Yeah, actually he was anticipate what would be the challenges, what would be the outcome. So he prepared well. And now if we talk about agile approach, it was there. If we think about domino effect, there was there. If we think about scenario analysis, it is there. All the things covered in this story. Now to...
let me just... So I think we got a lot of message out of it. That if you are prepared well, then you can still sleep soundly at night while managing your supply chain better and getting your outcome done. Let me go to Hassan Saab, Mr. Hassan. New Bridge Pharmaceuticals. Am I audible? I'm sure. It's okay. So how do you manage, the pharmaceutical supply chain at your brand, and what are the key learnings from there, and how do you see it is getting evolved?
Okay. Good afternoon. I work in a company called New Bridge Pharmaceuticals. We license life-saving products mainly for cancer, neuro diseases, rare diseases. So we have a lot of critical situation patients relying on our medications. we distribute these products in all Middle East and North Africa region. So, in every country we have appointed a local distributor. It's a pharmaceutical local distributor, like Modern Pharmacy, Muscat Pharmacy, etc. It's very important to have the product collected from the factory, shipped to the market without any risk. Any risk means what? Any risk means proper temperature. Because any excursion in the temperature, most of these products are cold chain. So you are talking about 2 to 8 degrees. If there is any deviation, the box will cost you $1 million that are going to the bin. That's it. So I'll tell you in a minute, how do we handle that? To handle that, you have first of all to look at the key factors of your supply chain. The manufacturers, your forwarders, and the last the distribution, local distributors in the market, and the last mile. First of all, you should work very well on the planning of the production of that product. The product has to be in the right time in the market, otherwise the patient will die. So, proper forecasting is very important. Be acting promptly on any request is very important. So your communication should have open line of communication with your supplier. Your supplier, you should have enough trust to know that the figures you are communicating and the dates you are receiving are solid dates. Okay? So this comes with experience. This comes with history of regular communication with your supplier. So that's the first step. The next step is your forwarder who controls most of the shipments. You know, from the collection side, you have to make sure that you are using the right packaging. The right case, it could be an envirotainer. Envirotainer we will discuss just after I finish this summary. I will tell you what's the difference between an envirotainer, a pellet chipper, or a thermal box. These three solutions, each one has a different cost. So an envirotainer, which is an electric container that's like a fridge. You put it on the plane, collect in it, and keep it plugged in electricity. That envirotainer will keep your product at the 2 to 8 temperature until you unplug it. But it's going to cost you approximately $15,000 for every trip. So $15,000, you have to see if it's feasible for you to pay $15,000 for shipping. This is only for the envirotainer. There is no clearance yet, there are no additional services, no insurance, nothing. So $15,000 for an envirotainer. Or you pay for a pellet chipper like $8,000. What is a pellet chipper? A pellet chipper is a cage where you put the pellet inside it, but it is surrounded with blocks of ice. And that keeps your shipment cold on like 4 to 5 days maximum. Because this is a passive solution where, you know, with time, the temperature will go back to room temperature. This costs you around $8,000. So it's half the envirotainer price. Or we use a thermal box. The thermal box is like $2,000 price. And that is a solution for small quantities. Like if you are going to have a few vials transported, couple of $1,000s. The problem here is to, first of all, you have to decide what's the quantity of your shipment. You have to make sure that the stocks of these shipping solutions is available with your forwarder, because they have to go and collect. You have to make sure that the tracking of the shipment is available in case of any audit. you have to make sure that the airway bill shows the right instructions. So your airway bill, I had a situation a few days ago where we had a passive box containing $1 million of vials. A passive box, small passive box. $1 million. That passive box is usually error-free. It's one of the top boxes that shouldn't show any error in the readings. But what happens is, the shipment was supposed to have a GPS logger inside it to monitor the temperature live to the control tower to show them the readings. During the landing at the airport in Warsaw, there were constructions. So the signal was not there for approximately 12 hours. 12 hours, everybody was in a panic mode. Your team, unfortunately, the team was on holiday because of Easter there in Poland. And this is the kind of risk that if you were not ready with the proper solution, with people monitoring, and you are sure that your airway bill instructions are there, $1 million could have been lost like that. So after we restored the signal from the GPS logger, we found out that everything was correct and everything was right. But you are talking, sorry.
So, very important, I think the example which you gave of the situation, because I think in this panel we have touched most of the part of the critical aspects of pharma supply chain. The one thing which, he mentioned about how you focus, how you diversify, how you build contingency for that. If you are not able to get from one source, how you are going to get from the other sources. He talked about how you are going to bring in the technology and the digital aspect of it. From the bio point of view, how you are, and I think this is the same thing, the perishable medicine, they have to reach on time, the packaging and everything has to, and we also heard a lot of detailing about how the packaging can make a lot of difference, the labeling has to make a lot of, and then the seamless integration and down the supply chain. And the most important, what Mr. Manish also mentioned about the lot of preparation, and you understanding that what can be the situation which can emerge, and you prepare for it, so that you are able to kind of wade through in such kind of situation. And I'm sorry that you all struggled with the sound a bit. This is also one kind of the fault in the supply chain, which we could not focus, maybe we could not see the integrated supply chain. It is a lesson for us as well when it comes to the managing this event, or the event managers who are involved in that. But at the same time, thank you so much for joining us. We were already running out of time, so I will not take more time. I think we heard some really critical points and inputs from all of you. So thank you so much for being part of this session. And we would like to take this discussion forward, maybe in a more focused pharmaceutical supply chain program with a better audio next time.
But I disagree. It's not the supply chain, it's the quality assurance who needs to fix this issue. We have to be fair. We have to be fair. People who deliver the product, they deliver it in a good shape. But when the testing was done, that's quality job, and then it's out of our hands.
So that's also an important aspect. But yes, we look forward to have the more deeper discussion the next time. In the sake of time today, let's wrap it up. So thank you so much, Anissa. We are done here with this session now. Thank you so much, all of you, for your time, for your patience, and our apologies.
I would now like to invite Atul Kumar, Director Sigma Logistics, and Mr. V.D. Murthy, Organizing Committee, Logistics Shakti, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. Yes, I would request Kamal to also join in to present the mementos to our speakers. A memento for Suraj Mukitara, Global Head Logistics, Biocon Biologics. A memento for Dr. Srijit Balasubramanian, Associate Professor, Business School Chair, Office of Research, Middlesex University. So we have the memento for Dr. Srijit Balasubramanian now. Memento for Mr. Vamsi Krishna, Head of Supply Chain, GCC Aster DM Healthcare. And a memento for Mr. Manish Agarwal, Import-Export Manager, Kusum Group of Companies. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers and the moderator for this session. We will now move ahead with our next session, and this is on skills and workforce of the future, HR, digital skilling, and employability in logistics. The global logistics and supply chain sector is one of the largest job engines worldwide, offering work to hundreds of millions of workers across skill levels, from warehouse workers to AI-powered supply chain strategists. It's a sector where employment is growing and job roles are shifting. While rapid commerce will fuel hyperlocal gig work till drone deliveries become foolproof, the logistics workforce will have to upskill on human-machine interface operations and digital tools and dashboards. So what's coming up for the workforce in the logistics sector? This is what we'll discuss. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Amit Shankhdhar, co-founder and director of Logistics Shakti. Please welcome on stage our other speakers for this session. Garima Agarwal, Regional Operational Excellence Partner, IME, Maersk. Nisreen Ilkobai, CEO, ENY. Dr. Hariom, IAS. Dr. Hariom, IAS, Principal Secretary of Vocational Education and Skill Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Satyajit Das, HR Head, Aditya Birla, and Urmesh Shukla, Head HR and Admin, JK Cements. I would also like to invite Shri Shankhdhar, Director, Middle Mines Management Services Limited, and Narayan Iyer, former Head of Supply Chain Solutions, Sony.
Good afternoon again. So I have a little pressure to make it a little fast. So we are running a little late as per our schedule, but we will try to do justice as much possible to the session as well. At the same time, I will be requesting my co-panelists just be a little faster and to the point, just for the justification to the event. So the subject is so vast and so important as far as UAE and Middle East is concerned. Since my childhood and your childhood, we would have seen a lot of migration of the workers. कि कहाँ गए हो जी, मैं दुबई में काम करता हूँ, मैं सऊदी में काम करता हूँ. So that kind of scenario we have seen, and probably that scenario might have not changed yet, but certain transformation certainly has taken place. The entire construction, and so these large buildings are made, so those sweat of blue-collar workers are there. Those comfort we get, it comes from those blue-collar workers. And having this session on this skill and the workforce, and largely from the blue-collar perspective, is going to be real, some giving back kind of a situation to those people. So let's start the discussion. We have made in two parts, how the scenario is going to look like in current trend, and what kind of challenges are there in terms of demand and supply, and of course, their respective suggestions and recommendations. Various government, institutions, NGOs, and the organization themselves are taking various initiatives to solve their problems of the blue-collar workers. But those problems will keep continuing, solutions keep coming and keep evolving. So our discussion will be revolving around on those two parts, right? So let me start first question in two parts. The current scenario of blue-collar workers in the logistics industry, because we are talking about the SCM Middle East Conclave here. So we will focus largely on the logistics perspective. So scenario in India and scenario in Middle East. So these two questions can be shared between Simi and Mr. Lakshmi ji, and one of you can initiate, and then we'll take it forward.
Good evening, all. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. So, if you talk about logistic industry in India, actually it's exponentially growing very fast, and seeing the current scenario, the demand is very high, and as far as supply is also there, but the kind of challenges what you are facing over there is actually surprising for everyone. The main thing is like kind of job these kind of people are looking for sometimes feels that is not as per their requirement. So we have to really emphasize on the training and the skilling part of that particular job, where they become comfortable working in that current scenario or the kind of atmosphere what they are going for. First thing. Second thing, besides training and skilling, the environment what they get. The kind of environment, the kind of living standards what they get, that need to be very standardized and need to be appreciable, where they can feel comfortable, and with these kind of things they need to get some kind of entertainment, because whole of the time they are being asked to go for work only. So that is one of the reasons where the people go for their tradition. I hope I'm right, Mr. Lakshmi.
Hi, good evening. And first of all, thank you for inviting me. I will say only first thing is logistics and warehousing and distribution. First thing is team building. If you don't have right manpower to handle it, it will be very, very challenging. Okay, so people were talking about last 2 days, digitalization and AI and all these things, fine. The picking, packing, you need the quality workers to do this one. Then there's a bigger challenge here. And rightly you said that even now probably they are talking, kaam karta hai Dubai or Saudi or Gulf countries. Yes, we get more and more helpers or the workers or in the middle level people from India. So first of all, if you go for the digitalization, do they have the capability to understand and go with this one? Do they have that capability, or do you give a proper training to make it happen? That is one challenge. Second thing, to get the visas. Suddenly, in some countries in the Middle East, they will not give the visas for some subcontinent country, and then there will be a shortage of labor, and you will manage with the available labor. So that is also one of the things. Third one, I will say, people talking about Indian companies coming and establishing here and all. It is not single country operation. You are dealing with multi-country operation. Even everybody will talk in English, but the different countries, different way of communication is there. To understand that type of manpower you have to develop is very big challenge. Because my experience, I was with Sony Middle East and Africa, heading supply chain for around 60 countries for nearly 30 years. I know I worked with the different countries with the different people. So how important for them to coordinate each other is very, very vital. And each and every staff should understand the different countries' compliance and the requirements. It is one more requirement, one more vital thing. So how much you give the training, how much you use, put this effort to this, to build a team is vital. That is the challenge. And lastly, they were talking about e-commerce, everything. Yesterday, a lot of heated debate happened, like quick commerce, within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, delivery. Do you have the right guys, right drivers? You get the good drivers, good picking and packing and, darkroom working guys. That is a challenge to get your quality result from the customer. So that is where I feel these are the areas very important in the HR and skill level.
On this question itself, if anybody of Garima and Nisreen and Umesh would like to add on, what is the typical scenario going through in the logistics industry in Middle East as far as blue-collar workers is concerned?
Okay. So the scenario is pretty interesting, actually. If you look at the current LinkedIn, which is very well-known social website, it tells you, as per that LinkedIn Talent Insight report, you will need blue-collar workers to the tune of about 2 million by 2030. Right now, the requirement is close to about 500,000. And
the whole Middle East you're talking about?
Yes. And when I'm talking about some place like Jebel Ali, which manages close to about 150,000 workforce, we are looking at a challenge where demand is going to outstrip the supply. Now, you have another challenge. Since I come from the commodity industry, logistics has a very massive competition in a place like Middle East from areas like construction and hospitality. And that's where these people are being poached into from the logistics. And if you look at a Team Liz report, now Team Liz is a very well-known agency in India, 60%, the attrition rate is 60%, which means 1 in every 2 is leaving, right? We are looking actually at a massive deficit of blue-collar workers, maybe in a couple of years to come. That's what the scenario look like as per me. And this is something which has to be dealt upon at a very urgent basis.
Nisreen and Garima, would you like to add something on it?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us and having me here, Conclave and Amit. So regarding the blue collar, and you know, I think we don't talk enough about this people power that we have. First of all, we owe them everything here, and for sure there is a need. Now, what I believe, based on what we've seen or what we see daily in logistics and supply chain, is the demand is getting more, is having more expectations. And if I look just in the ecosystem of Jebel Ali, we have a lot of local companies owned by Emirati, owned by Indian family, etc. And we have blue collar working, no problem. But you know what is the common thing also? Very few of them have WMS. Very few of them have automation.
Skilling is an issue?
Yes. So everything is done manually. But today there is a demand in efficiency and that is very high. And when you look at all the visions, Saudi vision, Qatar, UAE vision, there is no going back. It has to be only going forward. And to be honest, I thought about it. And if I had, let's imagine I have $10 million now. I will go to India, open an institute of training, and train the blue collar at the source. I think we need to do that. We need to train the blue collar at the source on WMS, on how to manipulate, simple systems, and train them so you can sell the service better.
Okay.
Yes, something like that.
You are talking about the skill gap is there. Understanding the TMS or WMS is a problem. Demand is high. We will continue. In between, I just like to add, if Garima, if you are having some supplement on this particular question itself.
Yeah.
Scenario.
Simi spoke about the living conditions for the blue collar staff and how that's an area that needs to be addressed. Sitting on this platform, I see 3 women, I see 3 gentlemen taking the platform to talk about the workforce, and I would just like to touch upon the diversity that we're talking about in the workforce today. More and more women are being encouraged, and when I look at the statistics between India and Middle East, overall it's women in workforce in blue collar staff is about 14%. However, if we see in logistics specifically, India is less than 2%, UAE is even less than 1%.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's another area.
Gender diversity is a big problem, and at the same time, this probably can fulfill the gap of a supply asset. If we diversify, then more supply can be created.
Absolutely, and what I see here is an opportunity. Back in the day when supply chain was considered a more labor-intensive industry, things are changing now with automation, AI, machine learning. There are more jobs that can be created, to encourage women to participate and be a part of this workforce. Some examples that I can quote right from here. I have seen women crane operators at Jebel Ali terminals. So it's no longer a job where you need to sit at an altitude and operate a crane. We have women forklift drivers operating in our warehouse in Musk in Saudi Arabia. We have shift managers. So it's all about creating that environment for them where they can thrive and they feel safe and secure to participate. So I think that's another area that we definitely can address to I would say, increase the work pool and the talent in the workforce.
Got it. In fact, from the audience perspective, I would like to just add on, the chairman of Transferred, Mr. Ramesh Ramakrishna, talked about the skilling part and the training part. And I was just also going through the report of Gulf Corporation Council. Correct me if I am reading out correctly. They were mentioning about how the local population and local young youths, get involved into the mainstream of the work. So the country like India carry two parts. One is, of course, they are supplying a lot of people are coming here and doing the job. But at the same time, how the local youth can also be uplifted and getting into the mainstream of the work. So skilling and training is another initiative which Government of India has meticulously done in the last 10 years. And they are looking like the chairman's indication if you look at, there is a need of developing a training institutes and maybe skilling universities dedicatedly for the logistics and the supply chain management itself. So probably from Garima's discussion this is coming out, how diversified and Shri has also talked about how the trained workforce can be supplied and locally can be trained and involved, and of course the existing people can be reskilled and skilled. Okay. So that is what actually our next the question of the round, next round of the questions. The logistics is largely driven by the blue collar workforce, and the people at the same time, it's a hardcore job. Physical, hard work is required. And the inspirations of the people, next generation and current generation, G generation, are getting into the aspirational job. So we have supply, but the people do not have the aspiration to do this blue collar work. Right. So what is your take? Probably Garima, you can start, or Simi, you can start on this, or quickly we can cover this.
So for this kind of thing, we need to go more on automation, and we need to train them simultaneously so that can be taken comfortably with this kind of manpower. And we have to show the future to them. That's very, very important. Generally what happens like while doing blue collar job profile, it's very rare that these kind of people get like promotions in real time basis. So after, it's very rare like 1% or 2% people go for these kind of promotions or get high in their salaries. For 10 years, 15 years or 20 years, their lifespan goes like that only. That is the reason the new generation doesn't want to go for these kind of jobs and want to go for some alternatives. So if we give them future, if we give them lifestyle, if we give them some standards and some positive thinking with sort of trainings, definitely this can be sorted out. What I feel.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Simi. And you spoke about Gen Z and the Gen Alpha, the forthcoming generations. I think what we need to do to attract them is to rebrand logistics from a labor-intensive industry to a tech-powered industry. And that's where the core skill and the core competencies in our youth lies.
Rebrand logistics.
Rebrand logistics from a labor-intensive industry to a tech-powered industry.
Great.
That's where we're moving.
So suggestion is coming on rebrand the logistics as a tech-centric industry.
Yeah, it's a tech-powered industry. I mean, that's where we're heading to. While some labor-intensive roles will remain, but a lot is changing and very fast. So as Simi mentioned, one is, the other way to keep, one is to attract and the other aspect of workforce is to retain them. It's important that we keep them relevant in the current scenario, but the speed at which we are evolving, it's very, very important we create a career map for them, encourage them and provide them the visibility on how can they move from the floor to the management positions. And that's
giving them a career path.
Yeah. So that's something that really...
You might start with the blue collar, but you should not end up with the blue collar.
Yeah.
You start from blue collar, but gradually you get into the white collar or the grey color.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nishi, you would like to add something? Meshi?
I think even we should even remove blue collar or white collar. We all work. Regardless, we all, pour sweat for any company. And I would like to give you an example. My nephew is actually a forklift driver in France. And if I take, just for the fun fact, we are 80 supply chain in my family. And if you compare, of course, it's not even comparable. But I see the future of one of our forklift drivers here in Jebel Ali, what capabilities we can develop. And it is up to us as owners or managers to push them and teach them and give them opportunity. If we keep, like Shri said, if we keep the salary at 1,500 dirham, you come, you do, you leave. If we keep that like that, it will stay. But unfortunately, you will be behind the industry as a company. However, if you take the same people, you invest and you put, for example, training of how to optimize flow just by driving. How do you drive better in the warehouse? How do you do a better picking? How do you don't need really to read and write and have a master's degree for that. It's training and explanation. And I really think it's really urgent that we take seriously our warehouse team, fleet team, and we give them this opportunity. If we don't, someone else will give them. Like you said, we are going into a shortage. Nobody will take anymore just, do the work. No, we need this now. We need the brain of people. And for sure, automation is coming, robotics is coming, etc. So you will keep the most skilled and trained people into the warehouse. Where the others will go? In other warehouses, in other jobs. I don't believe that they will lose opportunity, but we need to help them to get more opportunity.
Yeah, Umeshi. You can cover the additional part apart from this your remark. Also cover the how automation and this AI need in the future logistics.
Okay. So I have a slightly different take than the participants. While I do agree, but let me share another perspective regarding the aspiration level. I think a lot is being thought about this. There is nothing much to interpret it. If you look as an individual, if I look at it as an individual in HR fraternity, there are 4 generations which are to be working. One is a baby boomer generation, which is on its way out. You have a Gen X, you have Gen Y, you have millennials. All these 4 generations, we are combining to create a workforce. All these 4 generations are part of the blue-collar workers. Now let's see at baby boomer. Baby boomer, work is worship. You give them any job, you promote them once in a year, they are fine with it. Then you come to Gen X. Gen X says, I need money to lift my life up. Then you have Gen Y, which says work-life balance, where work is fine, but life is also there. And then you have millennials. Millennials, it's my life, damn anything. If my life suffers, everything suffers. Now herein lies the aspiration level. Now, when you are rewarding a baby boomer or a Gen X once in a year by giving him an increment, he'll be happy. But you talk about millennials, a 24-year-old or a 23-year-old, you tell him that I'll give you a promotion once in a year. Let me assure you, you will be having a high attrition rate year to year. You won't be able to interpret it. What is the crux? What is the solution? I do not know. But one probable solution could be divide it 1 month's salary, as happens in US, into 15 days. Give them some instant gratification. It could be anything. Maybe once in a week you give somebody some party. I don't even talk about party. Any appreciation would be there. It could be monetary, it could be non-monetary. Among a workforce of 15,000, everyone has a department. You give some appreciation to somebody. Give some reward to somebody. That will give instant gratification. That Gen Z millennials. Their aspiration level, when we talk about automation, now we are talking about people who are 8th pass. If you have not read mathematics, your host of options are out. Are we talking about automation? You go to Jebel Ali, most of them are not even 10th pass. What do you do with that? The question is, the owners can't think it that way. They have to just simplify the process. The process is very simple. identify which generation he belongs to, identify what are his levers, and you solve half of the problem. That's my first take. It is little difficult to probably understand for most of us, but I'll just give you, I'll take 30 seconds and I'll give you an example. I was hiring EA, executive assistant of my CEO. My CEO was about 58 years old, and I was hiring from one of the best colleges in India, which was IIM Ahmedabad. At 2 o'clock at night, this guy did extremely well, and I came in between and in my former organization, Larsen and Toubro. 2 o'clock, this guy is doing extremely well. 20 minutes into the interview, the gentleman who happens to be the CEO now, he was there, part of the panel. And so when the discussion ended, so my CEO said, do you have any questions to ask to the candidate? The candidate said yes. What is the question? He said, sir, if you tell me that I have time to come in the office, I don't have time to go out, where is my life? Now the CEO says, Unmesh, this guy was doing extremely well. With the last question, he has done himself out. I said, why? Why do you want him to slog the way you and I have slogged? He belongs to a different generation. And believe me, I forced him to be hired. He's one of the best performers. But that's just an example. That's just an expectation level I'm talking about. Now, coming to your question of AI and automation, I fully agree with what Garima has shared. However, the challenge is not that it is an option. It is not an option anymore because the talent crunch is so much. आपको अगर 6 बोरों में भरना है किसी चीज को, if you have to put something on 6 bags, you just have 2 people to do it. You will have to use robotics to do it, right? And as far as AI and automation is concerned, it is something which is going to be extremely beneficial for people who are in offshore. Simply take an example of a sea captain. He 6 hours in a day is doing nothing. Simulation exercises are there where a person, a training manager can sit inside his room in somewhere in Jabal Ali, and there could be 10 mask ships anywhere around the world, and all of them are at the same time playing a simulation game, enhancing their managerial skills. Host of examples are there, but yes, this is not an option anymore, in my view, and that's my personal opinion. We are presented with no choice. This is a necessity.
Absolutely. So I think we had a wonderful session, but the subject is so vast and the problem is so deep, it cannot be completely discussed over a session of 30 minutes or less than that, right? So I'm really thankful to all of you. We will make it end here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for sharing with us insights on the workforce management in the logistics sector. I would request Mr. Prem Prakash, founder Logistics Shakti, and Mr. B.L. Bajaj, advisory committee member, to please come up on stage to present our speakers with mementos. I request you to please come up on stage and present our speaker, Garima Agarwal, Regional Operational Excellence Partner, IME, with a memento and a gift. A memento for Nisreen El-Kobai, CEO, ENY. Ulmesh Shukla, Head HR and Admin, JK Cements. Simi Shankhdhar, Director, Mineral Mines Management Services Limited. This session has been sponsored by Mineral Mines. And a memento for Lakshmi Narayan Iyer, former Head of Supply Chain Solutions, Sony. Thank you to all our speakers. Next, we have a keynote presentation, and this is on a very sensitive issue, which is driver shortage in the logistics sector. We are very privileged to have with us Mr. Shailesh Kaul, co-founder of Signal Drive. We'll just set up our stage, and then we will invite Mr. Shailesh Kaul to come up on stage. It'll just take a minute.
Logistics Shakti enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistics Shakti celebrates the...
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please settle down. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Mr. Shailesh Kaul, co-founder, Signal Drive. Signal Drive is a tech-driven platform reshaping automotive logistics and smart mobility solutions with a focus on innovation and efficiency. Mr. Kaul is enabling seamless vehicle movement across India. Please welcome him on stage with a round of applause. Mr. Shailesh Kaul, co-founder, Signal Drive.
Good evening, everyone. I am Shailesh Kaul and I am a co-founder of Signal Drive Technologies. I am very privileged and honored to be able to talk about the driver shortages at a global level and how Signal is alleviating this problem and what are our futuristic plans. First of all, thanks for treating this as a pressing issue. This is indeed a pressing issue. So before I talk about what Signal does and how they do it, I will try and quote few stats. The driver shortages at a global scenario and how the whole world is grappling with this. In the US, we had around 80,000 to 1 lakh driver shortages, which is expecting to be around 1.6 lakh driver shortages by the end of 2030. EU is expecting to have this number around 7.5 lakh drivers by the end of 2028. Japan is facing this crisis of around shortage, which is around 35%, roughly around 4.5 lakh drivers. India, for that matter, is around 35% of shortage. So globally, if you'll see, so the top 36 countries has a current requirement of around 3.6 million drivers. So what are the issues? More or less, there are common issues across territories, across geographies, like social security benefits and etc. But one of the prominent issues, as far as the Western countries are concerned, is the aging. The younger generation, the gap between the younger generation and the older generation is widening up. And as far as the Asian countries are concerned, apart from the social security benefit issues, we see a huge trust deficit between the transporter and the driver. So I'll quote few more stats, which are more true in Indian sense. These stats are from Safe Life Foundation, which says that 84% of the drivers, they don't want their second generation and the relatives to be in this trade. 93% of the drivers, they say they don't get any kind of a benefit apart from the salaries. 64% of the drivers said that they feel unsafe on roads. 9 out of 10 drivers have said they don't get any sort of formal training before they are being deployed on the truck. Now, let's understand the impact of this driver shortage on the economy. We are all witnessing a huge turnaround as far as the economic growth story of India is concerned at a global level. And we soon witness the India becoming the third largest economy. Not only India, I would say we are seeing a huge increase or huge as far as the GCC countries. I mean, this is not restricted only to India, this is, the economy is growing for the GCC countries as well. Let us understand, we are expecting that, or I would say, India is going to be a $240 billion industry as far as the supply chain and the logistics is concerned. And GCC is expecting to have this number around $110 billion by the end of 2030. And both these countries are reliant on supply chain because the supply chain is the backbone of these companies, these countries. Contributing around 14% to the Indian GDP, and in case of GCC countries, because there are various countries, so starting from Dubai is around 13.6, Oman 7%, Saudi 6%. Again, Saudi is expecting to have this contribution around 10% to the GDP. If we'll talk about road transportation standalone, it contributes 4% to the Indian GDP and 1.2% to the GCC and all. So, if you are not talking about drivers, if you are not keeping them at center stage and we are not solving this problem, do you think we are going to draw any kind of an economic sense or a benefit out of this industry? Answer is no. That's where the signal comes into picture. So Signo is just not the unified platform which bridges the gap between the supply and the demand. It actually reduces the trust deficit between the fleet owner and the driver. So as a value proposition, what we are giving to driver is not just the salary. We give them the social security benefit. Like for an instance, we give them the health insurance, accidental insurance. As far as the payroll benefit is concerned, they are enrolled in PFSI. We try and create their job more aspirational. We try and make their life more dignified. That's the reason we give industries driver as a service rather than giving them the driver and all. So as a value prop towards the industry, we let them to focus. We let them to focus on their main business, which is to maximize the transportation. We let them to focus on utilizing the fleet better. And what in turn they are getting out from us is the predictable and the continuous supply of the drivers. They are getting the entire visibility of their driver operations. They are getting the performance through us. So essentially what Signo does, we manage the complete life cycle of the driver on our platform, right from sourcing, verification, filtering, monitoring, onboarding, payrolling, everything. So how are we doing it? Is it possible to do it without being technology-enabled company? No. So we are heavily reliant on technology. Just for an instance, we use conversational AI for sourcing. While sitting at one place, we can recruit driver on the pan-India basis. Today I am sitting at a database of 3.5 lakh drivers, verified drivers on my platform. And this AI has the capability to conduct more than 10,000 parallel calls to all the drivers, and I can recruit at once. So we use SIM-based technology for tracking, apart from using GPS and app-based technologies, which gives me the real-time location. And again, this is not dependent on internet. So apart from online KYC verification in the real time, we use fourth generation fintech module, which enables me to disburse any kind of an amount to any driver at any location, 24/7, 365 days, not dependent on the banking hours and the holidays and everything. So far, we have been a tech-enabled company and have been catering to many logistics giants across India, such as Container Corporation of India, Switch Mobility, Ashok Leyland Company, JBM, the likes of DHL and all. But since we are talking about a problem which is at a global level, and to make it more scalable, we'll have to forefront the technology. We'll have to, from being a tech-enabled company, we'll have to be a technology company. So we are elevating, we are upgrading the technology from being a tech-enabled to a digital marketplace. So this is nothing but a ecosystem digital marketplace, a cross-border platform wherein a transporter sitting in the GCC companies can have an easy access to the drivers who are already verified, who are already compliant, permitted and all. So why I'm talking about this example is we all know that GCC countries are getting maximum supplies from Southeast Asia and Asian countries. So for instance, they are getting supplies from India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Philippines and everything. And the whole supply chain right now of these drivers is broken and fragmented because they are heavily reliant on the agent ecosystem and all. This platform helps all these transporters to have a seamless hiring process. And at the same time, so drivers would be able to choose the job of their own preference. Right now, they don't see the job of their preferences, which makes their job more aspirational. That means the driver sitting at India can aspire to be a driver in the GCC countries. So because we see a GCC country as a strategic location, very well integrated with the European nation and logistics being an integral part of GCC countries, and we see in future we see a green channel being created and the supplies coming from all these East Asia countries and going to GCC, and GCC further catering to the entire world, be it EU, be it US for that matter. I'll let you to have a look at our video. Okay, this is the technology which we are going to launch. This is the online directory. Anybody can come on this platform and hire the driver. These are all verified drivers. These are the driver app screens. Transporter can hire and manage their entire show. So we are not only restricted to the hiring platform. We are actually giving the entire platform to all these transporters. So post hiring, they can easily manage the entire show like we do, sitting at India and handling this for the clients or the corporates back in India. So these are the SLA metrics they would be able to track and monitor the movement of the drivers. So this is the heat map, and the broader circle on the right side of your screen represents the density of the drivers available with me right now in India. News. I would like to have a look at the corporate video of Signo. So we are going beyond boundaries. We were working in India, now we have started our operations here in GCC. We are doing our pilot with 5 clients over here, and we are soon starting the operations in US and Canada as well.
As one of the fastest growing economies, India was heavily reliant on its transportation industry. However, we saw a significant crisis where nearly 30% of the 10+ million trucks were stranded, unable to move goods across the vast expanse of the country. Introducing Signo, an exceptional IIT-IIM initiative revolutionizing the transportation industry as a cutting-edge, tech-enabled driver and fleet operation management company, optimizing every journey for maximum performance.
Signo is a revolutionary driver management enterprise that strives to solve the age-old problem of trust deficit between fleet owners and drivers. So we are not only providing assurance of quality to our fleet owners in terms of performance matrices, we are also empowering millions of drivers with a voice. We are upgrading their livelihood. We are providing DaaS to our clients, that is driver as a service.
Many drivers are forced to work long hours without proper compensation, which has led to widespread dissatisfaction against the driving profession. Signo is actively involved in creating a better ecosystem for the driver, including timely payments, adequate soft skills, health checks, workman compensation, accidental and health coverages, and even a perfectly planned roster to allow the drivers to spend time at home as well.
जब हम ड्राइविंग करते वक्त हम थक जाते हैं, तो थकने के बाद में सिग्नो कंपनी के हम बताते हैं सर हम थक गए, हमारी स्थिति है, तो आंखों में कमी होती है, तो हमारा बूथ बता देते हैं वो 50 किलोमीटर पे फलानी जगह पे आई वाले मतलब तुम्हें वहाँ मिलेंगे और अपनी आंखों को चेक कराना।
ये गाड़ी का बीमा प्लस अपना बीमा देती है।
घर पर छुट्टी भी मिलती है, वहाँ पर अपने बच्चों को अच्छे से देखभाल कर लेते हैं। The increased reliability factor driven by Signo's technology and management strategy is enabling the company to start moving towards its goal of becoming the green channel for drivers to choose to drive anywhere in the world.
We build an ecosystem of driver training centers. Which is crucial for any company in the transportation industry. These training centers provide a uniform platform for aspiring drivers to learn, get Signo certified, and get employed. Our full stack driver management center offers a range of transport services to help companies effectively manage their drivers and scroll through the online drivers directory, a segment designed by Signo.
The vision is to bring a reform in this sector globally by investing in advanced technology, building a strong partnerships, and also developing a strong brand identity.
Unlocking limitless possibilities, Signo caters to renowned industry leaders such as DHL, Smart Trucking, Snowman Logistics, Adani Logistics, Linde India, VRL Logistics, and more.
Signo is on a journey to break down the negative stigma associated with the driving profession. And as a Signo, we bring a renowned sense of dignity and respect to this profession.
Signo extends its operations to America, Canada, and UAE, alleviating driver shortages and fostering support for the Indian economy. We are Signo.
Solving for driver issues, we again encountered few more issues from our logistics client, that their own clients, which are MSMEs and SMEs, that they don't have any kind of freight visibility. So on the top of our current technology, we have built additional features which will actually help automate all these MSMEs and SMBs to automate their entire logistics, right from freight booking to the billing. So for instance, for features, there's tracking, there is route optimization, route planning, freight booking, procurement, and everything. And please do have a look at the Traco, and it's our product. And call of the action to everyone over here, the fleet owners, the logistics leader, MSMEs, and the technology partners. This is the time to embrace AI and smart fleet solution. Signo and Traco, both our companies are ready to drive this change for you. And thanks once again, and it's really been a privilege to be here. And thanks Amit ji, thanks Prem ji, thanks Kamal ji for this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. I will now invite on stage Mr. Suresh Bansal and Mr. Inderjeet Shairawat, members of the organizing committee, Logistics Shakti, to please present Mr. Kamal with a memento. Thank you so much for your presentation. This is indeed a very evocative topic, and all work that is done for the welfare of the drivers is really welcome and called for. Request Mr. Suresh Bansal and Mr. Inderjeet Shairawat to come up on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. We are very grateful to our partners and supporters for all their guidance and their assistance in making this SCM Middle East Conclave and Awards a possibility and a success. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Prem Prakash, founder, Logistics Shakti, and Mr. Vipul Nanda, member of the Advisory Board, Logistics Shakti, to please come up on stage and present a token of our appreciation to the supporters and all those who have helped us to make this entire program a reality. All those in the organizing committee, our sponsors, our partners, we want to thank them. So I would request Mr. Prem Prakash and Mr. Vipul Nanda to please come up on stage. We want to thank Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, member of the organizing committee. Thank you for your guidance, and I would request Mr. Ramesh Krishnan to please come up on stage to receive his token of appreciation. Right. I would like to call on stage Nitin Agarwal, member of the advisory board. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Taushik Pasha. We thank you for your support and encouragement. Thank you, gentlemen. Ramesh ji seems to be a little caught up. We'll give him his memento. Very important issue, which is reimagining packaging for sustainability and efficiency. We'll just take a minute to set up the stage because we'll have two speakers in a very intimate conversation about this very important topic. So allow us a minute for us to set up the stage, and then I will introduce our speakers to you.
Shakti Enterprise. We don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting. With a vision to connect the world as one family, we drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistic Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world. We transform the logistics industry by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and impactful celebration globally. Rooted in trust, committed to growth, we turn brands into global benchmarks. This is Logistic Shakti Enterprise. This is NSE Global. At Logistic Logistic Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East.
Right, I request everybody to please settle down and take your seats. We now move on to a fireside chat, and this is on reimagining packaging for sustainability and efficiency. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our two speakers in this conversation. Please welcome Mr. Suresh Bansal, founder and CEO of DCG Pack. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Suresh Bansal on stage. Please also welcome Mr. Katharvel Muthuswamy, Group Chief Executive Officer at Eco Express, a division of Economic Group Holdings, who will be in conversation with Mr. Suresh Bansal. With a keen focus on sustainability and quality, Mr. Suresh Bansal has driven the company to the forefront of the packaging industry. His leadership continues to shape DCG Pack's growth in global markets. Mr. Katharvel's leadership has been central in transforming Eco Express from a regional player to a global force. Under his leadership, Eco Express has expanded its operations into new markets, developed innovative service offerings, and formed strategic partnerships with global giants. Please give them a round of applause. And I request both of you to start.
Good evening, everyone. It's a very wonderful evening we started. So last year when we were in India, we saw the fire chat, which is very interesting and the people will love to have that. Thank you for the opportunity giving us with the veteran in the logistics and the packaging industry, Mr. Suresh Bansal Sahab. Welcome to Dubai. So we'll start.
Thank you, Kathir.
So I have the question always, how Mr. Bansal Sahab in an IT veteran then became a logistics. Now in a packaging industry is ruling India and globally you started. What is the beginning story, sir?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Kathir, thank you very much. This is the first time in my life a customer is having a conversation with me. So I'm very proud and thank you for sparing your time. Well, my journey started by building an IT company, which I listed on the stock exchange. Then I expanded that to UK, US, and finally sold that company to Abdullah's way back. I then joined India's largest, at that time, express courier company called DTDC Express Limited. This is still one of the largest express company in India. I joined them as a board member and the number 2 person after the chairman. And we started building that company from a very small organization to a mega organization. I used to go to the operation floor regularly, Kathir. And it is there when I saw the quality of the parcels and I started realizing that in the logistic industry, our life rotates around the parcels. If parcels are packed nicely, we are very happy. If parcels are packed poorly, then we cry.
we have all the problems. Imagine, when you get a parcel which is of poor quality packaging comes to you, you have very little chance to refuse it. And normally a parcel may look ordinarily, nicely packed, but very poor strength. And when you transport this parcel from one location to another location, this may tear out, this may fall off, the content may get damaged, there may be shortage. And when you make it delivery to the customer does not understand that this is a consignment problem. He will always hold you as responsible. He will, cut your payment. He will debit you for the damages happen. And it is you who has to take the entire blame for the poor packaging which the supplier did actually. Right. So this is a big problem. And the entire logistic industry faces this problem day in, day out. No matter how much you invest in sorters, in automation, in hubs, in warehouses, the packaging is a very different subject altogether. And it is a very connected subject with the logistic industry. And this is what gave me the motivation to try and solve this problem for the customers. And that is how I started DCGpack.com, which is a packaging solution company.
Very impressive, sir. We want to follow some points from you. So we are facing the same challenges. Now, DCGpack in Dubai, you have started supporting everyone. As an Indian, and we are looking at e-commerce industry in India, it's very big. And globally, the Indian e-commerce sector is growing like anything. And most of the e-commerce companies in India and the brand of the companies all, they're using DCGpack. So, can you tell us about the success again, sir? So we can know that.
Well, Kathir, we have a long way to go still, and we have just started our journey, I feel. We have a good success. We have over 60,000 customers. We have delivered 800 million packaging products already. We are an ISO certified company. The secret behind this success is a customer-obsessed, culture in the organization. From the day one, we made it very clear that we are a customer-facing organization, and we will do everything what a customer wants. What makes customer happy, we will create value for the customer, we will create saving for the customer, we will reduce his pain points, and we will build solutions which will solve his problem. Now to do this, you have to use technology. So that day one, we made sure that we invest in technology, we build a state-of-the-art, ProPack platform for DCGpack. And this platform is so powerful that in a jiffy you can convert this into an ordinary e-commerce brand platform. And on the other time, you can also convert this into a complete corporate level, enterprise level command center for the procurement of packaging products. So technology played a very important role in the success of DCGpack. Then we also made sure that our deliveries are on time, just on demand. So we invested money on fulfillment centers. All over the country we set up fulfillment centers. We set up in Dubai also 2 centers now. And we make sure that every time we are able to deliver to the customer before time. And fourth and the last and not the least important thing which we did, that we set up an innovation center, design center, and a quality QC lab in-house in DCGpack. This is to ensure that we provide the highest level of quality, the best design, and new innovative solution to our customers so that they can gain out of our experience as a packaging expert.
Well said, sir. Thank you. Sir, I saw that DCGpack give a lot of customer solutions, developed solutions. Even I got a lot of solutions from you. And can you explain a few of the solutions for other customers can understand what DCGpack specialized in the solution?
Thank you, Kathir. Actually, a lot of people think packaging is, it's like a commodity. What solution can you do? You can only supply packaging, nothing else you can do. But believe me, over the last few years, we have developed so many solutions, cutting-edge solutions, and they solve so many pain points of the customer. And we have so many of them, but let me give you an example of 2 solutions which to make this point. So one of our solutions is designed to distribution. For India, the largest food supply company, we run a joint platform And on this platform, I have over 200,000 restaurants. For this brand, for this company, we will design the packaging. We will get it manufactured from our manufacturing plants all over the country. We will bring it into our fulfillment centers. We will do the QC check. We will do the inventory management. We will do the pick, pack, and ship these packaging products to all the restaurants. We will do the last mile. We will do the RTO management. We will also do the service to all these restaurants. And all customer need to do is to make one payment. That's the beauty. It's 100% outsourced. The second solution is a completely revolutionary in the country that you need not buy packaging at all. You need not do so many POs, GRN, inward, outward, inventory management. You can get rid of all of that activity because you can take from DCG packaging as a service, PASS. So packaging as a service, packaging as a service, where we will bring man, machine and material to your fulfillment center, and we will bring the inventory, we will do the packaging, we will bring the machine, and you pay us purely by per parcel. That's it. So you need not worry about inventory losses, counting, quality, nothing. So these are two, this is the in-source packaging solution, and the first one was the outsource packaging solution.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. Sir, now I know personally as Eco Express, we are dealing and many customers in UAE region, they started using DCG pack and giving the solutions, cost effective, and so many customized you can give. And we know that your team is very excellent to give a customized, tailor-made solutions for the packaging industry. We know that you are in Dubai, so you are going for GCC, or you have any plan to support GCC?
Kathir, our Dubai initiative is our first global outpost. We want to develop an international organization which will export a lot of sustainable packaging from India to GCC, Africa, UK, US. So Dubai is our first outpost. We set our subsidiary to completely cover the entire GCC and Africa corridor. And we want to make sure that we bring in the same solution to Dubai. We bring same platform. We set up already fulfillment center. We set up a platform over here. And we have a team over here who can service these customers. And I'm amazed with the response we got in Dubai. And thank you to all the customers, and especially to Eco also as my customer. Thank you so much.
So, what do you feel about the packaging, sir? The difference between for the, because as a courier company which we are running, as you said initially, the packages get damaged, they will not blame the customers. They will start blaming only the last mile people. So we are facing every day the complaints and other things of packaging damage. As you are the industry expert, how you differentiate with the e-commerce package and the standard package? Do you have any opinion on, sir?
Kathir, see, both of these industries use tertiary packaging basically. Tertiary packaging is a packaging which you use for shipping. So let's take an example when you ship 100 iPhones together in a carton. That is a tertiary packaging, and when it is shipped as a B2B shipment, then it's a normal parcel which you carry through the logistic industry. However, the same carton coming to a fulfillment center like noon.com or Amazon or Flipkart, they will open this carton, throw the carton, and they will put these phones into a shelf, and then they will use a small packet to ship this single phone to your home. That is also tertiary packaging, but very different. Because now this tertiary packaging carries a brand of Amazon or carries a brand of Noon, and that's the only way they can address their brand to the customer. Because otherwise iPhone belongs to Apple, and therefore people will know it's iPhone. But how do you know who supplied it, whether it's a Noon or Amazon or Flipkart or somebody else? It's through the packaging that they can, provide their brand. And I always promote this idea that whoever runs a fulfillment center, they must try.
Good, sir. Thank you. Very clarified detail. Sir, as a DCG pack here in Dubai, I know personally I saved some of the costing with the DCG pack, and you can explain how the customers as a courier company or the last mile company, The finance people will have the question first, the inventory to be placed for the packaging materials and other things. We have to allocate some for the packaging materials. So you can tell us how to save. I saved personally. If I'll explain it, it will not be a bit good, then you will change the price. So can you explain to the people to understand how can save the inventory cost?
See, Kathir, UAE is such a growing economy and massive number of companies who are having warehouses, distribution, and now lately the manufacturing activity is picking up in the UAE. What we saw that as an enterprise operating in UAE or GCC countries, your options to buy packaging are very limited. You are usually dependent on importing a packaging product from China or India or from another country, and therefore you have to do planning months in advance, make a very bulk decision, and import through the sea a full container loads. And therefore it forces you to pay advance payment, immediate payment on releasing the container, then you have a large number of inventory lying with you, and you don't know whether they are all good quality or bad quality. So you face all these challenges. We exactly solve all of them together in one go. That in Dubai, you can take your packaging, branded packaging, customized packaging, on demand the same day as you want it. I can deliver you every day, I can deliver you once a week, I can deliver you once in fortnight, once in a month. Because I will do the entire supply chain management, bring these products from India, keep it in the fulfillment center here, do the quality check, give it to you on a small quantity what you want, and give you credit also, and you can pay it after 30 days. So no advance to be paid, no inventory to be stocked, no blockage of inventory, and so much of headaches are saved. And I think this is a great saving for any company.
Perfect, sir. Perfect. Sir, what is your opinion on that?
Kathir, sorry. I want to ask you a question. Sorry. You asked too many questions, but I want to ask you a question, Actually, I've been dealing with Kathir ever since we came to Dubai, and thank you for your vigilance. But yesterday I saw your presentation. I never knew how big and how fast Eco Express has grown. It was only yesterday when you showed the presentation, I was amazed, and I was completely, carried that in 3 years' time, how Eco has built such a large organization from 0 to 600 people, 700 people in so many countries. I want to know your secret that how as a person, as a CEO of Eco Express, you could do this. I mean, yesterday it was a one-way presentation you gave, and I'm waiting to ask you this question, that how did you do this,
So it starts with the man is sitting here. So who believed us, Mr. Rauf Ali, sitting here. We had a discussion on 5 minutes in the meeting boardroom with him. He saw me and we given one presentation. He didn't see the full paper. He just said, "You are okay?" Just the question is, "You are okay?" I said, "Boss, I'm ready." That's it. Next day morning, we got the license copy. Then believe start from there, the 0 to 1, now we became 650. So this all credit goes to my board and my boss. And we have a very agile team with us, all the expertise with us, and he believed what we are doing, and he trusted us, and he given me a good space. And with his support and all my team support, we grown fast and rapidly. We are a global company in 3 years, and we are serving for almost 13 countries, full operational structure, and we are in all the product. So this all happened in the trust, sir, as you say.
Kathir, just one more question. See, it took me 5 years jump from India to Dubai. And you jumped to so many countries in 3 years. How do you, manage such a diverse operations, cross-border line hauls, last mile delivery, all in such a short time, and in one go, I saw yesterday you told that in 5-6 countries, all the GCC countries you now operate. And almost 6 months or 9 months back, you were not there. So what is the magic behind this?
So the simple strategy, we acquire the localization company and we put a strong core system. What we are having globally, we are using the same system we are using, and we are in the strong SOP and compliance, and we are maintaining the same process globally, and the local acquisition of the companies support us a lot and breathe fast and move fast. as courier, we don't want to burn the money, we just want to get the business. So creating a new venture in this any land, it will have a lot of time, and it takes time. As you said, it takes 3 years or 5 years. Board and me, we decided we will just buy and we'll infuse what we are doing in Dubai. We just placed as a strategy, it's worked, and we got success globally, and we are looking forward to move 60 countries in next 2 years.
Wow, Kathir, I have a personal experience. I set up logistic companies in 13 countries, in the US, Canada, UK, Germany, Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, China, and in Dubai. But when we were doing the business, and we are still doing in DTDC, I'm a board member, but not an active executive now. So when we were doing it was a one-way street. We were doing B2B or C2C. We never did B2C business cross-border, because B2C business involves a lot of returns. And within UAE, you can handle the return, but handling a return cross-border, where the duties are involved, custom clearance are involved, procedures are involved, how do you manage something like that?
So, one of the success, we got all the 13 countries, we have own customs clearance, own fulfillment center, and own last mile setup. Completely, we are never any third-party resource we are not using, everything Eco Express, and which we are doing all our own in-house. So that is the one core success we get into the market. With sustainability we are doing in this. So that is the key.
Kathir, just one more last question. I saw suddenly moving from express operation to fulfillment operation. Now this is a completely different cup of tea. It's a very different technology. It took me years to do research in India when I set up 1 million square foot fulfillment centers in India for Amazon, Flipkart, and many companies. And I always see these operations very, very closely, because the technology involved is so high in running a fulfillment center. The responsibility is so high to carry the inventory, the value of the inventory. Okay. Now this is a big decision. And what made you to move into fulfillment so suddenly?
So now, the coming years and upcoming years, the e-commerce industry is going to grow in a bigger and bigger way. So in that, e-commerce is growing, then definitely the people going for a assetless model. So we thought, we are dealing with many fulfillment companies in UAE and globally, and we thought, why we can't start their fulfillment center? Just thought about it. We got the board approval in 1 hour time. Then we created 40,000 square feet in DIP, full-fledged, full operative with the system. And we are started for last month. We are handling 3,000 packages in a day in a fulfillment. And we are going to open UK fulfillment in the next month, which is pushing us, our clients want to do the reverse logistics, which is the next era started in the e-commerce industry. For reverse logistics, definitely we need a fulfillment center. And we are tech-based, and we have own tech. So everything is developed by our own. So we just get into the product and...
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any other question. You have any questions?
I have final questions, sir. As you are in the veterans of all the industry, what will give you some motivation or advice you consider whatever is a new young leaders or entrepreneurs for your few words, sir? That's my final and last question. Thanks.
So Kathir, with all whatever little experience I have gained over the last 30-35 years running businesses, I feel the leaders must create value. The founder must create value, not valuation. Value for customers, value for employees, value for stakeholders, value for the country, and valuation will follow automatically. That's the first advice which I have. That you always be genuine and do a real work and solve a real problem. And that's creating value. Okay? Number two, that you must be a customer-obsessed mad person. That you are completely focused on customer, and never lose sight of your customer. That's the second advice I have. And the third advice I have is tech first. We used to say that we are a digital organization. It is no more a big mover now. Now you have to be AI first company. So you have to adopt technology fastest and early on, but have a discipline and responsible that you are not overspending and making losses. And you have to build your technology as you learn the business, as you build the business. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time and good advice for us. I will start taking in this. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this very engaging conversation. I would request Mr. Narendra Bedi and Mr. Nitin Agarwal, members of the organizing committee. I request the speakers to please stay on stage. And I request Mr. Narendra Bedi and Mr. Nitin Agarwal, members of the organizing committee, to please present mementos and a small gift to Mr. Bansal and to Mr. Kathiril. Thank you, gentlemen. That's what I thought. The memento and the gift to Mr. Kathiril had to be presented. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll take minutes to set the stage for what's coming up next.
Don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistics Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world. We transform the logistics industry by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and impactful celebration globally. Rooted in trust, committed to growth, we turn brands into global benchmarks. This is Logistics Shakti Enterprise. This is NSE Global. At Logistics Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. will lead its transformation. We are the pulse of progress, shaping global supply chains through thought leadership, bold innovation, and strategic growth consulting, with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond, our platforms don't just host events, they ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation across borders. The Logistics Shakti celebrates the true strength of logistics and its role in building a united, thriving world. We transform the logistics industry by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and impactful celebration globally. Rooted in trust, committed to growth, we turn brands into global benchmarks. This is Logistics Shakti Enterprise. This is NSE Global.
We are delighted to welcome Rabu Fali, Group Executive Director and Board Member, Economic Group Holdings. We are very privileged to have him with us, and I request him to please come up on stage. Please give him a round of applause and welcome Mr. Rabu Fali on stage. I would request Kamal Narayan over to please come up on stage and present Mr. Rabu Fali with a small token of appreciation. We are very grateful to him for coming here and gracing us with his presence. Thank you. I request Kamal to please stay on stage. We would like to felicitate some of our special dignitaries who have joined us. So I would like to invite on stage His Excellency Asif Hanif Sultan, CEO, King Royal Holdings. I request him to please come up on stage. We are very grateful to him for coming here and gracing us with his presence. I request Kamal Narayan Omar, Director Logistics Shakti, to please felicitate him. And I request Amit to please come up on stage to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries as well. Thank you, His Excellency Asif Hanif Sultan. I would request Kamal and Amit to please felicitate Mr. Humaid Abdullah Ibrahim Al-Surumi Al-Sheleli, Executive Director and Private Advisor to Her Highness Sheikha Salama Tanun Al-Narayan. I request him to please come up on stage. Please give him a round of applause. I would request Mr. Ahmed to please stay on stage and would bother His Excellency Asif Hanif, Boo Sultan, to please come up on stage. We are very privileged to have him with us and would request him to please present special awards for the evening today. So the award goes to Eco Express for excellence in eco-driven express solutions. Please give a round of applause to Eco Express. I request the team of Eco Express to please come up on stage to receive this honor. Congratulations to the team of Eco Express. We have one more award, and this is for excellence in international logistics. This goes to Alisped India Private Limited. Congratulations to the team of Alisped India. Congratulations to the team of Alisped, and thank you to our esteemed dignitaries on stage. Thank you, Kamal and Amit, for presenting these awards. I would now request the console to please play the trailer of the film of Driving Excellence and Business Growth.
तुझे तो याद हो गई, मैं मना करता रहा कि पेड़ पर मत चढ़, लेकिन नहीं, चढ़ गया।
पापा जी, मार्केट में ना गंजियों की बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड है।
बाबू, तू जितना सोच रहा है ना, उतना भी आसान नहीं है।
इसलिए पापा जी की टिकट अदा करते हैं, अच्छा रहेगा।
मैंने इस लड़के के बारे में सब पता कर लिया है। बहुत ही होनहार बच्चा है, अपने बिजनेस को एक दिन बहुत ऊंचाइयों पर लेकर जाएगा। और ऊपर जाते जाते पूछता है कि भैया और ऊपर जाओ।
पापा जी इस मार्केट में ना 1-2 लीटर के ऑयल के कनस्तर की बहुत ज्यादा कमी है। मतलब डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन सप्लाई तकरीबन 0। तो क्यों हम लोग 1-2 लीटर के कंटेनर्स इन ऑयल कंपनीज को दें?
मुझे और पापा जी को तुझ पर पूरा भरोसा है। तू जो करेगा सब सही करेगा।
इंसान जब अच्छी नीयत के साथ मेहनत करता है तो उसकी तरक्की की होती है, और सब चीज़ों की जिम्मेदारी भी बढ़ जाती है कि वो कैसे इस तरक्की की बरकरार रखे।
एकदम से नीचे गिरा दौड़ा। आपने तो बोला था कि मौसम लेके आया है, लेकिन ये तो कपड़ा ले आया है।
कैसे बात कर रहे हैं आप? अच्छी खासी मशीन को आप कपड़ा कह रहे हैं?
अग्रवाल, ये कपड़ा है, इसको बेच दीजिए और नया मौसम ले आइए।
खुद खाने आता कह रहे हैं मशीन खराब है। जिंदगी अक्सर इंसान की परीक्षा लेते रहती है, और इंसान इस परीक्षा में जब पास होता है तो देखे हैं, और तब इंसान बेबस हो जाता है जब एक परीक्षा में परीक्षा में जाता है।
तुम्हारा बाप कैंसर, वो भी सीरियस स्टेज का।
मैं तो भगवान से ही प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि वो मुझे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जीने देते।
ठीक करके लाएंगे कितना? भगवान उन्हीं की परीक्षा लेता है जिन्हें उसे सिर्फ विशेष देना होता है। इस घर को इसका चिराग मिल के रहेगा। कैसे
से दिलासा दूं तो मैं मंजू, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा मुझे।
दिलासे की जरूरत अभी हम दोनों को है।
अगर तुमने बात धोखा दिया नहीं तो तू गया बेटा। किस्मत और कर्म में हमेशा जंग चलती रहती है। कभी किस्मत जीत जाती है तो कभी कर्म जीत जाता है। मगर जिंदगी की कहानी में सिर्फ जीतने वाले को जीतना नहीं है, विजेता वो होता है जो कभी हार नहीं मानता।
I'm sure you will be all surprised and why suddenly we have this a trailer of a film. Actually, this is not just a trailer of a film. This is something which can inspire generations. And what you just saw is a story of somebody who rose to every struggle of life and then came out as a winner, as a real Vijeta. So this story is about somebody who lives, since many of you are UAE, who lives right in with you here in the city of Dubai, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, who has been a philanthropist, successful businessman, and somebody who has come across all challenges of life as really won them. So put a big hand for Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, and we would like to hear that the story which we just saw. It is such a wonderful teaser. What is behind that story, and what we as a businessman, as an individual, and as a human being can learn from this wonderful story. Mr. Rajesh Agrawal.
गुड इवनिंग, सलाम अलैकुम। आप लोग कैसे हैं? कैसे हैं आप लोग? दैट्स गुड, वंडरफुल। कल से और आज से 2 दिन में काफी कुछ यहाँ पर हुआ है, एंड वी ऑल हैव एंजॉयड ईच एंड एवरी मोमेंट। आई हैव सीन लॉट ऑफ स्पीकर्स एंड वी ऑल आर एनरिच्ड विद आवर नॉलेज। सो द फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट ड्यूटी इज दैट वी मस्ट clap for ourselves. Let us clap for ourselves. What a wonderful arrangement that has been done by the organizer. I am sure that everybody is enjoying nice company, nice enrichment knowledge, and nice food, nice environment and everything. Thank you, organizer. Thank you, Kamal ji. Friends, just now you saw a trailer. Yes, it is my life journey because I started my life. And when the film will be released next month, but because it is now going to the Cannes Festival, thereafter you can see on the screen the whole picture. दोस्तों, आप लोगों ने यहाँ देखा फिल्म का टाइटल है विजेता। What is विजेता? हमारे सबकी लाइफ में हम सब विजयी होने के लिए आए हैं, और हम चाहते हैं, हमारा मकसद यही है कि हमारे जीवन में हम आगे बढ़े। अब हमारे साथ एग्री करते हैं? यस, यस तो जोर से बोलें। दैट्स ग्रेट। विजेता का मतलब यही है, विजयी होना नहीं। जैसा कि लास्ट में एक सेंटेंस आपने सुना, विजेता वो है जो कभी हार नहीं माने, वो है विजेता। तो हमारे जीवन में हमारे को ये एक सबक लेना है कि हम कभी हार ना माने, हमेशा जीत की तरफ और जीत की ऊंचाई में तब पहुंच सकते हैं जबकि हम हमेशा आगे बढ़ते रहें। और यही कार्य हम सब कल से आज तक यहाँ कर रहे हैं। लॉट ऑफ नेटवर्किंग एंड लॉट ऑफ टॉकिंग्स, लॉट ऑफ नॉलेज। दोस्तों, जीवन में हम कैसे आगे बढ़ते हैं या हमारी जर्नी कैसे आगे बढ़ी है, इसके अंदर में बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है हमारे जीवन में कि जब हम कंसिस्टेंट रहते हैं। आज SCM जिस मुकाम पे पहुंचा है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक कंसिस्टेंट एफर्ट्स के साथ में जा रहा है। हम सब ने देखा कि His Excellency President of India आए, ये कोई छोटी मोटी बात नहीं है। हमारे SCM ने अपने कंसिस्टेंट एफर्ट्स लगाए हैं, इसलिए इस मुकाम तक पहुंचे और आज इतनी बड़ी हस्ती हम सब के बीच में थे। Today morning we all enjoyed the company. Those who did not come, I am sure that they missed it. ये जो कंसिस्टेंट एफर्ट्स है ना, इससे इंसान कहीं भी पहुंच सकता है। हम देखे होंगे एक चट्टान है, एक पानी की लहर है, पानी की लहर चलते चलते एक बड़ी से बड़ी चट्टान को तोड़ देती है। कैसे? जब वो चट्टान लहरों की बार बार मार खाती है, बार बार मार खाती है, तो वो तोड़ देती है और उसकी मंशा जो है वो पूरी होती है। तो हमारे जीवन में हम जब आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, तो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट वी मस्ट हैव ए कंसिस्टेंट एफर्ट्स। हम सबका यहाँ पे आने का एक गोल है, पर्पस है कि आगे बढ़ना है, विजेता बनना है। इस चीज के लिए बहुत जरूरी होती है कि हम एक सिस्टम से गोल के पास पहुंचे। आज हम ये मूवी देख रहे हैं या हम अपने जीवन में कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, लॉजिस्टिक की पूरी तैयारियां इस देश में हो रही है। क्यों? कैसे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं? क्योंकि एक गोल है और गोल के साथ में एक सिस्टम है। जब इंसान सिस्टम के साथ में जाता है तो उसकी विजय होती है। मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ। फुटबॉल का मैच होता है। इन फुटबॉल मैच व्हाट हैपेंस? एवरी टाइम इफ द प्लेयर इफ ही थिंक्स अबाउट द गोल और द स्कोरबोर्ड, he cannot win. What the captain does, that he plays a system, and when the system works, the team wins. So that is what our SCM is. They have set up a system, and that is the reason we all are here, and we are moving forward to achieve a goal. दोस्तों, चूंकि ये विजेता मूवी है और हम जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के लिए हर कार्य करते हैं। कल से आज तक हम लोगों ने काफी बिजनेस की बातें की है, इसलिए मैं बिजनेस की कोई बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। मैं अपने आपके जीवन की साधारण सी बातें कर रहा हूँ कि हम सब आगे कैसे बढ़ सकते हैं और बढ़ने का मेन मकसद क्या है। हम काफी बार जीवन में सोचते हैं कि हम कंफर्ट में रहे हैं। We live in comfort. What happens? When we live in comfort, we don't achieve the goal. We have to work hard. We have to find the real way, and then only we can achieve it. आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल इसका भी देता हूँ। एक बार एक इंसान ने कहा कि हमें मूर्ति बना दो किसी मूर्तिकार को, और मूर्तिकार ने कहा ठीक है, दो पत्थर वो लेके आ गया कि हम उसको ठोके मूर्ति बना देंगे। जब मूर्ति बनाने के लिए पत्थर को ठोक रहे थे, तो पत्थर ने कहा कि बहुत पेन हो रहा है, टू मच पेन, आई डोंट वांट टू, प्लीज लीव इट। मूर्तिकार ने सोचा भाई इतना पेन हो रहा है, लेफ्ट दैट थिंग। ये अनदर पत्थर है। दूसरे पत्थर को भी उसने मूर्ति बनाने लगा और पूछा कि पेन हो रहा है? हाँ मेरे को पेन हो रहा है। बोला रोक नहीं, आप चलाते रहिए। एंड ही केप्ट ऑन एंड फाइनली मेड अ वेरी नाइस मूर्ति। तो जिसको जिसने ऑर्डर दिया था वो आए मूर्ति लेने के लिए मूर्ति लेके जाने लगे। तो मूर्तिकार ने कहा कि एक और पत्थर है मेरे पास में। तो खरीदार ने कहा कि मैं इसको ले जाता हूँ। तो बोले इसको क्या करेंगे? जो पहला मूर्ति थी, जो मूर्ति बनती जो पत्थर थी, वो तो भगवान की मूर्ति थी। पीपल स्टार्टेड प्रेइंग। और जो दूसरी जो पत्थर जिसने दर्द नहीं सहा था, वो पत्थर वहां रख गया और उस पर नारियल फोड़ने लग गए। The moral of the story is कि जो पत्थर ने अपने आप को बर्दाश्त किया, मेहनत बर्दाश्त किया, वो एक दिन अच्छी मूर्ति बन गई। दूसरा पत्थर काम आया नारियल फोड़ने के लिए। उसी तरह हमारा जीवन है कि हम हमेशा आगे बढ़ते रहें। कष्ट अगर आज सहेंगे तो आने वाला कल हमारा अच्छा होगा। दोस्तों, once again my compliments to each and everybody, and thank you for calling me, and thank you for patience hearing. Once again सबको हमारा नमस्कार। Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspirational recount of a life well lived. I would now request Mr. Amit Shankhdhar to please come up on stage, Director, Logistics Shakti. Yes, I request him to please present a memento to sir. Thank you so much for coming here, sir. Please present the memento to Dr. Rajesh Agarwal. Thank you. I would request the big one is for the rightful person who deserves it, right? Please give a round of applause and welcome ma'am on stage. I would now request Amit to please give us a presentation of Logistics Shakti Enterprise. Please give a round of applause to Amit Shankhdhar.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having this two wonderful sessions, two wonderful days, and multiple sessions all together. Our Meenakshi madam, who are going to facilitate the award winners, is on the way. I'll just take you through quickly what is LSE all about, what we stand for, because you might be seeing since yesterday. It is there? Okay, great. It's working? No. Just. Okay. So you might be seeing the organizers for ISW Media and Million Minds. So these are the two organizations emphasize the entire, visualize the entire this event. And within this journey, we have moved forward, as you have seen the audio-visual of LSE Global. We said logistics Shakti enterprise, we are LSE Global. So I'll just take you through within next 7 to 8 minutes. What is this all about? What we stand for? And what is the journey we have started and we are heading towards. So this is our vision to be a global beacon of thought leadership in the logistics and supply chain, shaping the future of the industry through innovation, excellence, and intellectual marketing that drives the influence, engagement, and transformative growth. So we are on the journey, as I mentioned in the morning session as well, that we believe the whole world as a one global village, and we believe we all are a global citizen, and within this, fulfilling all needs of human being, logistics come in the picture, and facilitating the logistics industry and supply chain as a function is the role of LSE Global. This is our mission to propel the logistics sector to unparalleled growth efficiency by fostering the culture of innovation, collaboration, and celebration. So we believe being in global city Dubai, which is the city of trade, logistics, and innovation, and we are adding into the collaboration and celebration the part of it. So the yesterday and today, the whole day, these two sessions, you have collaborated. Lot of innovation and lot of intellectual things has been discussed here. And of course, now the part of celebration is remaining, and we all are waiting for that. So we will continue this journey of collaboration and celebration, and with collective strength of existing leaders of this logistics as an industry and supply chain as a function, we want to transform the entire logistics industry and make it a global, one unified approach. This is our core purpose. Empowering the branch by equipping them with the transformative strategic insight that elevate their global visibility, amplify their influence across the market, and ensure sustainable long-term success in ever-evolving competitive landscape. The people, the partners who comes in the form of a sponsorship with us, the partners who come as a collaborative strength to support us, helping us, connecting us, the entire academia, industry, government authorities, supply chain leaders, founders, and various society people are helping us together to move forward on this journey. And the people who are partnering with us, it has become our responsibility to ensure their right ROI against their time, money, and the efforts. We believe in these core values. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, embracing the philosophy that word is one family, which I mentioned. Grit and the growth of the mindset. This is why yesterday also I mentioned, we live extremely hard work. We have done relentless 6 months working in Dubai. We have been moving pillar to post, meeting lot of people. The entire organizing committee, our advisory board helped us to meet lot of people, and that has culminated this entire hard work. A beautiful event has been created, and I hope everybody enjoys this. Nurturing the relationship, the relationship is the topmost priority for all of us, and LSE Global believe in it, and we will continue this relationship. It is not, as I mentioned earlier as well, it is not just an event. It is the one under the roof. We have come as a collective strength, and it is just a beginning. So this relationship of LSE Global with all of you, each one of you, we will continue, we will nurture it, we will strengthen it. And of course, global adaptability, embracing change, innovation, technology advancement, and sustainable growth. As various the speakers has mentioned, because of technological advancement, various disruption, environmental changes, we have been compelled upon to redefine the entire supply chain. And for the industry of the logistics, different organization, we shall be hand-holding and supporting them to be globally adaptable. This is going to be our focus area. Advocacy, when we say advocacy, we are going to align government perspective, government vision along with the industry. Industry knowledge, the organizations who are looking for a growth, organizations who are looking for expansion in different territories, organizations who are looking for improving their processes through technology and the innovations. So those industry knowledge through again collective strength is going to be another focus area for all of us, for us as LSE Global. Growth consulting through tailored consulting services, optimizing supply chain strategies, helping businesses achieve operational excellence, sustainable growth, innovation and collaboration. So through our marketing skills, through our different consultants who are coming on our platform to offer their services, we will be ensuring our partners' growth. These are going to be our services: strategic marketing, branding and communication, growth strategies and business consulting, industry networking, and high impact event. This is what we delivered here. And in the month of August last year, we delivered in Delhi, and shortly we are going to give the calendar for our forthcoming events. Stakeholder synergy and ecosystem I already mentioned about. So we have three things. Logistics Shakti is a brand in India who do domestic events. SCM Global, Conclave and the award for the Middle East. And parallelly, we have a Logistics Shakti podcast where the different leaders are coming and the huge response is coming. You can go through our Logistics Shakti YouTube channel where different podcasts are there. So just to empower forthcoming professionals and the entrepreneur and the learning from the business leaders and the professionals. This is the glimpse of our last event. This we are three people and here three co-founders. You met Kamal. This is me and this is our Prakash ji. And these are our partner organizations who are further going to help us. Thank you very much.
and strategic growth consulting with a vision to connect the world as one family. We drive insightful consulting, impactful branding, and real industry influence. From India to the Middle East and beyond. Our platforms don't just host events. They ignite movements, spark ideas, and build power ecosystems. We believe in the power of logistics, a force that drives connectivity, resilience, and transformation. Rooted in trust, committed growth. We turn brands into global and benchmarks. This is Logistics Shakti Enterprise. This is LSE Global. At Logistics Shakti Enterprise, we don't just watch the logistics world evolve. We lead its transformation.
We are very grateful to the organizing team members, advisory board members for their guidance and their support. And I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Prem Prakash and Mr. Vipul to please come and felicitate Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, the organizing committee member. We want to thank him for all his support and for his guidance. So I request Mr. Prem Prakash and Mr. Vipul to please come up on stage. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been two action-packed days with lots of nuggets for I'm sure all of you to take home, lots to learn, lots to think about. So I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Lakshmanan R, Senior Partner, MCA, and the driving force behind Logistics Shakti's Middle East Conclave and Awards 2025. I would like to request him to please share his takeaways from these 2 days that all of us can encapsulate and take home. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Lakshmanan R.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last one and a half days, what you have witnessed is something truly memorable. Memorable from the point of view of taking the theme which the Hon'ble Prime Minister of India in the G20 2023 year 2023 announced the new India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Taking the theme and doing an event that too at a global destination UAE, and more so timely from the perspective of what the global supply chain disruptions are happening and the reciprocal tariff issues are here. I think that event has been quite topical, very relevant. I congratulate Logistics Shakti team and the advisors for putting together this conference. I would say at a relatively short notice, though this conference theme was worked out, but I think effectively over the last 1 month only we had clearances from the relevant authorities to get this done, particularly from the former President's office and the MEA, Ministry of External Affairs and all of that. So from there on, the team has worked day and night to put this together. I think a huge round of applause to the team members to put this. And to get a galaxy of speakers across different industries from India, from here, and variety of industries. That is also equally important, and various themes in which this has been done goes on to showcase that what the organizers have been successfully doing in India over the last 10 years or so, and with that experience they have been able to do this. We had a lot of interesting discussions, deliberations, right from technology disruption to supply chain disruption, strategies to be adopted, and variety of things, including workforce. There are a huge number of issues related to this industry, and I think this coming together of this forum in the last 2 days, I think only advance the discussion in this particular industry and move it forward. And I sincerely hope that moving forward, this will be an annual calendar event in the country of UAE, and perhaps take this global across. I think I could see the LSE global initiative, which perhaps this event should follow the IMEC corridor along the way, and I'm sure at some point in time there will be some stability to what is currently happening in the world in terms of supply chain disruptions. And eventually, if the IMEC corridor gets completed and this event has traversed the journey, because this is going to take a few years to complete this IMEC corridor. It's not going to happen tomorrow because there are multiple governments and multiple channels of transportation and etc. So I would like to see this IMEC corridor traverse that. And from that perspective, I wish good luck to the organizers to take this journey forward and ensure that we are able to do this and bring across speakers from other parts of the world, because today I think what you witnessed is people predominantly from India and the UAE. Of course, UAE is a big trading hub and you have to see that. But we would like to see this grow further across different countries and move forward. These deliberations today and yesterday are thought-provoking ones. And these deliberations, I'm sure, there are a lot of points for us to learn, perhaps improve, and perhaps discuss these in more detail in smaller groups. I could see a lot of people doing quite actively networking and discussing some of the issues and challenges in the industry. This certainly forum has been able to bring together these professionals and have a free open discussion. This is what it is. It's not only what you discuss and learn from each other and enlighten each other from the conference room. It also is, you take into consideration what you discuss outside the conference room and with the professionals on a one-to-one basis. Sometimes you may not want to discuss things openly, but talking to your industry fellow professionals on a one-to-one basis and perhaps collaborate, co-create and work together. So with those, and I think there is a award ceremony which is going to happen later in the evening. We are waiting for our chief guest. This award again has been chosen by the advisory committee after
Majestic Shakti Enterprise.
After detailed I think, review of the organizations or the people who have contributed significantly to this shipping logistic management industry, which comprises of shipping, transportation, logistics, warehousing industry. Interestingly, as you would know, 90% of the world's cargo movement is through the shipping industry, and it plays a very active role with 5 waterways significantly in the world where the movement happens. So this IMEC corridor from that perspective provides an alternative route to this. And with this, I would say congratulations Logistics Shakti team. We look forward to seeing you in UAE next year. Unless you have decided to move to the traverse the journey of IMEC corridor to elsewhere. But we had a very full deliberation discussion. And thank you all for staying throughout the conference, right from yesterday until today evening. I know it's about 7:30 or so. So much of discussions have happened. Thank you all for your support, and God bless.
We've now come to that time of the day that all of you have been eagerly awaiting for. We've now come to the Supply Chain Management Middle East Awards that celebrate excellence and innovation within logistics and supply chain sectors. These awards recognize organizations and individuals who demonstrate outstanding performance, creativity, and leadership in their logistics and supply chain operations. The SCM Awards are a platform for sharing best practices, fostering collaboration, and driving industry standards forward. We are very honored to welcome our guest of honor who is here to present these awards. Please welcome on stage with a round of applause Shrimati Meenakshi, Lekhi, Former Minister for External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. I request her to come up on stage and present the awards. I also request Mr. Amit Shankhdhar, Mr. Prem Prakash, and Mr. Kamal, Narayan, over to come up on stage to present these very prestigious awards. Right. So let's start with the award for Smart Tire Solution of the Year. And the award goes to JK Tires and Industries. Kamal is also here, and I request him to please come up on stage to present the awards. And please give a round of applause to the team of JK Tires and Industries. Congratulations. The next award is for Service Excellence in International Cargo. And the award goes to Eurocargo Aviation LLC. Congratulations to the team of Eurocargo. The next award is for Business Consultancy of the Year for Middle East. And the award goes to MCA. Congratulations to the MCA team. Our next award is for Multi-Modal Logistics of the Year. And the award goes to Om Logistics Limited. Congratulations to Om Logistics. Congratulations. The next award is for Supply Chain Leader of the Year, Technology and Electronics. And the award goes to Tejas Network. The next category is Excellence in Freight Logistics, and the award goes to SCM Logistics Private Limited. Congratulations. The next award is for Excellence in Distribution Network. The award goes to KS Palanikumar, CEO, Lakshmi Impact Group Companies. The next category is Sustainable Supply Chain Innovation. And the award goes to IAES Auto Expert Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations to the team of IAES. Congratulations. The next award is for Outstanding 3PL Partner of the Year. The award goes to Mahendra Singh Pristine Value Logistics Private Limited. The next category is Sustainable Fleet Management. And the award goes to Signal Drive Logistics LLC. Congratulations to the team of Signal Drive. The next category is Air Freight Services. And the award goes to Jhalak Express Logistics Private Limited. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Jhalak Express Logistics. They have won in the category of Air Freight Services. The next category is Women Logistician of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Sharmila, Bertlink Logistics India Private Limited. Congratulations. The next award is for excellence in cross-border logistics and trade enablement. And the award goes to DTDC. Congratulations. Congratulations. The next category is excellence in air cargo operations. And the award goes to brightest Air Logistics Private Limited. Congratulations. The next award is for excellence in end-to-end supply chain operations. And the award goes to Pranic Logistics Limited. The next award is for excellence in sustainable packing. And the award goes to DCG Tech Limited. Congratulations. The next category is excellence in international freight. And in the category of excellence in international freight, the award goes to Amritsar Express Private Limited. And the next category is New Age Warehouse Solutions. The award goes to Pallet Per Day Logistics Private Limited. Congratulations to Pallet Per Day Logistics Private Limited. Next award is for Financial Consultancy of the Year for India. And this one goes to Bhatia. The next category is M&A Consultancy of the Year for India. The award goes to Dynamic Orbits Consultants. The next award is for Excellence in Project Cargo, and the award goes to Inland World Logistics. Congratulations to the team of Inland World Logistics. Requested to come up on stage. Right. We move on to the next category, which is Service Excellence in Air Cargo. And the award goes to Index Logistics. The next award is for the most trending beverage brand of the year, and the award goes to Latam Brewers Private Limited. The next award is Global Startup Company of the Year. And this award goes to Saleh Life Sciences. The next category is Technology Solution Provider of the Year. The award goes to Pan-Cathan Digital Solutions. Congratulations to the team of Pan-Cathan. The next award is for Excellence in Skill Development, and the award goes to Dr. Neelam Agarwal, President Om Shanti Educational Society. The next award is for excellence in aviation logistics and MRO service. And the award goes to Nayak Aviation Service Private Limited. We'll move on to the next category, which is Global Supply Chain Company. And the award goes to Sigma. SkyX. Congratulations to the team of SkyX. The next award is for excellence in technology solution. And the award goes to Panska. The award goes to Pariska. The next award is for excellence in transportation technology, and the award goes to Sagar Infotech. We have a special award for Credence, so I request the team of Credence to please come up on stage. I request the team of Credence to please come up on stage for a special award. So that was the last award of the evening. Round of applause for all the winners of the day. Right, I request all the award winners to come up on stage for a group photograph with their trophies. Congratulations to all the winners. 3 cheers for the winners. Hip hip hooray! Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Prem Prakash, co-founder, Logistics Shakti, to please give a vote of thanks.
Members of our esteemed organizing committee of Logistics Shakti, please come on stage for a photograph with our guest of honor. All the advisory board member, Pasant Kapoor ji, Nitin Agrawal ji, Vipul Nanda sahab, Bedi sahab, Gaurav Gupta ji, Ramesh Krishnan ji. I have to find out people to take their name. Please, Murthy Sahab, Bansal sir, where is Bansal sir? Lakshman Sahab. There are some advisors, some mentors, all together. Who is left? Anyone else? Where is Bansal Sahab? Bansal Sahab reh gaya abhi. Rajesh Agrawal Sahab, please come. Join us here. Quick photograph. I think photographers all set, no? Very important people. This is all their effort. Okay? Chandrasekhar Bhatia sahab, अरे पीछे. That's the problem of logistic people. They always want to be at the background. Come. I'm on the dais. Come. One photo. All the team members of Logistics Shakti Enterprise, please come over on the. Their effort was instrumental in all this work which you saw. Come over, Swati, Saurabh, Arinjay. Yes, I have got a special recommendation also. Anisha, come over. Anisha. Samiksha. Who is left? Babul. Kritika on the backstage, front stage. Babul on the console. Samiksha on the, she has been connecting with all of you. Arinjay. Subham. Come. हाँ लेके आओ पूछो सिमी मैडम प्लीज कम मैडम Binny madam, can you hear me? Yes. Nikki. Yes. So now the key forces of logistics Shakti. The real Shaktis. Nikki. Photographers all set? Thank you. Lekhi ma'am has got lot of energy by going all the way to Akshardham temple and coming back in Dubai's peak time traffic.
I would like to invite our advisory board, our mentor, Mr. Vipul Nanda, for a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. And I will not stand long between us and the drinks. So I'll, on behalf of the organizing committee, advisory board, and the board members, and the management of Million Minds and Logistics Shakti, I would like to thank everybody for attending this great 2 days of celebration and knowledge of logistics and supply chain. And may God bless Logistics Shakti, and it may go miles in the future. And we have this every year at all different places of the world across the globe. Thank you, enjoy the evening, and have a great time.
Thank you, sir. All the awardees, all those who are taking this beautiful trophy back home, traveling with that trophy, we have some good boxes in which they can take it safely. So we are going to keep it maybe somewhere outside. So whomsoever carrying that trophy or traveling, taking it out of Dubai or any other place, please take that box. Thank you.
Throwing that dirt on my money. Cause you knew that I'd call you up. You've been go around every party in LA. Cause you knew that